Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Toga Motorsport. We are live for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen this afternoon. Glad you could all join us for this. We are into qualifying now, and we will be seeing the first few times come through very shortly. We should have a Mac joining us, the ever wonderful Mac joining us a little bit later on. He is racing as well, so he'll be a little bit in and out, and I think there may also be a Barry arriving at some point as well across the course of this race. Again, both of those are driving in races elsewhere, so they will be doing that this afternoon. So yeah, first few sort of outlaps. As you can see, it's a wet Watkins Glen. That is a interesting prospect. It's a really fun track, but it's very unforgiving, and especially unforgiving in the wet. It looks nice and wide and open, but yeah, that's another kettle of fish running around here in the wet. But we'll see how the drivers handle it, and hopefully they will have something. The practice server before this was wet and drying. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, it's only going to get worse rain-wise, so this isn't going to be the fastest of qualifying sessions. This is going to be more of a can you get a legal lap down to get somewhere on the grid. So yeah, all of these drivers, this is also still part of our endurance league, so all of these drivers are still racing for points on that. This is round... I should have checked this. Round 5? Round 4? Or is it... Either way, they are racing for points within that series, and that will be added on to...
Hello. I don't know how you've managed. I think you've done something that I don't think anyone else could ever replicate in the whole existence of ACC. Your screen, your actual game footage is cut off the last sort of like quarter, not even a quarter.
That's it. I hadn't actually noticed that. Has actually done that on my... That's on my screen.
What?
Normally it's a lot wider than that.
Yeah. You can see it's still working. It's just like the track map is still working, and the
everything is still working. Everything's still. Why is it doing that? I hadn't even. I've been looking at timing screens and other stuff.
You might just go settings and just go like toggle the options. Go on options and click on video.
No, not video.
Top left. Video. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're a bit delayed. And just Oh, you're 14. Just toggle the full screen disabled and then re-enable it again. That might fix it. Oh, that might be. Oh no, what?
What on earth has happened? Because if I go, hang on, I think I might have an answer for this. If I do that and then go back to heli, no.
What?
What have I done?
It works in normal view. Like if you're in a... Are you using race control?
Yep.
So click to like camera, like TV 2 or something. Or TV 1, whatever which one it is.
That'll do.
No, it still does it. But when you go inside...
When I go inside, it's fine.
What the hell? Press Alt Enter to go like full screen or. What the hell? Oh. I reckon it's an OBS / monitor thing because you're running it on a ultra wide, aren't you?
Yeah, it's 3440 cropped down.
Yeah, that'd be the problem. That'd be a game thing. You don't better sort that. No, it's fine. It'll be a game thing.
Oh, okay.
You'll have to Yeah, it'll have to just be what it is. Just an FYI, when you've got people in your Discord, you might need to turn the Discord audio up just a touch.
Okay, no worries. I
Alright.
will do so.
It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. Have a good one.
Okay, I might have a quick... I think I might be able to do something through some settings and OBS
Okay.
to make this look a little better.
Okay.
But we
Yeah, no
shall
worries
see.
at all. Alright, you have a good one. Oh, no,
Alright, thank you. Sorry, I literally hadn't noticed.
Don't be silly, it's fine. You have a good one.
Alright,
Bye, bye.
bye. Yeah, let's just add it. That's not working. Okay. Well, it looks like that is what we have for now. That's annoying. That's a setting that has changed in ACC. That wasn't like that before. Was that like that for the last race? I would have to go back and check that. That might have been the case for the last round on Friday. On Friday? No, last Friday. A week Friday. That we did. Which was the Porsche Cup. Right. That's going to be a fun one to fix at some point. Anyway, we have 22 minutes just under remaining of qualifying. And regardless of the weather, the qualifying is as tight as it ever normally is. So, out in lead on provisional pole at this moment in time is Zahintner. Sebastian Zahintner for Sim RC Endurance by Bohemia, car 76 with a 149.632 is their fastest time. We have Alexander Lee for BF Racing in the Ferrari. That is on 0.003 behind. Followed up by Wilf Paduano for Sky Sim Sports in car 47 with a 149.730, so still under a tenth behind. This is going to be exciting. 1.1 tenths behind is Adenor Hours for the G League Esports team in car number 7. That's that awesome yellow and white livery. Reminds me of the old Spoon, iSpoon, Honda colours. It's a useless, very old reference. Does actually have, that car is trimmed out. That has the fastest Sector 1 lap times of all. Incidentally, Zahintner in first doesn't actually have the fastest outright sectors, but does overall score the fastest lap time. To get Sector 2, that is A. Lee, and Sector 3 is the car in 5th of Francesco Adamu for Vesta Sport. Is out there and has the fastest 3rd sector, and it is 0.235 back with a 149.867. Having said that, Paranau is just on the cusp of going quicker. That gap has been closed a fraction on the previous lap, and I mean an absolute fraction. They are now 0.038 behind. So they managed to take just a tickle of time off. Okay, that will be appreciative, Chaz. That would be greatly appreciative. Thank you for the offer of help. So, yes, they are... Padua is on for an improvement. Zahintner has actually now improved and has gone 49.615. But Wilf Padano is still on a legal lap, but has lost a little bit of time through that corner there, through the bottom of the circuit, coming out of the boot. Ran a little bit wide on the exit there of the heel. Has lost a bunch of the time that they made up, so there is a good few tenths out there. They just don't seem to be able to hook it up in the into the late through this sector 3. They are barely going to improve. But as I say, it's less than a tenth for the top three are. It's barely over half a tenth that the top three are split by. So that being a car that has bailed for the pits. Borges, Florian Borges for the other G League Esports car, which is out there, car number 8. That is actually on a serious improvement, coming up out the boot now and running down into these last couple of corners. That's 2.5, 3 tenths. Oh, gets a little bit deep. That the track conditions, they say wet, but I wonder with the weather as it is, whether that's getting wetter, and that's why we're seeing people losing time. These last couple of corners are full commitment, flat out corners. Well, not completely flat out, they are full commitment corners. So if your car is sliding at all, you're gonna have a bit of a challenge. They lost all of that time through the last couple of corners, just not quite able to get the car hooked up there. As there is another car getting out of the way. As Florian is having a bit of a slipstream battle with the McLaren. McLaren has got out of that one knowing they are spotting they are a lot faster. Back up at the front, Zahintner is on an improvement. He's 2 tenths up now from previous lap time, going up onto the back stretch, out through the S's and up over the top there. This first sector is incredibly fast. Into the bus stop, it is absolutely destroy as much of those curves as you dare, and then hope for the best that the car stays alive through there, carrying plenty of speed down in through the long right-hander afterwards, down into the now, falling down the hill into the left-hander afterward, following that to the toe of the boot, which is a really challenging corner. The track map for this circuit looks deceptively simple. There are all sorts of places that can catch you out. The corners are a lot faster or a lot slower than they look, or the camber is just a bit funky. Manages to still keep it legal. A-Lee has actually gone and improved. They have taken first place by 0.068. They are now 49.547, and actually have the fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3, so lacking a little bit in speed through the first sector, outright top speed, but they are more than quick enough through the twisty bits. And are on another improvement with that car, hovering, I say improvement, they are hovering in the green, barely. Zahintner has actually crossed the line and improved as well. 49.412 now is the fastest outright lap. Again, not taking any fastest sectors, but being consistent across all the sectors to be faster than everybody else. Whew, we've got 15 minutes of qualifying left, and it is all go. We'll have a quick scan down through the field. Who else is on an improvement? Maxime Roland for Rebellion Autosport MCR is out there on a good one. I'm going to do that. Has backed out of that one. They were on a quick one. I don't know if they didn't invalidate it or anything, so they must have just felt like they lost a bunch of time there. Further on down we have David Reichin for VHAM Racing. That is an Audi. In these conditions at this track, that is brave. That is an impressive choice of car. We shall see how that car goes. Hoping to see that car do well. They're down in 17th at the moment. They're 1.8 off the pace, but they are currently improving by almost 4 tenths. Coming up out of the boot now. This is an awkward corner. It's a much later apex across the top of it, crest, into a narrowing section of track, so you cannot get on the power as early as you feel you should be able to. That is flirting with track limits well and truly. Kept on the curb, just runs it out to the wall, keeps it going. They are almost 2 tenths up, cross the line, going Don't improve the time, but go faster with 1:51.055 for that car. And continue to improve through the early part of this next lap. We have Christopher Holzer in the Porsche. Now that's a car that's often quite good in a wet with its rear engine. I know we always say about this, but it genuinely makes a big difference in the wet. Getting out of slow corners in that car is a lot easier than it looks. They're 3/10 up. They're currently 2 seconds off the outright lap pace, but they are 4/10 up, and they are holding that nicely through there, and that jumps them up into 17th. That jumps them past Reichmann for 17th, the 1:51.032. So there is going to be some tight battles across this race, up and down the field. There are gaps that shrink, something chronic, as you go up and down through the field. Who's this? We have Jeremy Beaton, MME Group, Mercedes Motorsport. He is out on an improvement as well. 1:52.702 is their current fastest. They are just coming up through the toe of the boot now. And they are 3/10 or so up in that car, 77 Mercedes. That, I must say, is a very, very lovely looking livery for that car. Up through the next corner again. It's a tough track, this one. You see the map, it looks pretty straightforward. And if it was flat on all the same width, it would be pretty straightforward. The fact that you are uphill, up and down dale through this track, and the track narrows, it widens, it gets fast. Oh, that was a clonk on the wall. Still 3/10 up. They've lost a little bit of time. They're losing time very rapidly. Still hold it 2/10 up. Faster on their last lap. They go 52.527 on that last time by. But that was a bit of a clonk on the wall, so hopefully no major damage. That Mercedes is pretty solid. Who else is out there on a legal improvement? Florian Borges in the G-League car. That is on a 10th or so improvement and on a legal lap. The Mustang of Daniel Balgov for Team Moore 41 in car 41, funnily enough. Currently in 14th on an improvement, 3.5 up, coming down the backstretch now, across the top of the circuit, through the bus stop. That car is able to absolutely monster those curbs. Very nicely set up there. Mustang being probably a car, almost Mustang, Aston, the big front engine cars are often the cars that do well at this track. Having said that, there is a Ferrari splitting the three Astons at the top, so you do still need to be able to get around the corners, even if you're quick in a straight line. So yeah, hovering around. Oh, lost a bunch of time through the toe. Went deep, ran wide. The track it's got a camber on if you can hold it on line, there's a nice kind of camber that can throw you up the course. But if you get off that, you are in a world of problem because the track flattens out and you can't carry the speed without the back of the car starting to let go, and that has ruined that lap. Unfortunately, they've lost about half a second. They were at 2.5, 3/10 up, and they're now 3/10 down in that car. So curse to the commentator well and truly. As you can tell, quite like this circuit. It's a good fun one. New driver that we haven't seen, Ryan Haddock, Hornet Motorsports. I say local driver, running under the US flag. Don't know where they are actually in the States, with this track being in upstate New York. They're currently 4/10 up. They are improving through this sector here. Sector 3 seems to be a good one for this car. They're doing very, very nicely as they come down through these last couple of corners. Car looking a little skatey, but controllable. Doing very, very well there. Lost a big chunk of time on the exit to the last corner. Does improve, goes 1:52.172. Car that we have already seen today, Jeremy Beaton, coming up through the toe of the boot. Is almost half a second up on their time at the moment with they've just cleared the half-second mark. They were around that before they went into the boot, and they have managed to retain that gap. I've been scanning through the timing screens whilst watching all of this. We will see them to the end of their lap. There is another car that I think might be the car directly behind them. I will jump to and keep an eye on them as well, because they're about 0.6 up as well. So getting the hang of the track, getting the cars dialed in for these very, very wet conditions with 7 minutes 45 to go. Holds it nicely. Cannot hang on to it through that last corner. Last couple of corners, they lost all that time. Same for the Porsche that was Max Simons for turn 1. Ended up running a little bit wide. Backed out of that one, even though they were on an improving lap. Backed out of that one and put it in the pits there. So not quite sure what happened there, but they were serious. Both those cars were seriously improving previously. With 7 minutes to go, you've got time for a good few laps now. As we're saying, it's only minute 50 or so a lap, so you're looking minute 55, 2 minutes for an out lap. Get the car up to speed, up to temperature, but you're probably gonna want a couple of flying laps to make sure the tyres are up to temperature and pressure, just with the conditions we've got being wet. Although it's not that cold, it's still 21 air, 22 track, so it's not going to dry out in the time that we have left. There's 6.5 minutes to go. It's not going to dry out, but it's not going to... it would, if it did go dry, it would dry reasonably quickly. It's not like we've got 30 plus degrees out there, but it's going to dry reasonably quickly, especially with a field of 28 cars running around. That's going to dry reasonably quickly. Gabriel Ozkakar for Noobs R Us, currently sat in 10th in car 78 with that purple, blue and orange livery that we have come to know and love through this series. Cracking livery, cracking car, to be fair. It's a good one to throw through the corners. It's not necessarily would be my choice for a car around here. It does lack a little bit of top end speed that is needed through through sector 1. But they are making it work. Currently 7/10 up on their previous best, so that's flirting with the top 3. That really is. They're currently 7.25 back. So being 8/10, 9/10 up on their previous best, that could potentially put them up quite nicely into the top of this grid. Obviously, I think that's a different driver from the one that started quali, so that may be rather than an outright lap. We'll see as they cross the line, I think is the answer. 43, 44, 45. They are out of that last corner very nicely. This is going to be a good lap. 50 does not improve. 51.37. That must have been a personal fastest lap that it was based on. So that will be a good benchmark to know that they can do that in terms of lap time. They have always been a strong one through this series of races. So that is good to see them back out there and doing very well. Who else is out there? We have Bittencourt. I'm gonna not butcher your first and middle names there, for P1 Endurance, P1 Racing Endurance. So that is good. I don't know which car it is. There is apparently one of the cars from 505 out there at this moment in time who have entered a car. I don't know which one it is, so as and when we find them, we will give them a shout out. But yes, welcome in to our pokey little racing channel. Wilf Paduano. I apologise. I am butchering some names as usual. Still working. I wonder if the issues I've been having early on in the streams are to do with the intro video because it died on me again. Right, sorry, that's a bit of a brain fart. I was just checking things were still working. But yes, Wolf is on an improvement again. The current benchmark lap time is Zahina in the Aston Martin with a 1:49.412. This Aston of Sky Sim Sports is the fastest through Sector 1, so that's a trimmed out car. And they do go fastest, 1:49.407, so 0.005 faster. The gaps at the top of this, it is a quarter of a second covering the top 3 cars. We are in for one hell of a show today. The fact that, what are we looking at? 13th is where we drop out of being is the first car outside of the second, and that is David Reichtin and they are 1.07 back from the leaders. Regular with us here at Toga, Stone Cold Racing, Grant Willamot is 8 tenths back and just going out now. Getting out of the way nicely through before turn 2 for a car there, well done. Chasing down Oscar Carr, who is barely a tenth ahead. So this quali session is tight. The top 23 cars, 23 cars are covered by 2 seconds. And the full grid is covered by 4 seconds. So yeah, this is going to be impressive, especially considering the conditions. These are some drivers that have got the cars hooked up and sorted. Which, let's be honest, that's kind of what you need. Do jump in chat. Hello, Manch. Mank. Good afternoon. I think you're racing in the 6 hours, aren't you? Of Alton. So enjoy doing that. That's also a really fun track. That's a track I absolutely love. That's a multi-class as well. That's GT4s and GT3s at Alton. I think the answer is going to be Carnage. So, yeah, how are we doing? We have Simmons for turn 1 is out and 3 tenths up on their previous best, coming down into the toe of the boot now, up through that tricky right-hander. And we are into the last vestiges of qualifying now. 4 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be the last flying lap for this car. Go Max, thank you. I'm not sure how to pronounce your Twitch tag, but yes. They are 7 tenths up. This is going to be a good one. That is this Max Simmons. Yes, go Max, awesome. 7 to 6 tenths. They lost a little bit of time, but still doing well. Lost a little bit through this last corner. The car looking a little unstable, a little twitchy. But still 6 tenths up on their personal best, and that keeps them where they are. They go 50.552 is their fastest lap time, so that is a one driver across the line. Anybody still out there on an improvement? Holzer in the other Porsche is on a legal lap as well. Anybody? No, Borges has just parked that one by the looks of things. Gone 3 tenths over. No, these are some tricky conditions, and it might be curse the commentator a little bit, so that's going to be fun to deal with. And that is Rompen across the line. Holzer is the last one out there to come across the line, and that will round out qualifying for this afternoon. Yeah, that Porsche losing a bunch of time. I think they just got a bit loose and have bailed on that one. So,
Alright, conditions are wet. We have some slippery curves, and also watch out for your braking distance.
right, let's run you down through the grid here. So, from the front, we have Pad 10 in first with that 47 G League car. Second is Road with the Sim RC cars. Sim RC Endurance by Bohemia. 777 of Ramune for BF Racing. Hours in the G League Esports car. In car number 7, Castellano Francesco. I'm going to go with what's on my screen rather than what's on there. So, Adamu for Vesta Sport in 5th. Florian Borges for the other G League car. Gabriel Felipe for Vacuum Racing. David Nascaville in full car 470 in 8th. 9th is Noel Hackery for Project 91 Racing Team. Chase Jones in the Noobs RS 78, round out the top 10. 11th is Grant Willamot Stone Cold Racing 316. 48 in 12th, Vinsko Manfer for TRM Racing Team. David Richmond for VHAM Racing in 13th in car 35. Car 100 is Max Simmons. I've got Jens Lebu here. Awesome, that's really helpful. Luke Wilson for JP Motorsport in car 69. Alexander Tarkov for Team More for car number 41. Maxime Roland in Rebellion MCR. Holzer in 18th. Christopher Holzer for Ragnation Endurance. And David Cox for Pegassi Motorsport in car 725 in 19th. Michael Humer for Winwood Racing. Christoph Falkenberg for NER Endurance Team. 22nd is Stefan Harmon in the number 166 Bentley. That's going to be more of a Boatley in these conditions. Sel Weisman for Pegassi Motorsport, car in 23rd and car number 27. Ennis, I'm going to hope that's correct. I'm not even going to try and pronounce your surname. Ennis for VCR Racing. Car 456 as they are off and away for the formation lap. Ryan Haddock for Hornet Motorsport in 25th. Sander Romped for ME Group Mercedes Motorsport. Joss Kahn in 27th for the P1 Endurance Racing. Jos Hovang for MME Group Ferrari Motorsport, and rounding out the grid is Baldwin Vink for PLR Toga. That is an entirely new name. They didn't qualify it. That is a car that's normally up the sharp end of the grid. So we shall see what happens with them through the course of this race. As I say, that's normally a car that's up towards the sharp end. As we are coming up through the S's, long snake, you can see how much carnage this track can cause. Go look at some of the NASCAR crashes and some of the IMSA crashes that have happened through the S's there. They will do a track blocking number on them there. So that is everybody underway now for this formation lap. It is wet to start, and it's looking very wet in half an hour's time, so this is going to be a wet start to the race and a not really improving condition for at least the first half an hour. This is going to be exciting. I mean, given that this is Northern Hemisphere, upstate New York, they are the track is very, very close to the Canadian border, so it is literally the other side of, pretty much the other side of the lake to CTMP. So it is, geographically, it's fairly well north in the States in terms of weather conditions, so it's a bit more like what we see here in Northern Europe for our winters and what have you. A little bit more extreme. They do tend to get a bit more snow than we do. Fortunately, ACC cannot manipulate snow at this moment in time. So we shall see. So it's not looking too bad. As I say, it's wet, but it's 21, 22 degrees. Air and track. So should it decide to dry up, it shouldn't be too bad. Everything is all good, everything's all working. As they are forming up 2 by 2 through the end of this last sector to get ready to go racing. And we settle in for 8 hours of this wonderful track and whatever weather conditions have been set for it. With that Sky Sim Sports car up the front. And everybody is settled in and all nicely 2 by 2 Noah's Ark into turn 1. Lights will go green very shortly. Everybody's out the last corner. And we are racing. Go, go, go. Sky, the Wilf, makes a bit of a move towards the inside. Try and hold off the Sim RC car there. Cannot quite make that work. Sim RC runs a little bit wide, but gets away with it and moves up into first. Bourget goes up a place as well. Wilmot gets past the Noobs R Us car. Roland and Simmons are having a battle in the mid-pack. Looks like everybody's getting through. Vink has made a bit of a go with that Aston Martin up from the back of the grid. Has gone from last to 20. He's gone from 29th to 25th in about 3 corners. Ooh! That Mustang just went sideways. I think they got a bit spooked by having a car on the inside they didn't expect. I said to keep an eye on that PLR car. It's already flying up through the grid and making big inroads in their that car already. So they've jumped a good number of places. They have a big Merc of Humour in front of them for Winwood Racing. Not going to be able to do anything into the toe of the boot there. Jumping back up through the grid, we have cars pretty much side by side. David Nascaville there in the Aston Martin, trying to go the long way around into the toe of the boot on Gabriel Felipe, and manages to cut back in the braking zone. Can Felipe do anything on the exit coming out of the boot? Oh, they touch. That's not a place you want to be nudging each other. There is no runoff area there. There's not a lot of runoff area in a good chunk of the places on this track. These two are battling it out as if it's the last lap of the race already. Trying to make up places. These two are almost side by side. The Aston just trying to sneak any amount of toe that it can down the pit straight as they cross the line for the end of the first lap. Wilmot is up alongside, who's that? That is Noel Hackey in the orange Project 91 car, and gets by them nicely. That is the Noobs RS car behind, who is car 78 of Chase Jones, is getting a little bit mugged, got up on the curb and lost a bit of speed. Losing any amount of speed through those S's is a bad day for if you've got anybody near you down the back stretch there. Holzer and Harmon is dropping back through the field. What has happened there? Oh, that's an impact with the barrier. Let's have a quick flick back and see what happened there. Oh, under braking, loses it on the brakes. We catch the very start just as that happens. Looks like they got a little bit caught out by the Porsche on the inside, being on the brakes earlier than they expected, and then had to take avoiding action there for that one. As per usual, it is the standard first 30 minutes of qualifier of the race will be live stewarded, and then it is report based after that. So that is going to be a car with a lot of work to do and a lot of damage. Expect to see them in the pits at the end of the race. Those barriers are very unforgiving there, so that's an unfortunate one there. Let's see, how else are we doing? Zahintner in that Sim RC by Bohemia car has pulled out a healthy lead of 1.4 seconds now at the end of that second lap. Currently fastest outright lap with a 50.717. Ahead of Paduano and Lee in the Aston and Ferrari. That Ferrari is hanging on with these front engine cars. Like I say, this is very much a front engine circuit. Doesn't generally tends to be the more grunt and go cars. Surprising not to see any BMWs out there today. That's another car that's surprisingly strong at this track, because it's stable enough through the corners, but it's just got enough grunt for the high speed stuff. So yeah, that Ferrari doing very, very well to hang with what is some clearly very fast Aston Martins. Fifth is Borges in the 8 G League esports car as well, so that car doing very well, as is Adamu in the Vesta Sport. Francesco Adamu in the Vesta Sport car in 6th, and then it is David Nascaville in the Aston Martin at 470 down in 7th. 8th is Willamot. Gabriel Felipe in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Noel Hackey of Project 91 Racing. So that is your top 10 after the first couple of laps of racing. We have Manfair has dropped back against Cox and Wilson in that battle. Obviously got a little bit mugged, having so many cars around them. Must have made a little mistake, or one of the cars just opened the door slightly and everybody comes piling through. It's a real challenge to make sure, if you're battling with somebody, to not open the door and then have somebody open the door for the car behind whilst you're trying to do the same to the car in front of you, and have somebody come barreling through. Huma has dropped back behind Jos and is on trying to come back there, and also we have the stricken Bentley that was involved in that first couple of laps incident, but he is now in the pits being repaired, and they are down and away. That was a 1 minute 29 stop. That was a big hit for that car. So I guess it's going to be see whether they can improve, see what they can do against the rest of the field. That car was reasonably up in the mid-pack, so hopefully they will be able to make a chunk of places back up. It is an 8-hour race, so plenty of time to make the time back up. As per usual, this will be a hard slog of a race to get to the end of, because the pace will be fast. Our outright fastest lap has come down to a 150.457 for Zahintner, who is now 2 seconds up the road. Lee and Paduano are battling a little bit and I think this is allowing the Aston Martin to just pull away in these conditions at this point in time. Now, the interesting thing to note will be who's got the car for the wet weather and who's got the car for the dry weather. If it's 8 hours of wet weather, that's not a problem. If it starts to get mixed, that's going to be a whole world of challenge for these drivers to make anything happen. Yeah, so that's going to be a world of fun for these drivers if it starts getting rapidly mixed conditions between wet and dry, and hoping you can be on the right car, right tyres at the right time. Ours is about 2.7 back, followed by Bourget, so that is the two G-League cars now running basically nose to tail. They're about 0.7 between those two. Second back is Adamu in the Ferrari. Oh, the bars we've got going on. Falkenberg in the Mustang. This is a train of cars from Tarsov, who is starting to make a break. It looks like Manfair might be a bit of a cork in the bottle at this moment in time for 18th and down. 18th through to 22nd are all in this queue together. And it looks like Manfair is the car with which is being the cork in the bottle for these cars. The Mustang is starting to pull away now, almost to the tune of a second in front, having got through, and is chasing down David Cox for Toga Motorsport there. Toga Motorsport there, so Luke Wilson is now a second up the road, so that's a car that managed to get through earlier on and has just pulled away and is now chasing down Simmons for turn 1 in the Porsche, so that will be a car that is being chased down and be trying to make good its escape before Wilson catches up. Hall's still right on the tail of that Aston. Now the trouble with these conditions is the closer you get, we're right on board with the Porsche. As you can see, there's not a huge amount of spray, but as you get closer to each other, as you start getting up into the toe properly, you start to have more and more problems with being able to see, and you start having to drive more and more off the back lights of each other to do that. As Vink has got past Humor in so that is the Aston getting past the Mercedes. We said Mustang, Mercedes. That's going to be a fun one to get those two, not get those two mixed up. As we see the Mercedes going through the first, going through the bus stop, and that is Vink is right on the tail of Jos there in the Ferrari 296. Let's have a quick look from the rear wing of this. That is that PLR Esports car that was started from the back. Is currently in 26th place. They were up in 25th. They've been passed by this Ferrari, and they are trying to come back at them. They've got a bit of a wiggle on through that middle of that corner. That's an easy thing to do there. You think, oh, I've got loads of grip, but the traction just isn't there to get the power down as early as you want through that corner. Through the toe there, so they come up and out of the boot now into the last couple of corners. Vink is pushing hard. Aston is really going for it, but has dropped back a little bit with that wiggle. First of the bits coming through from the stewards there. Car 79 has picked up the attention of the stewards. Warning, reactionary blocking on car 79 on lap 2. As we have PLR coming up alongside through the S's, has got the run through turn 2 and is away. That Ferrari is way down on speed. I think they ran over the curb a little bit deep into turn 1, and that has left them hung out to dry with not enough speed, and that has also let the Mercedes through as well. So that Mercedes managing to benefit from that as well. That's what we were saying earlier, is if you lose a little bit of speed in this first sector, with anybody around you, you are getting absolutely mugged by those cars around you. Vink is already 2 seconds up the road from Humor, and Humor is half a second ahead as well. 1.1 back from Vink. So Vink is now going to be desperately trying to hunt down the VCR car of Heinz 456 Mustang. Will be the next car on there, and that is, yeah, that is they are going to be going some to catch up with that, but they clearly have some pace in that car, and will be glad to be clear of the cars behind. Sel Weisman's for Toga Motorsport is up into 21st, chasing down Manfair now. So a few of those cars getting through that early schmozzle and what have you there. So that Porsche not quite able to keep up with the grunt of the Mercedes, the Aston Martin there, having got past through the corners. Gets a little. Oh, that Aston gets out wide. That curb is nasty when you get over the back of it there, like that. But that is going to leave the Aston slow going through the S's. But it looks like the Porsches had to check up because of where the Aston was. And now that has brought the Ferrari number 27 of Sel Weisman's right back into this battle. You can see the Porsche, even though it's in that tow, because it was low on speed, it's just being eaten by the Ferrari behind. Ferrari not looking quite as comfortable through the bus stop as the two in front. The two in front able to pull that gap back out. Holzer is still right on the tail of the Aston Martin there to try and make anything happen. They're trying to just get in them areas, make themselves a bit of a distraction, and try and get past as best as they can. Aston runs a little bit deep into the tow there, manages to gather it up and get the job finished off through the mid part of the corner, and get a decent exit out of there. Alright, that is the coming through the last couple of corners. That Porsche is really, really strong in these conditions. Managed to close that gap right back up, but the speed of the Aston, the Porsche can barely hang on in the tow there. He's just managing to maintain speed through the tow with that car. So that is just going to be frustrating for that one. We also have Audi and Porsche, the two VAG group cars, are racing each other. They're coming into the bus stop. Oh, that was a lot of curb by the Audi, even by the standards of the bus stop. That's left it a bit out of shape. Porsche can't quite manage to capitalise it, and I think had to back out because they thought that was going to be a bigger problem for the Audi than it was. So very nicely recovered and very nicely done there from the Audi to keep hold of that, and for the Porsche not to collect them on the way through. As I say, we're just over 15 minutes into this race, but these two battling has now brought Wilson and Cox into this battle as well. So that being Luke Wilson in the 69 Stone Cold JP Motorsport car. I'll get there eventually. And also the David Cox into this battle as well. So this is now gone from a 2-car battle to what is now going to be a 4-car battle for 13th down to 16th with Taskov in the 41 Mustang, a couple of seconds off the back of this group. That Manfair Holzer battle is still going on. that Porsche just not being quite as trimmed out as the Aston, and not quite able to keep up through the fast stuff. That's an interesting move. They are moving out to possibly try and cool their tyres down a little bit. That's going to be something else to watch out for as this stint goes on. Is yes, it's getting wetter. It's not due to get any wetter than it currently is in half an hour's time. But if you're starting to get your tyres a bit hot, you're going to see people starting to move off the racing line to try and keep the tyres a little bit cooler. I wonder if that's maybe what the Porsche was doing, along with just trying to get into the mirrors of the Aston in front and just upset them, thinking they're going to go for a move when they're not. There we go. Another of the penalties coming through for car 79, 10 seconds. Minor contact pushed past, forcing another car off track. Lap 6. Oops. 79, car 79. That is Holzer in the Rag Nation car, so that will be that's going to be a bit of a problem for that car. Come the first pit stop, they're going to have 10 seconds added to their next pit stop. So they definitely need to try and get clear of this Aston as quick as possible so they don't lose any more time. Simmons and Roland there getting all up into each other's space. Unfortunately, the Porsche has lost out on that one a little bit and is now under fire from Wilson in the car 69 McLaren with the there. So that has given David Roystein in the Audi a bit of breathing room with the car starting to fight behind. That has given them a bit of breathing room to just open that gap back up and just take a breath for a second so they're not under fire immediately. They've broken that over half a second. That Porsche back there of Simmons is under so much fire from the McLaren, and the McLaren has got to be careful of the Ferrari behind. If it goes for a move and doesn't pull it off, it's going to get eaten by the Ferrari. It's going to lose a place rather than gaining one. So the McLaren running wide through the off the toe there. That is going to put the Porsche right on its tail coming into the next corner. We know that Porsche is good on the brakes. That was a bit of an outbraking move on the Porsche. Bit of a bump and run there from the Porsche. No major advantage gained. The McLaren, a little bit of a hip check on the way back out. But that stacked Wilson up behind, and that's put the Ferrari through, and it's going to cause the Porsche to lose 2 places. Yes, it is. It's got stacked up. The door got opened. It couldn't get on the power, and that has just lost it 2 places from the Ferrari and the McLaren there. The McLaren has lost a place to the Ferrari in the process of all of that, so that has dropped it another. The McLaren actually hasn't gained out of that. It just has a new rear bumper to stare at. As the Porsche gets a little bit wide, a little bit of a hip check here and there, a little bit of a bump and run, but that Porsche is now way slow on the exit, turn 1 into turn 2, and that has put the Mustang of Tarzkov in that Mustang right on its tail. That's a car that's going to be a monster in a straight line. They've got to watch out for this one into the bus stop. Can't quite make anything happen there. But that is a 5th car to what was a exciting 4-car battle. I say that Mustang runs very wide on the exit of the bus stop and pretty much puts itself out there. Wilson has now got back past the Ferrari and will be on the hunt now to catch up with Roland in the Rebellion Autosport MCR McLaren car number 70, which has, as a result of all of this, the Audi has pulled out a gap to that MCR car of 2.5 seconds. The battling that's been going on behind has cost them a huge amount of time. It's 2.5 seconds back to Rowland. Wilson is a further 1.4 seconds back, with Cox and Simmons right on the tail of that McLaren. Hopefully that McLaren can start to stretch its legs. If the Porsche starts fighting the Ferrari, then that is going to be one that is going to give the McLaren a chance to pull away. But if that Ferrari starts trying to nibble away at the McLaren, those three cars, all that's going to happen is they're going to lose further time to the cars in front. Like I say, the Audi is now 3.5 seconds ahead of the rest of this pack that was right under its rear wing. So that's a big bonus there. Falkenberg in the Mustang is still holding steady ahead of the Aston. The Aston goes for a bit of a dive. That was a very low percentage lunge. As Simmons gets past Cox, I'm assuming Cox just got a little bit out of shape there through turn 1 and couldn't quite hold it together. And now that's put Tarskov in the Mustang again right on the back of this group. That Mustang is just waiting to pounce on anything that happens. That is also this manfair battle for Falkenberg, manfair battle that is now this group has now fallen into the clutches of, with Holzer a couple of seconds back, running very wide. I'm wondering if that car is being pushed very, very hard, and I wonder if they've started to cook their tyres, and they're running a bit hot and a bit high on pressure. We've seen that car already trying to move offline to cool its tyres down, so that is going to be a problem for them. They have Sel Wiseman for Toga Motorsport starting to catch up on their tail as well. So Holzer with potentially very hot rears and a losing time with a 10-second penalty for their next pit stop. That is not what they need at this stage in the race. Just looking back up through the grid, we have a battle going on between Nashkadashvili and Willamot in the Aston and McLaren respectively. So that 470 and 316 cars are there running nose to tail. Both of them get a little bit wide. The Aston, you know how fast the Aston is through this first sector. It's incredibly rapid. It's got a huge amount of go up the hill. But the only thing I can think of that's going to have half chance against the Mustangs on this one. Can we see any? We don't have. Why do I not have any speed trap information? That's bizarre. Okay, there might not be one on this track. I'm just going to have a look and see who has what in the way of speed traps. But it doesn't seem to want to give me that information. Thanks, race control. But yeah, the Aston's very, very fast, has pulled away, but that is leaving the Volcom Racing Gabriel Felipe in behind. If these two of Wilmot and Nashvili start to battle too much, then this Volcom Racing of Gabriel Felipe is going to be on their tail. I must say, a rather fetching dark purple and chrome livery on that car. It looks rather tidy, I must admit. Similarly, Luke Wilson is just dropped back on this group, has managed to pull away from Simmons. That group now really starting to open out. Is about a second ahead now of Simmons. Still almost 3 seconds behind Rowland, who is 2.5, almost 3 seconds ahead behind the Audi of David Roystein VHA Racing. So I say it's sort of settling down. It's really not. It's probably not going to settle down to the end of the first stint, which I believe is a 65-minute stint time on this. So that will be roughly just over an hour per car per stint. People will try and run that as tight as they can to the stint time, making the last pit stop a little bit shorter. I mean, 3 or 4, working on it being, if you can stop exactly on the 65-minute mark, then you will have, what's that, 7 stops, 25, 30, 35. You will have about half a stint you'll save yourself about half a stint at the end of the race. So you're not going to save yourself an entire pit stop, but it does mean your last stop can be relatively short. However, I would probably suggest it's going to be a good idea still to take tyres at that point, because you're going to have half an hour, and if you've already done an hour on those tyres, that's a gamble to run half a stint's worth of fuel on tyres that are already worn. Now, if you're on wets that were already in good nick, that are still in pretty good nick and it's wet weather, then that might be a different conversation. We'll see how this plays out in 7.5 hours time, or 7 hours time as we come round to the last pit stops. But we'll see how that comes. All that excitement to come as Nash Dashfleet and Noel Hackey are still at each other's bumpers. There with Wilmot still chasing them down. Has dropped off the tail of this group a touch, but they are also on trying to chase down Felipe. Felipe's got through that, I think. Where was Felipe originally? Hang on. I swear Felipe was behind Wilmot just now. We missed that, didn't we? Well, that's exciting. Stuff's changing all over the place, and there's such a long grid. As that is Nash Dashfleet managing to hold off Hackey there, but that has put Wilmot into the back of this group well and truly. We have changes up at the front. It is the G League Esports cars. Florian Bergès has got past ours. I'm guessing that might have been that gap's been coming down over the course of this stint. That may have been a team orders of car behind's quicker than you, let them through. Or it may have just been a flat out pass outright. But either way, that is a position gained for Bergès up into 4th and looking to chase down the top 3. Lee is 7.5 seconds up the road with 30 minutes remaining of this first hour. So yeah, Nash Dashfleet, Hackey, Wilmot, Jones is one of the battles. We have Simmons and Wilson trading places, and hopefully not trading too much paint. Wilson going for a move up the outside, sorry, getting a little bit lost as to where we are on the track there. Coming through the heel of the boot, can't quite make it work for the McLaren there on the Porsche. The Porsche is good through this last sector. It's got plenty of traction, it's got plenty of rear end grip. It just lacks a fair chunk of top speed. However, the McLaren also has a massive chunk of aero on that car, so it will be very quick through these corners. As long as it can keep the speed up, although getting under that rear wing of the Porsche, just run deep, runs wide. Nash Dashfleet there picking up a 5-second penalty. Won't make that 10 seconds. Nash Dashfleet car number 470. What was that for? 470, 10 seconds, minor contact, push to pass lap 15. That would have been that bump and run that we saw on the a little earlier on. That has been picked up by the stewards. And also car 111, significant contact, position not gained, lap 11, and that's netted them a 20-second penalty. Which one's 111? Ooh, that's the Jos Can P1 car, as well as that is a drive-through for Eins in the VCR car. That will be for track limits. The stewards don't tend to give drive-throughs for anything unless you have really managed to wind them up with whatever it was you were getting up to. So that is a drive-through there for that car for track limits. That's going to drop them down the grid. They are 20 seconds ahead of the next car, so they will get out and be fairly well clear and into some nice clear air. But they do have the leader coming up behind them. That leader of Zehindner, who is absolutely flying in the current conditions, has pulled out a gap of 3.3 seconds coming up through the S's to Paduano in the 47 Aston Martin of Sky Sim Sports. A. Lee is a further 4.5 seconds back. As we come through the first half an hour of this race, we'll run you through the top 10. So it is a Hintner from Pad 10, from Lee, from Hours, from Borges, from Adamu, from Felipe, from Nashkadashvili, from Haki, from Willamot. And that is your top 10 at the end of this first half an hour. Now that brings us to the end of our live stewarding. It is now all report-based stewarding, so any issues, one of your team will need to file a report through the website. All the links are made available. By all means, have a look at our website. There is merch, there is memberships and what have you can pick up from there. Memberships are a great thing. They help keep the lights on here at Toga, keep servers running, keep us in custard creams and the stewards in crayons, which we do like. So yes, we will. So do go and have a look. There is various bits of merch. There's mugs, there's hoodies, etc. There are some quite large mugs. They are very useful. As we see one of the NV cars, that is the MME cars. Sorry, that was the MME Ferrari getting out of the way of a bunch of cars. They are down a lap to everybody. That's the 78 Chase Jones car. They are a lap down to everybody into 11th there in that MME car. So the pace at the front of this grid is seriously fast. Chase Jones is hunting down Willamot. Willamot's still on the tail of Haki. I'm wondering if we've got past this first frantic half an hour, and I'm wondering if people are just settling in a little bit to some of their lap times, settling into a bit of a groove and just keeping those tyres alive. Like I said earlier, it looks like Holzer may have pushed a bit too hard, a bit too early with that Porsche and is losing time. That is the PLR car of Vink has managed. They've been the silent assassin in this first half an hour. They started in 29th place, last on the grid. They literally joined on the grid whilst they were after qualifying, and they have pulled themselves up 8 places, and they are hunting down Holzer like there is no tomorrow. I said that car was one that's normally up the sharp end. They are proving that they should be up there. Now, I do need to keep an eye out on where the leaders are. It looks like they may be a lap down on the leaders already. Or most of a lap down on the leaders already. And that is a nicely done out of the bus stop. Gets it set up around the outside of that long right-hander. That is a tyre-chewing corner, that one. It's downhill, it's slightly off camber. And it chews the left front on your car, well and truly. So that car is now through and into 20th place, hunting down this Manfred-Tarsov battle, which is still going on, by the way. That Mustang can't really shake the Aston. Falkenberg is just up the road, and again, can't really shake the two behind. So they're not really getting too much closer, but they're not getting away either from that battle. Simmons and Wilson and Roland they're just hovering around that half-second mark away from each other, just settling into lap times, just settling into a groove, and going from there. Fastest outright lap so far is Zahintner with a 50.212. Second place, and their last lap was a 50.495. Almost half a second faster than Pad 10 in second with a 50.802. Their fastest lap being a 50.297. So across the board, that car is flying out there in the front. They are out to the tune of 5 seconds and climbing. We have Willamot kind of hovering around the back of Haki still. Haki is, again, still just being close enough in the mirrors of the Aston of Nashkadashvili in the Aston Martin there. Just as a reminder of you can't make any slip-ups. Nashkadashvili does need to try and make some ground, as they do have that 10-second penalty hanging over them. So we'll be trying to make up any time they can. on the cars in front. Or on the car in front, they don't seem to be able to do too much there. So we are 7 hours 20 minutes to go. As Wilson and Simmons are trading places. Wilson managed to get past, but Simmons got back on that one. And they are, again, the Porsche's just got the got the traction out of these the slower corners that the McLaren just doesn't quite have. As that is Roland running very wide through the penultimate corner there. Porsche having to take evasive action. This is the moment that Wilson was looking for, to get past that Porsche and get clear of it. Very nicely done. The Porsche just got it sideways, got offline, and lit the tyres up. Couldn't hang on to it, had to back out, and that let the McLaren or Wilson back through. Roland, having had that issue and run wide on the exit of the previous corner, closed this group right back up, and now Wilson is staring down the tailpipes of the McLaren and is right underneath that rear wing. Can they do anything in the slipstream into the bus stop or not? It's not a huge stretch, but you do have the S's beforehand to really get under the rear wing. Doesn't quite, the McLaren of Wilson not looking quite as happy over the curbs as the one of Roland in front. Roland just stretching that gap. Porsche look like they might have just had to check up a little bit before, and that's cost them a bit more time on the back of this. That is also going to bring Cox back into this battle. The more these three battle, the more that's going to bring Cox back into this one. Falkenberg, who is 6 and a bit seconds behind, is now back there. Vink has climbed another place, is up into 19th now, and chasing down Manfair well and truly. As I say, called them the silent assassin earlier, they really are. They're just carving through this field like there is no tomorrow. So possibly trying a bit of a last to let's see where we can finish challenge. Whether it is too little too late already in terms of number of places gained, but they're definitely all over the back of the Manfair Aston Martin. Oh, so we've got the Hackey Nash Dashley Wilmot battle is still, I don't want to say raging, but it's just steady. They're just, again, they're steady on their gaps. The one that is probably the closest at the moment is this Wilson-Simmons-Cox battle, with the two McLarens and the Porsche there hanging on to each other's coattails. Wilson has got the toe. Ooh, got the toe going up the back stretch. Tries to go up the inside of the McLaren of Roland and gets that a little bit sideways and has lost out big time. I think they managed to keep it out of all the barriers. So all that's going to be is some slightly warm, more than slightly warm tyres, and a very frustrated driver to have made that mistake. But they are carving into this gap so quickly to catch back up with Cox, as Vink is going around, trying to go around the outside of Manfair. Manfair has actually caught up with Falkenberg in the 950 Mustang. So potentially, if Vink backs off Manfair, lets Manfair have a go at the Mustang, might be able to get both of them in one go rather than having to do one then the other. But might just hang on to this one. Like I say, that PLR car has been flying from the start and is very much on the hunt for cars there. So yeah, doing very well there. As I say, these two, even though there has been nudging at the back of, nibbling away at the back of that Aston Martin, both of them have managed to drag up behind this Mustang. So this Mustang's now very much under fire. Oh, that was a big brave dive. There's a little bit of a hip check from the PLR car as they go through on the on that Manfair TRM car. So doing very, very well there to keep that out of too much trouble. They were thoroughly alongside, I will give them that. But Manfred did have to turn in at some point on that car, so a bit of an interesting one. If that goes to the stewards, then I'm sure they will have a look at that one. But that is the PLR car of Vink through into a 18th place and hunting down Falkenberg like there is no tomorrow, as that is one of the MME cars, the MME Ferrari. That Ferrari looks like it might have a little bit of damage on the front end. Let's have a look, see what we can see. Yeah, it looks like its bonnet's just a little bit open there. That's a car that's been in the wars. Possibly lost the back end and just ended up bouncing it off the wall a little bit. It's not going to be doing too much damage, but then the back end of that car as well has got some damage. So, both ends of that car have been in the wars. Didn't see what happened to it, but yeah, it's not having a fun time. The Bentley that was in trouble early on has managed to make their way back up to 28th place. They are a lap down on the cars in front, so they still have an entire lap to make up on the 456 Mustang, which is looking like it's... yeah, that's the kind of front end that you see on a car with an advert like, never been raced or rallied, one careful lady owner. Yeah. Those that remember adverts like that, I'm sorry, I'm showing my age slightly there. But yes, that's looking rather second-hand, and probably not doing the front-end grip of that Mustang all that much good. It's definitely been in the wars. We'll see how that car progresses. But yeah, Eins in that VCR car, that's had some. That car tells a story already. But the Bentley is hunting that car down as fast as it can by the looks of things. Do feel a little bit sorry for them. They were doing pretty well. Manfred and Falkenberg. Vink has got past Falkenberg, which was an inevitability. Now Manfred is under fire from a number of cars. They tried to do something about Falkenberg, but that has left them big time under fire from Taskov. But they have Holzer in, who has been dropping back, does have that 10-second penalty hanging over them, but they are on the tail of that car, really trying to give it some and get past the Mustang now of Taskov. Taskov there. So the Vink going through this field has closed it up a little bit. Again, as we saw earlier on, Manfred possibly just being a little bit of a cork in the bottle. Had a decently strong qualifying, but has just dropped back a little bit across the course of this race. They are down 7 places already. Vink is up 11 from where they started. So very well done there. Unfortunately, yeah, Manfred just dropping back a little bit over the course of this one. Puma in the Winwood car is on the tail of Haddock in the Hornet Motorsports McLaren. So that is a McLaren on Mercedes battle. I suppose I'm not focusing a huge amount on the leaders. The leaders have run away. That 76 car has just run away at the start and is staying there. They are 5.5. They're maintaining a 5.5 second gap to Paduano. Lee is a further 6.5 seconds back, and ours is another 7.8 seconds. And Borges 2.2 back. So that's the top 5 as it is. They're doing what they normally do, which is just to get out, get in clear air, and keep going, and then try and do this on strategy between each other. So yeah, Willamot down in 9th, and Nash Gadashvili in 10th. Nash Gadashvili is starting to look like they might be under fire from Chase Jones in that Noobs R Us car. Nash Gadashvili in the 470 pink and green Aston Martin. So yeah, Manfred Falkenberg looking like they're starting to struggle now with that Mustang in the latter stages of this first stint. They are a little bit under fire from Manfred. Manfred was looking like the cork in the bottle. I'm wondering if it is Falkenberg now. Whether that Mustang has done Mustang muscle car things that we know it can do, and just started to chew its rears up a little bit more, get a little bit sideways, and now they just can't quite get the power down. They have to turn the traction control, etc. up to just make the car survive through to the end of this stint in the wet conditions. It's not looking like, I hate to say this, it's not looking like it's going to improve. Oops. Yeah, it's not looking like it's going to improve in the next, over the course of the next half of the stint. The end of this stint towards the start of, through to the first quarter of the next stint. So that will be an interesting one. Obviously, fresh tyres, fresh fuel for everybody. That's going to be good. Vink, fastest personal best last time by with a 51.360. That is half a second faster than Wilson in front, and they are 5 seconds back from that car. That 69 car. Falkenberg. Ooh! That was an interesting one. What happened there? Through the bus stop. Aston really good through the bus stop. Is right underneath the Mustang and rear wing, and just drives through them. What are you doing? I think there might have been a bit of frustration there. Yeah. Behave, people. You've still got 7 hours, 11 minutes to go. Manfair had been staring at the back of that Mustang for quite a little while now. That has obviously got them through and has where's that all settled out to? Where is Falkenberg? Falkenberg is there. The 950 NER Endurance Team car. That's a little bit unfortunate. Humour and in that Winwood car managing to get past Paddock in that one. McLaren running a little bit wide on the exit of that corner. I think they ended up being had the McLaren up the Mercedes up the inside and couldn't really do a huge amount about it. Holzer is right on the tail of the 41 Tarzgov car. That is Ragnation up against the Team Moore. For Porsche having the drive and the traction to try going around the outside, clonks the barrier really hard. That has put Manfair right in the tail of this battle. Actually, having cleared the 9... Cleared is probably quite an apt description for that one. The 950 Mustang out of the way has now got right up under the rear wing of these two cars. Looks like that car is a much happier car on low fuel than it is on high fuel. So we will see what happens with that Aston coming up. It's going to have picked up a bit of damage to that front splitter. So the Aston doesn't have a huge amount of front aero, but it needs all it can get. So it's not going to have made a huge amount of difference to it, but it's not going to be happy, especially now that it's right under the rear wing of that Porsche, which is going to leave quite the wake. The rear wing on that thing is huge. Something no diffuser and an engine in the way. So yeah, that is that, and obviously that Holzer car now has to be aware of this Aston Martin whilst it's trying to keep up with the Mustang. The Mustang is starting to make a little bit of a break because the Aston is hounding that Porsche at the latter part of this stint. So again, we're seeing different cars do different things. This car, the Manfair car, started falling back through the order early on in the stint, but has now started to make that ground back up as the fuel has burnt off. Ooh, does the same thing again. Gets a little bit checked up with the Porsche on the brakes. You don't want to do that. You're going to get so you're going to wind up the stewards something chronic doing stuff like this. You are going to be in trouble. It's as simple as that. It will go. I'm sure both of these incidents will go to the stewards, and they will be looked at. That's not how you get past people. We know here at Toga we do our best to try and pride ourselves on the driving standards. This is not what we hold people to. We hold people normally to a much higher standard of driving than we are seeing here from this car. So Moving on, Wilson is right on the tail of Cox in the Ferrari. Let's see what this battle brings. Everybody else is kind of just stretched out a little bit over the course of the stints. I say that Simmons and Rowland are also trying to occupy the same bit of track, with Rowland having a bit of a rough one on the exit, holds the inside. Oof! Porsche gets a little bit checked up and just clips the back of the McLaren. No harm done to either car by the looks of things. The Porsche is actually lost out because of that one. But this Wilson-Cox battle, a couple of corners back from there, and is also hotting up. Chase Jones and Nash Kadashvili is another one that's going on, and looks like Nash Kadashvili has got to keep an eye out for disaster. That, again, a bit like the Porsche, the Lambo has the speed through the corners, and you can see that as it just closes up through the bus stop there. And Nash actually getting all sorts of shades of wonky over the curbs there, manages to fend off the Lambo on the downhill right-hander, but is not looking comfortable with that Lambo behind. Looking like they might be getting a little flustered, starting to overdrive a little bit. But the Lambo not quite anywhere to be able to capitalise. Having said that, the Aston runs deep into the toe of the boot there, and again it's got enough grunt on the exit that it can just punch up and out of that corner better than the Lambo can. So we shall see how this goes on. Simmons and Rowland is still going on. Simmons right on the back of Rowland there, coming through here. Can't quite make anything work through the toe either. There's a couple of lights. Ooh, Porsche gets a bit squirrely, manages to hold on to it. Coming up out of there. That's what I was saying earlier, is you can't get on the power quite as early as you think, because the car's being dragged backwards by gravity as you come up there. Doesn't really do it justice. If we get a chance to see a battle, I will go on board through that at some point during the race, and you'll see just how steep that section is. It's really tough to get on the power. If you get on too early, rear tyres light up in basically anything, and you're a bit of a passenger, quite frankly. Wilson has just dropped off the tail of Cox a couple of tenths now. Obviously trying to make something happen, but can't quite manage it. You go for a move and it doesn't you can't pull it off. You will lose a little bit of time. Simmons side by side down the pit straight into turn one. Simmons up the inside, has the drive off the corner. Fantastic on the tight line on the exit there, but can just get the power down in that Porsche, and they are through and away. You see the difference, over half a second the gap straight away from Rebellion Autosport MCR car there in the McLaren. So yeah, very well done to Simmons. Car 100 in that turn one team's car. Nash Kadashvili and Chase Jones battle. Again, Nash Kadashvili runs it in deep but can get on the power, straightens up that exit, whereas Jones is just keeping it in tucked in tight and carrying the mid-corner speed, but the Aston's just got the grunt in a straight line. It can just pull away to the tube and just pull tenths of a second every few meters. However, these two battling is... Oh no, that's a... Which car is that? That's a McLaren that is way up the grid, that is coming up to lap these two cars. So that's going to be an interesting one for Chase Jones. Can Jones use this as an opportunity to get past with 7 minutes 4 to go? They are bailing for an early pit stop with that car. They are trying to get out and get into some clear air with some fresh tyres with that car. I wonder whether with the formation lap, whether they didn't put quite as much fuel in the car as they possibly should have done, and they are opting to bail for the pits. Now we also have, which car is that? That is Sal Weisman's for Toga Motorsport. It's also in the pits, evidently trying to get some clear air and get a bit of an overcut with the tyres. That car's been stopped 50 seconds. That may have been some damage on that car. Yes, indeed. I think the front end of that car has seen some action, unfortunately. So that will be there. So Chase Jones, 13-second stop. This is an important one. Let's see what these cars have on their first pit stops. Who can do what, where 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, down and away. About as good as you can get. As we see Haddock and Rompend, Sander Rompend in for the MME car as well. Both those two are in the pits for their stops. So we're seeing some slightly earlier pit stops than what we would otherwise notice. Daryl, good afternoon from the stewards room. Good afternoon. I hope your crayons are nicely sharpened. So yes, indeed. Hope all is going well. Didn't look like too hectic of a first half an hour. There's definitely been a few things going on. Ooh, the MME car, that's been stopped a little while now. As has the Haddock car, has been stopped a chunk of time as well. So that is evidently a stop for some damage with that car. Who else is out there? Like I say, that is Oscar car now in their car, in that Lambo. We have Nashka Dashfully is in the pits as well. So this is one of our battles that we had going on. So Oscar, where is Oscar car on track? Oscar car is coming out coming into the last couple of corners. Nashka Dashfully is 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, still not down and away. 6, 7, 8, 9, 40 seconds. There goes Oscar car. So they have managed to make that go. Did Nashka actually had a penalty, didn't they? So they were going to be stopped 43 seconds. Yeah, they had a 10-second penalty to serve, didn't they? So that's going to be a car that has. That's where they have dropped back. Evidently, the Noobs R Us crew, knowing that was the case, has opted to make that jump and pit earlier and get back undercut them well and truly there. So, still don't have any takers further up the grid, but that was our first beginnings of pit stops for a few cars. Yeah, Noobs R Us opting to go for an early one. Obviously, if they were struggling with tyres and or fuel at the end of that, then they may have had to. We have Roland, Wilson and Cox battle is still raging on. As I say, I believe it's a 65-minute stint timer, so they will be looking to probably maximise the amount of time. Having said that, if you're quicker, it might be worth swapping out to try and again make that jump by having a quicker outlap than the cars around you. These three are all nose to tail with that Ferrari going in a little bit loose, a little bit wide through turn 3 there, and they've gone defensive on the inside early, but I think, yeah, the McLaren's just got the brakes on the outside and able to carry the speed through that one, and they cannot hang on to that. So that is Cox down a place and now hunting down Roland. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. We have the Humour Manfair battle. I say Manfair's been getting a lot of screen time. Yeah, a little bit. Some of it for all the wrong reasons. As we have a number of pit stops. We have Diesel jumping into the Marley Diesel. That's an interesting name. Jumping into the Hornet Motorsports McLaren. Jeremy Beaton for the MME car is in. Bittencourt is in for the P1 Racing Endurance car after their pit stop. That is the Bentley. Now, the Bentley is out of sequence. They're 55 minutes into a stint, whereas everybody else is in on the hour or so mark, because of that second lap incident through the bus stop. Bittencourt has a 30-second stop go. That's whether that was on the way in from your previous driver or on the way out from yourself. You've got yourself in a little bit of trouble there with the automatic stewards for that one. So you're going to have to serve that one in the next 3 laps, and that is a stop go 30. Yeah, that's not going to help you. As per usual with all these races, it is keep out of the pits and keep out of trouble. Is a good option in general. Otherwise, we're seeing pretty good pit stops. There was a drive-through for Stephen Fass in the Toga Motorsport car there, so that was a 30-second transit time line to line. Yeah, that's everybody up the top. Stint time wise, hour and 2 or so for everybody else now. So we'll see who bails when. Hour and 2, you can get another one in, but you're going to start pushing because you're going to be an hour and 3 crossing the line. Plus, you've got an hour and 5, and it's almost 2 minutes a lap. So you're probably going to want to pit this lap or the next one, as we see one of the G League. That is ours for the G League esports car, as is Bourget's and Adamu for the Vesta Sport car as well. So the 2 G League cars are in. Adamu, Felipe. We're seeing wholesale pit stops as expected. Hackey is in. Willamot is in. Are we going to see the Audi possibly? Yeah, I mean, anybody now is going to have to pit on this lap because they are going to run out of time. They are over that 3 minutes mark, hour and 3 minute marker. So that is going to have to be a pit stop for basically everybody else who hasn't stopped. That is Simmons coming in, Roland, Wilson, Cox, Venk, Tarskov will have to come in. 950 for TNER Endurance, Falkenberg is going to have to be in. Yeah, this basically everybody back to Humour is going to have to pit now, and the leaders will be pitting at the end of this lap because they will be very tight on time. 4 minutes 20. Ooh. Well, they're going to be fine because they're 4 minutes 20. They're going to be at 4.5 minutes, so they are a little tight. So they're going to be fine. Paduano's just coming in now, a few seconds behind. And 41, they should be clear, but that's going to be tight for Lee in that BF Racing Ferrari, and they are in and across the line. 1 hour, 4 minutes 51 seconds. They crossed the line 10 seconds behind Paduano in second place. So you don't really want to be running it too much tighter than that. That was 9 seconds to spare on the clock. It's not the tightest that we have seen, but it's definitely tight enough to be starting to get a little concerned. On that one, any mistakes, any hang-ups on that in-lap would have resulted in a problem. Manfair has a drive-through for something. I'm assuming that is track limits in that car, because that is a it's 21st on there. I'm assuming that is going to be track limits related. So that's fine, they're going to have fun dealing with that. Yeah, everything is still running, that's cool. Sorry, I'm just periodically checking back. I think we should be all good. Boatley is all the way in and tying. I don't quite know what that means. I'm assuming that was an issue earlier on. Speaking of the Boatley, here it is. Up to 24th after all those pit stops. Obviously, it still has a pit stop to make. Where is it? There it is. They've just ticked over the hour mark now, so they've got probably 2 to 3 laps before they will have to pit. In that car. So everything settling down and organising itself there. Zehina is still out in front with a 5-second lead. That gap has come down a little bit. Maybe a little bit of outlap traffic for that car. 9 seconds back from Pad 10 is Ramine now in the BF racing car. So that is the top 3. As we have got through the hour, let's run through. Ooh, Roland doing a fantastic job of getting past a couple of cars. Lopez and Connell in the McLaren now for JP Motorsports. The McLaren managing to make 2 places up there, evidently with a mistake from the Audi, and that stacked up the McLaren as well, and the Ferrari was able to get through. Again, Alskan with the Picasso Motorsport car is in behind. Vink in 17th and is still charging. That car doing a double stint. Driver doing a double stint there. Is 0.4 back now from 16th place on track here. So yeah, doing very, very well there. Connell is right on the tail of that Audi, but that Audi, they have. Who is that? That's a Ferrari. Which is that? 75? No. Which Ferrari is that? Is that back marker Ferrari 27? It is. It's Steven the Fast Pagasi Motorsport. That car with a chunk of front end damage, trying to make up for, trying to unlap itself on these cars in front. So that's that one. Vink is really closing up on the back of 725, as is Connell. Roland has made good their escape well and truly on that Audi. Is 2.4 seconds up as they are coming through the last corner and onto the pit straight. So that Audi... no, sorry, not 2.4. They're 2.6 back from Jens Lebeau in the 100 Porsche. They are 2 seconds up the road from the Audi and Connell. Then McConnell, as the Audi runs really wide through there, managed to get it back on track, doesn't manage to collect the JP car in the process. That is good. That is the Bentley in for its scheduled stop. 1 hour, 2 minutes, 34. That is its second stop. Obviously, we saw 4 damage. That is the 950 car. What is up with the 950 car? That has been in the pits for 2 minutes, 27. That was a lot of damage to fix for that car. So that Bentley is, what can it do as it's in the pits? It is 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's another long stop for that Bentley. That's not what they needed. Down and away for that car. That was a 44-second stop, so another extended stop, but they are still in 26th place, so they have actually made up some places with all of that. Come out next to the 87 Oscar car, Noobs R Us car there, so doing reasonably well. Oscar, that car still is sat where it qualified. It's after the first round of pit stops. It is sat in 10th and it started in 10th, so very nicely on that. Yeah, as we are clear of all of the first round of pit stops, it is Zihner from Paduano, from Ramine, from Hours, from Borges, from Roberto Relich has taken over the Vesta Sport car. Felipe for Vacuum Racing is still down there in 7th. Chris Southcott for Stone Cold Racing is in that McLaren. Alessandro Marcelli for Project 91 is now in their car. As we saw, Oscar car is in the 87 Lamborghini. Nash Knashvili in 11th, still in that Aston pink and green Aston Martin. Jens Lebeau has taken over car 100. Roland in the Rebellion Autosport MCR car. McConnell for JP Motorsport now in the car. Kieran Lopez for VHAM Racing. has taken over that car. Gear Askelin is in for Pagani Motorsport. Vink is still in that PLR car. Karchinov is now in the Team Mustang. Kevin Rowlands is in the Winwood. That's not going to be confusing later on. Is in the 57 car there. Joe Hayes Sr. is in the Ragnation Porsche. Michel Tarone is now in the TRM racing car. Stephen Fass is in the Pagani Motorsport car. VCR is still driven by Eins in that Mustang. Jeremy Beaton, MME Motorsport Mercedes, is in 24th. Marley Diesel is in for Hornet Motorsports. Stefan Harmon is in the Bentley. Bittencourt is in for the P1 Racing Endurance car. Falkenberg is still in the 950 for NER Endurance. MME Ferrari is Ruben Berkema, which rounds out to the last spot on the grid. All 29 cars are still running after the first almost hour and a quarter. Wonderful. Vic is in the pits. Why are you in the pits? This has been a long stop. What happened to you? Ooh, big snap of oversteer. And hard into the barrier. Ooh. Ooh, that's not what they needed. Big snap of oversteer and just eats the barrier. Didn't slow. Ooh, I don't know if that was a system issue or what that was, but that suddenly, yeah, they were well up on the grid there to doing very well on that one and have just eaten war hard. Oh, that's not all that car needed. That's going to be a long stop. That was an RTG as well, so yeah, that's going to be a long stop for that car, which is a shame because that was, like I say, that was being a silent assassin. It was flying up through the grid, and it's going to have all of that work to do again as it drops down through the grid. It's going to jump in a second to wherever they are. 1 minute 40 stops so far. They are down in 21st already. That has not been the way they wanted to make that one happen. Yeah, Zintner start there. Roberto is up and catching on the tail of Borges now in the G-League car. The G-League cars are actually swapped back through those pit stops, through that pit stop cycle. So it is now hours from Borges, 7 from 8, which is a nice way round from to be. But yeah, Marcelli though is going to have a problem with Ozkakar. Ozkakar is tearing up behind that McLaren and is looking for a potential way past very shortly. So we shall see what happens here. We'll stay on board with this one, as that's about the closest battle on grid. Vink has dropped to 25th now after that instance, still not out of the pits. They have been stopped for 3 minutes almost with that car, as Ozkakar looking for a way around. And McLaren gets a little bit of a twitch as he goes up onto the curb. I think they managed to, if they did brush the wall, it was only just. But again, it's just the straight line speed of everything else compared to the Lambo. Just has to get on the brakes a little bit earlier. Possibly not quite as brave as they could have been through turn 1. But again, there's still 6 hours, 43 minutes, 50 seconds to go in this race. So, don't want to do anything dumb that could put you out now. So taking it a touch easier, maybe taking a few more corners to get past somebody, isn't a worst thing going. Vink is 3 minutes 40 odd. I don't know whether that car's going to come back out or not. It's going to be, I think it's down, but I don't know if it's left. It looks like it's had the damage fixed. Yeah, it looks like it's had the damage fixed. It just hasn't got off the road as of yet, which is a real shame for that car. We'll jump back to this. Ooh, Oscar car has managed to get past. That's a cracking shot. Again, that was looking fairly, very much a case of more of a when than an if with that car. So has managed to make that work and is past and away from that one. Is going to be hunting down Southcott now in the 316 Stone Cold Racing car. Vesta Sport Roberto Rebic is on the tail of Fabien Bourges in the G League car. There is Ferrari on Ferrari, so this is down to who's got what in the way of setup. Who's been trimmed out for speed, who's been trimmed up for cornering ability with that car. Both of them looking pretty even. Again, it gets a bit tricky, especially with the with the way everything is. I'm beginning to wonder whether that car had I'm wondering whether that Vink car had a bit more of a technical issue than it looked, because that seemed to suddenly, it snapped and then it seemed to just suddenly go straight on. So I hope the driver is okay. It was a big snap, and if you're on a direct drive wheel, that would have been a big kick to your hand. So hopefully no damage done there with that one. Askelon, I'm going to hope that's right, is starting to close in on the back of Lopez in the Audi. Roland is starting to possibly begin to trouble the back of Jens Lebu in the Porsche. So that is the Rebellion MCR car on the Turn 1 car. I thought it was. My brain just wouldn't let me remember that properly. The two Ferraris of G League and Vesta Sport are just towing each other along for that one. So very well, they're just under each other's bumper. The gap coming down by maybe a tenth or so a lap. So it's not a big difference. Last time by for each of those cars, Bourges was 151.372. Rebici was 151.242. However, Felipe in the McLaren behind 150.837, so significantly quicker there than the two cars in front. So is clearly looking to try and close down that gap as these two are getting tighter and tighter over the course of that. We can see where the two cars are stronger, as I say, running in the toe, especially across the top of through the S's and up across the back section of the circuit. Ooh, bit of a hip check there from Rebici on the way down through the ankle and through the ankle of the boot. There, comes up, gets a little bit of a slide on and gives Bourges a bit of a hip check there. Bourges trying to fight back round the outside, has got it done. It looks like Rebici has let them go back past. Very nicely done, very well done. That's what we like to see from our drivers here at Toga. Very nicely done, realising they gained a bit of an advantage from making contact, so let them back past. Very polite driving, and that means they have that all to do again. But evidently we can see that the times and the speeds are much faster from Rebici anyway than Bourges. So again, I feel like this is more of a when than an if, providing Rebici has got the front tyres to be hanging on to be able to do this. The Ferrari being quite reliant on its front aero, so it's going to use a lot of it it's going to lose a chunk of its aero being right under the rear wing of that the other Ferrari. That was one of the MME. That was the MME Mercedes. Where is that one? Is Bitten? Yeah, Bitten is. How did you get there? Is the first question. Oh, bit brave on the way in, back end let go, and I think just struggling to get that car restarted. And yeah, that's the two G League. I don't understand. Replay, I get the livery. And when I actually go to the car, I don't. I don't understand. I don't understand. So, yeah, that car... Oh, that car's returned to the garage. Ooh, that's an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on that one and see what happens. That is Bitten. Alsken is now on the tail of the Audi. No, it's just the angle of the track. I was going to say, does the rear one on that Audi look a little bit jaunty? But no, it wouldn't be able to get through that corner nearly as well. Yeah, so that is that one. We have a penalty applied for students in between cars 77 and 72. Reckless driving, 22nd reason. Car 77 punts car 72 into pit lane, giving them a stop go 30. Influence customer will get stop go 30 in return, balancing as a balancing act. Okay, so that was a stop go 30. That was what that. There was a stop go 30. Will be applied very shortly to car 77. That. That is that why they've stopped? I don't know. Either way, that car is in the pits. So yeah, Alsken and Lopez are there. That's how they're doing. Nashville and Marcelli are there. Indeed, Jens. Ooh, Porsche doing Porsche things in the wet. How did you end up there? Gets on the gas. I think they ran a little bit over the curb on the inside. He tries to get on the gas, and that is game over for that 100 Porsche of Jens Lebu. Managed to get it going. Managed to avoid all damage. They have dropped back behind the Ferrari-Audi battle as well, so that's cost him a big chunk of time. As I say, Nashville is just trying to stay on the tail of Marcelli there in the McLaren, the two G-League and Vesta Sport cars are nose to tail still. Nashville actually getting right under the rear wing of Marcelli there in the 91. What we will do is go on. I said I'd do this earlier on. You can see just how steep this corner is. As Marcelli, Nashville tries to run it in deep around the outside. Can't quite make it done, but yeah, you can see how steep that corner is. Trying to get on the gas too early will result in lighting the rear tyres up well and truly, as that is a back marker there, letting these two cars go. Very nicely done in an area where there's plenty of space to let them past. Just runs out wide, lets them go through on the inside unimpeded. Big 4 litre, it's actually a Mercedes V8 in this Aston Martin. It's the 4 litre Mercedes V8 for this one. Same engine actually as is in the McLaren. The McLaren gets a lot less done to it. The Aston engine gets basically stripped and rebuilt by Aston Martin and has a few tweaks made to it, meaning it actually revs significantly lower than the engine would normally. So yeah, that's interesting. I can't go into too much. I'm chatting to somebody at Aston Martin at one point about that. So yeah, that engine gets a lot of work done to it. The road car engine also gets a lot of work done to it by Aston Martin themselves to make it do what we want. As they are, Nashville is right under the rear wing. You can see the straight line speed of both these cars. McLaren just managed to hang on, not quite as comfortable on the exit. They've carried a bit more speed in, but was a little bit slower on the exit. This puts Nashville right under the rear wing of Marcelli. Nashville goes for a big dive on the inside, managed to get it, just about gets it stopped. Has the Aston got the grunt? No, can't quite make it happen. They are side by side into the toe. Marcelli's on the outside. You can see just how much that hurts the mid-engine cars being out that wide. The Aston's just got the mid-corner grip and go with that car and is able to carry speed and is through and away. Can Marcelli do anything? We'll follow these two on from here. But it does not look like there's much that Marcelli can do. it did look like Nash Fleet was a little bit faster, as 725 is in the pits. Ooh, not sure what that's all about. Jens Lebu is on the back of Lopez as well. Yeah, Marcelli just dropping back now onto that one. Let's have a quick watch. We've got the two Van Group cars. We have Audi and Porsche up against each other, and that is going to be who can do what through here. Going through turn 1. No, that's not turn 1. That's the heel of the boot. There we go. Get there eventually. And I do know the circuit surprisingly well to drive. I just don't always recognise it all that well from this angle. So there we go. Porsche is, again, it's good through these later stages. The Audi just having to check up a little bit more. Porsche being very comfortable, looks very comfortable through here. Flat 6, 4.2 litre engine in the back of this Porsche. It is an absolute joy of an engine. Revving to about 9 and a bit grand. And it's, yeah, 4.2 litres is about as much as they can bore out. The Audi gets a big wiggle on out the first corner. Porsche has got the drive. Can't hold it around the outside on the X through turn 2 and lose it out through turn 3. Again, there's a little bit of camber that just holds the car in nicely on the inside of turn 2, but it flattens out quite a bit on the if you run wide and you can't quite carry the speed. There's a few places like this. Again, this is a track that is a road course for NASCARs as well, so they do try and put as much banking on some of these corners as is reasonable to help those big old American muscle cars, quite frankly, do their thing. So again, you see it through here. Online, there's a nice bit of camber. It allows you to carry a lot more speed, but it does hinder you if you are offline. Porsche just all over the back of this Audi. Getting a really good look. Let's jump to the Audi and look through the rear wing of that Audi. Again, 5.2 litre V10. Two normally aspirated monsters. The Porsche goes around the outside into the next corner, but can't quite make it done. Has to back out. I say back out, they haven't really. They are up the inside again. Has the Porsche made it stick? Yes, they have. That Porsche is through and away again. There's a big crash as you come through the middle of that corner and manage to hold the Audi out wide and just make that one work. So very well done there from the Audi, from the Porsche, just nudging that door open. And I think that Porsche is significantly quicker than the Audi that it's racing. So that will be a well gone and away. As the Porsche gets a wiggle on, same way as the Audi did, cannot gather it up quite as well as the Audi did, and that is the Audi back through now for the through against the Porsche. They have, okay, just to give you an idea on pace, that car that is in the black and yellow Aston Martin, that is the black and yellow Aston Martin of Zahintner. Car 76, that is our current leader, and they are coming with an hour and a half gone on this race. They are lapping 13th and 14th. So that has dropped that's dropped the Porsche back quite a bit on the back of the Audi. The Audi is going to have to let the Mercedes let the Aston through as well, so that should largely redress the balance. Now we do run GT rulings for GT rules for blue flag, so it's a blue and orange flag essentially. So as look, you don't have to let them pass until they are within 0.4 of a second, which they are clearly now. And then other than up to that point, it is just hold your line and carry and be predictable. So once they are inside 0.4 or closer, then you are expected to move out of the way when it is safe to do so. So as we saw, the Audi just getting out of the way, getting out of the throttle, getting on the inside between the ankle of the boot, the inside ankle of the boot, and the last couple of corners from the penultimate corner. So both cars both cars getting set up on that curb, clearly pushing very, very hard. Both getting set up on that curb and will be running through there, getting a little bit of a wiggle on. The Audi, as a result, getting a bit of a wiggle on is, that's some interesting defence down through the backstretch there, and through there to keep that one going. I was hoping we might have a Mac at some point. It was due to join us at some point. Similarly, there was going to be a Barry, but like I say, they're both racing at Alton at the moment, so they may have got caught up with everything that's going on there, and whatever carnage is ensuing with that one. So, yeah, I believe there's a couple of the academy drivers out. Haynes Senior has a drive-through. I'm assuming that is for track limits in that Rag Nation Endurance Porsche. So, well done there, managing to get yourself a drive-through. I mean, it's not hard, but it's not easy at this track because where there is runoff to use, you tend to use quite a lot of it. A lot of the track has, as you can see, Armco and grass close by, but where there is needed to be runoff area, it is very much there and is often used. So yeah, picking up a drive-through for that one. Jens is still on the tail of his Audi. The Audi putting up a stout defence. The Porsche went for a hell of a dive there. Yeah, that one wasn't going to work. That is the Sky Sim Sports car is now coming up to lap these two cars as well. So the Aston being so much quicker down the straight line, they should just be able to barely breathe off the throttle and let the Aston go through. There you see, there it goes. Good evening, Possum. Good evening, good afternoon, Possum. Extremely tough so far. Conditions are not ideal for us. Yeah, it doesn't look exactly fun. Running a low downforce in the McLaren and in the wet round here is going to be an exciting setup. I hate to say it, and I'm sure you can see this as well, the conditions aren't due to get any better. So, yeah, as we see, Haynes Senior is in to serve that drive-through. That won't reset your stint time in this, so that's how it will work. For that, we have Lopez and Lebu. Lebu has got past Lopez. Question is, will they do what they did previously and throw it all away? Haynes Senior is down and away is on the way out of the pits. And here's, that looks like a bit of a battle coming out of the pits, and that is Tyrone, Michelle, Tyrone. I apologise, I am completely butchering names there, for TRM in that 48 TRM racing car. Those two are going to now be battling, courtesy of the drive-through for Haynes Senior. Lopez is just dropping off the back of Lebu, which is, to be honest, what I was expecting to see earlier on. Is what I was expecting to see earlier on, so that's what it is. It looks like, yeah, Zehner is just holding very nicely. Hello Barry, you're going to be joining in a second. No worries, I know you've been racing, so don't panic too much about coming in. Get Barry joining in shortly, so yeah, he's been racing out elsewhere. Similarly, if there's anybody listening and watching in from the from elsewhere, from any of the teams or anything that does want to come and have a chat, drop us a at commentary tag in general, and I will check if you at the commentary commentator or senior commentator, I will pick that up in general, and I will grab you from the waiting room and come and say hello. So do feel free. That is spectacular, Mr. Senior. Well done. You have managed to give yourself a stop-go 30. I don't know the reasoning you've managed to do that. Was that on the way? No, it can't have been on the way out of the pits. There's nothing in endurance penalties for it. There's nothing in endurance penalties about it. But you've managed to give yourself a stop-go 30, so very well done there. Sorry, car 48, stewards, for instance, between car 48 and 79, penalty, minor contact, position gain, punt / push to pass, 10 second, reason car 48 drives into rear of car 79, 48, oh, that's that, yes, car 48 is the one we saw, having some interesting, an interesting time passing a few people. Yeah, so that was 48 being pinged for one of their interesting incidents, getting past some people there. So that will be 10 seconds added to them very shortly. Is that 10 seconds? Yes, 10 seconds being added to them. So yeah, everything has kind of stretched out a bit. The MME Mercedes is hovering around a second and a half back from Falkenberg in the 950. Which one's 79? Which one's 79? Oh, 79, that is the... that would have been that incident that we saw with the Porsche, the Ragnation Porsche. Having some fun there. And yes, the penalty for the incident with 48 and 950. No attempts to take evasive actions. Position gains, DT, reason off. 48 drives through car 950 after contact. Yeah, that'll be the other incident that we saw, so that will be a penalty there. That's going to be quite a big chunk of penalties. So they've got 10 seconds on their pit stop, and they've got a drive-through coming for that car very shortly, as we see the Audi of Lopez has managed to pick up a drive-through as well. Car 35. That will be, again, that's a track limits issue for that car. So yeah, the Irish Yapper is due to arrive shortly in comms. As I say, I'm sure there's a joke there somewhere about the fact there is an Englishman, Irishman, and a Scotsman in the comms box in the commentary team. So, McConnell for JP Motorsport is closing in on the back of Roland again. So this has been a battle that's been going on and off. Car 69 and car 70 have been trading positions very respectfully. Not too much paint traded, in all honesty, from what we've seen between these two cars. So as we're getting into the meat of this stint, we're now over halfway through the second hour. Where did that go? As we're over halfway through the second hour, I'm going to keep an eye on this, but I'll run you through the top 10. We have Zahintner, Paduano, Ramine, Hours, Rabici, Borges, Felipe, Southcott, Ozkakar, and Nashka Dashley round out your top 10. So that is Aston from Ferrari, from Aston, from Ferrari, from Ferrari, from McLaren, from Lambo, from Aston. There's a bit of a theme here. Going on. So yeah, that will be... Hello, is that Mr. Irish Yapper himself?
It is indeed, yes. The Irish Yapper has come to join.
Good.
Sorry, a little later than planned.
No, it's absolutely fine. You have been... I am assuming Alton is about as much carnage as can be expected.
Oh yeah, it's well Alton, so in multi-class, so it's our carnage.
Oh, wonderful. I kind of wish I had that stream on, but if I do, I'm going to lose, like, the stream here will die.
Yeah.
Mega lineup running today. Evening Possum, that is Mr. Wilson, I believe it is. Got mega lineup running today so far down the field. Kind of crazy. Hopefully we can try and pass Roland. It doesn't get like last time. I don't know who caught on stream, but big moment through the bus stop. Ooh, yeah. I don't think we saw that one. As we were seeing, yeah, we're seeing some of the a few things being picked up here. Tyrone has picked up their 10-second penalty. Lopez in 35 has a stop-go 30. Not sure what that's all for. I'm guessing that is we've got a couple of drive-throughs going to come on. Nash Ashley and Marcelli. So that is for 9th, 10th and 11th. Both have drive-throughs. Nash Ashley has served theirs. Stop-go 30 for Lopez. I'm assuming there's a bunch of track limits that have come through. But yeah, McConnell, and we're just following this battle with McConnell and Roland, car 70 from 69.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just getting up to speed. What's been going on?
Well, it's wet. It's looking like it's going to continue being wet.
Nice.
And the leader is putting a lap on 13th.
Damn.
And we're about 3/4 of the way through the second hour.
Oh, that's the Sim RT guy. They are ridiculously fast.
Yeah, the Sim RC crew is... The Sim RC crew, similarly, the Sky Sim Sports team, the two Aston Martins at the front are... They're managing a 5.5, 5.75 second gap between each of those two. Between those two, and then it is 17, nearly 18 seconds back to Ramune.
Mad. Yeah, the strength of field looks absolutely nuts in this race.
Yeah, as we have kind of got to know and love with this series, is the strength of field all the way through so far has been seriously strong.
Yeah. Oh, Marcelli is in the pits for Project 91. He's got a drive-through to serve.
Yeah, that'll be their drive-through they picked up. Nash actually had one they served a lap or so ago, so I'm assuming that will redress those two back the other way. Lopez is in for this go 30, I presume, and Tyrone has had their drive-through added for their interesting choice of overtaking manoeuvre.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just getting my head out of Alton Brain and into Watkins Glen.
I mean, equally challenging tracks for very different reasons.
Oh, 100%. Look, as we were running 4 cars, including 2 academy cars, so trying to help them as well as our own car.
Oh, nice. So...
using what little brain power I've already got today, trying to do that.
Oh, dear.
But no, it's all good, we're getting there. Hey, look. Oh man, gee, 8 hours of wet. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's looking like. If it's
Yeah,
wet for the entire
hopefully-
8 hours, I feel bad for you. But
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't end up as 8 hours of wet, but... Yeah.
Yeah, the Aston Martin it just parts the Red Sea type stuff when it's in the wet. It's like
Yeah, it really is a car that... I mean, the track is a front-engine track to start with.
Yeah.
I think the Aston might also have... it's only... Hang on, no, the Aston's up 18 kilos.
Yeah.
From normal, so... And that's a car that doesn't normally like its ballast. But then it is this track's always been a bit friendly to front-engine cars. Having said that, it's surprising not to see things like the Aston, the Mustang further up, because I thought that would be a track. This would be a track that would be quite happy with this one. McConnell has dropped off the tail of Roland a little bit. I was saying about one point something. Oh yeah, he got 35. Where's 35? Oh, 35 is Lopez trying to unlap themselves. You have company with... Oh, okay, fair enough. Felipe is just starting to catch on to the tail of Borges in the G-League car as well. Tyrone's going to need to serve that drive-through shortly. I think they might be on their last lap for that.
I think they might be as well, because I've seen that for this is at least the second lap I've seen it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're running 51s. I can tell you what the Audi is running. Give me a second. The Audi is 51.5. Is its fastest lap. Oh, it had a pit stop. That's why it's where it's ended up catching up with you. You're in the middle of it. Its last time by was 2:44, so it had a pit stop. But yeah, 51.577 is their fastest lap.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the look race, just for context, is a 50.2 by the Aston and P1. So yeah, they are running really fast laps.
Yeah, 50. The top two, their fastest laps. I mean, the top 3, 4, 6, 7, top 7 are all under 151.
Yeah.
As is ninth with Oscar Car is a 150.995. Ooh! That was the Audi going round. I was not looking at the screen then. What happened there?
I'm not too sure. I was watching if Turin would go into the pits for his drive-through, and he has.
Ooh. Audi gets a little bit, lights the rears up, spins in front of 69, but 69 doesn't really have a huge amount it can do to get out of the way, and collects the back of the Audi. Nash Dashvili is in for 470. That seems early. Tyrone has picked up. Yeah, they overshot their drive-through. They might have served their drive-through, but they now have a stop-go 30.
Yeah, they did serve it. I watched them serve it, but he's got a stop-go because of it. Luke says the asses are cheating. Look, I think you just need to, get good, mate. That was.
Yeah, it does sound like it's a skill issue.
Ever since I beat him in the GT4 race. I'm only joking. Luke's a lot faster than I am. It was just pure luck that I won that race on, was it Monday, the GT4 race?
Was that, LFM GT4s?
It was SGTRL. They were doing the GT4 Championship. So I tagged in, halfway through. And I'm causing up a scene in the Camaro.
Nice.
And there was not even a reason why I picked it, just because why not?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad car. It's a proper grunt and go muscle car, but it's not bad.
It's kind of mid everywhere. It's not really that good. It's kind of mid everywhere, so it's kind of not really got any clear advantages. So, I don't know. I don't think it's that great, but it's not terrible, I suppose. It could be worse. It could be the Janetta.
Yeah, I mean, I love the car because you can lob it through corners at about 1,000,000 miles an hour compared to everybody else, but it has no top speed.
Yeah, it has absolutely none whatsoever. It's hilarious.
That is Tyrone in for their stop-go 30. They're 3 laps down. How is the Bentley's still down in 23rd? 166. That's a shame. They have not recovered quite as well as they'd hoped. Do we still have the PLR car? Where did that Aston go? Where is that Aston? Where are we down to 20? Oh, it looks like the Aston of PLR have dropped out. They were doing very, very well up until a big shunt going through the penultimate corner. Had a big twitch and then ended up going fairly unabated speed into the barrier. And had to return to the garage, so I'm hoping all the drivers are okay. Whoever was behind the wheel of that car is okay.
Yeah.
So
I've got the CRS stream on the back and in the background to just on my other monitor to see how the old race is going as well.
Fair enough. How are the Toga crew doing in that one?
So our car, Callum put it on pole.
Nice.
And then we dropped to P11, I think, by lap 2. We had a oopsie in the rain.
I mean, that's hardly surprising. It's Alton and wet.
Yeah, I think we're currently running 7th, and then I think Davide and the other and Hayden and Mac are like they're the top 10 somewhere. And then the 2 academy cars are 14th and 31st. They accidentally put their brake ducts they closed them too much, so they were cooking their brakes and tires.
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, they made a slight setup mistake, and then that's done them in.
Yeah, that's
But
not
they're
good.
gonna keep going.
Oh yeah, it's the
Still
sort of thing you
5
can
hours.
kind of manage, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, the track is dried up in Alton as well.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, so we'll actually get some dry running. Yeah, Callum is currently 8th and Davide is currently 10th in the 2 esports cars.
Nice. Nicely done.
We're both doing a good job.
We're just following the Felipe and Borges. Felipe is just closing in a little bit, just hovering around the 3/4 second mark on Borges. Just as a reminder of, probably don't want to make any mistakes because I will be on your rear bumper if you do. Kind of distance. Half a car length over like nice, nicely done.
Lovely stuff. Luke was bloody close in the GT4s, yeah.
Yeah.
The race I won, Luke was half a car length behind me on the line. It was that close.
Nice.
You were driving an Alpine, so that's why the extra half length you didn't catch up.
Yeah.
No, that was a fun race.
Good to hear. As I say, it's Felipe has managed to close in quite a bit. That McLaren is good. Seems to be good through the second sector. It's closed in a fair chunk on Felipe.
Yep.
So yeah.
McLaren is quite good through the especially sector 2 in this track.
Yeah,
It's
it's closed in. It's down to half a second. The gap's bit. I've been keeping an eye on the gap on the timing screens as well. It's doing okay.
Yeah. No, sector 2, because it's all medium speed corners, the McLaren just
Yeah.
sails through them.
Yeah, the McLaren. If you have enough downforce on your car.
Yeah, true. I would imagine most people are probably running high downforce packages.
I would
of
go with
raining.
high to medium if it's looking like it could be wet. So if you're running a bit of a higher setup, that's not too big of a deal.
Yeah. This McLaren is really holding onto the bumper of the Ferrari.
Yeah, it's doing pretty well. They're starting to get very much into the point in which the any straight line speed issues are going to be negated to some degree by tow. The obvious issue is going to be spray when you get up behind each other. At this point, it's not amazing, but it's not horrible. We'll flick onto the bonnet of the McLaren, so you can see what is going on here. It's not amazing, but it is not great.
Wow, that McLaren is sticking to that Ferrari through that.
Yeah,
that section.
it's able to hang on really, really well through these corners. So yeah, we're just keeping an eye on it. It's closing in on the Ferrari quite reasonably. We're getting towards the end of the stint, and we've seen a few cars struggle a little bit early on with higher fuel, but come good later on. So I'm wondering if that is possibly running the cars a little bit softer, so that rear is squatting a little bit more, and they're losing some front end aero with full tanks, and that's just coming back on across the stint as long as they've got the front tyres left to do so.
P5 is struggling. P6 and 7 are Borges is like a second.
They are
behind him now.
catching on Rubici, aren't they?
Yeah, he had a massive slide through the right-hander before the hill.
Ooh, not good.
Yeah, he's lost a bit. He must be struggling now at the end of the stint. Because
Yeah.
everyone's due to pit soon, aren't they?
We're 3 minutes into the end of this one. The 50 to 52 minutes. Humble in the 470 is 7 minutes into their stint, so they've gone way off schedule there. As is Alkerson in 725 is half an hour into their stint, and 15 minutes for Lopez. So there's a few interesting ones further down the grid. But yeah, most of the top sort of 15 or so are all about 52 minutes into their stint. Courtesy of where they were on the track, the leaders actually managed to gain a lap on the cars behind on the last stint. They were actually able to go a lap longer just because they were that much further around the track than the cars behind. I think everybody from about 4th was cleared to do an extra lap on the last stint. So
yeah. Oh, Luke's mentioned they went to a normal race setup after quality, thinking it would dry out.
oh
Yeah, I think that's maybe where you're losing a bit of time.
yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know what the ooh, that's a yellow flag. Who's that for?
I'm not sure, but they've got
Karchinov in the Mustang. That looks like the bonnet is not at the angle it's supposed to be at. What
Is that
happened to you?
Karchinov who was racing in our rookie season a couple of last season or the season before?
Possibly.
I think it was.
Really comment on. Ooh, dear. Oh, that was a big hit. Gets through the long right-hander after the bus stop. Drops the rears on the curb and just loops it. Long, lazy spin. Tries to catch it and then it just snaps back the other way and then goes sideways into the big pile of barrels on what would be the short chute to the that cuts off the boot. So yeah, bonk indeed.
Yeah. I've only noticed we've got a bootly.
There is a boatly. Unfortunately, it got collected lap 2 and had a very similar looking amount of damage to what the this Mustang has, and hasn't really managed to recover since.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Jens Lebeau in the 100 Porsche for turn 1 is half a second off the back of Marcelli. That Porsche again is coming good at the end of the stint. Towards the end of this stint.
The Porsche is really good at this track if you can manage your tires, because it will chew right through the rear tires if you can't keep it under control.
Yeah, I think everybody has kind of flattened their cars out a bit more, running a bit more aero in general, to just even them out a bit more. Car 470 picks up another. Has got 10 seconds for something. Not quite sure what that was, but they have a warning, racing incident warning, reason unsure. What is being reported? Fair enough. Karchinov is in the pits. That's going to be a long stop for them.
Yeah. No, the Porsche is really good around Watkins Glen. My first endurance race ever was actually a 6 hours of the Glen in a Porsche. That was a trial by fire and a half.
Indeed.
But the Porsche is really, really good around here. It just floats around the corners.
Yeah, it's very good through the corners. We are seeing about the only way it can keep up with anybody in a straight line, however, is being in the toe.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's just a Porsche moment.
Yeah, we know the feeling having. Ooh, that was a bit of a wiggle.
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little bit of a wiggle there. Gets a bit sideways. Through that one. A chance to force dry weather. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do that from here.
Any chance of dry weather, all we can tell you is it will not dry up at least in the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's about the best we can suggest right now. I would hope...
All we've got is the next 30 minutes, and that's it.
Yep. I would hope that it can dry out from about halfway through, and then you get a nice little 50-50 race.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I wonder if that Porsche, like you suggested, whilst it's doing okay, may have just started to overstep the mark. We've just gone through 6 hours to go on this one, so we'll run you down through the top 10, and we'll run you through the full grid once everybody has pitted. So we are Zihina from Paduano, from Ramune, from Hours, from Rabici, from Borges, from Felipe, from Southcott, from Oscar Kart, who is actually in the pits. Then they were one of the earlier to pit than the last one and falling down. Roland and McConnell now make up the top 10. So yeah, that Noobs R Us car took an early stop last time round, and they stopped 103.38 on this one, and have just left for theirs. Humble in this 470 car has got 10-second penalty. Pit lane entry exit, crossing pit lane entry exit lines. That's not a good idea. That's not entirely safe. You picked up a 10-second penalty for that one. And the car 48. I can't see what the 10 seconds is for car 48. Oh no, that will be earlier on, and that's an earlier incident there.
Yos, just for some more context, whenever you're setting up a server, you tell it what you want the weather values to be like. You want to give it like a 20% chance of rain or something like that, but you can't say exactly what you want it to be in terms of like how much rain or how much dry. You can you set it to like variable, and then you're up to the gods then at that point of whether it gives you a variable race or a full wet or a full dry. The second it starts, you don't really know. You just gotta go with it.
Yeah.
So this isn't something that we haven't explicitly set it to full rain. I would imagine not. I think Hayden said it was set to a chance of rain, but it seems the server has taken that quite literally.
Yeah.
And when you're having rain, you're on a dry setup. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a few people who are currently feeling that pain. Who would have thought the same, that it would have dried up.
A nicety is, though, the track has warmed up by a degree, and so has the air temperature, so should it stop raining, it will dry out that tick quicker. I don't know if that's any... I don't know if that's any shred of nicety. Jens Lebeau is right on the tail of Marcelli here. So, yeah, they're trying something. They're definitely trying something. That Porsche is happy taking a lot of curb through there. Similarly, Felipe and Bourges are... Felipe is going to be able to draw a very, very accurate, from memory description of the back of that Ferrari. They've been staring at it for basically the entire stint. So, yeah, how are we doing? We've got to be getting on for... Yeah, the team is just starting to tick over that hour mark now.
Absolutely. I won't be able to see it properly because I only joined
partway through this stint. Yeah, we've got 4th through to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th are all going to tick over an hour very shortly.
The battle for P5 is still a bit spicy here.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, they're still hovering around the back. I think Robici is, possibly a little quicker on individual laps, but not quite as consistent as the two behind.
Oh, the Porsche's got the McLaren, but the McLaren is now pitting now that the Porsche got past.
I mean, they were...
Yeah. The Porsche in Sector 3 in this track is just fantastic. You can carry so much speed into, especially the last two corners. It's slightly more tricky, but you can still carry a ton of speed.
Indeed. That is Marcelli dropping down the order then. Has now stopped and is taking service. Felipe has bailed, evidently trying to get into some clear air. We saw this earlier on with some of the cars earlier, as they actually managed to do quite a decent job of jumping other cars by going in a little earlier, particularly if they're stuck behind people who they're quicker than, by getting in and getting out of the dirty air and then having a decent outlap. Gave them the opportunity to jump other cars. So Felipe trying that now in that vacuum racing car number 3.
Yeah, and that's just going to let these two Ferraris battle out now for P5 for now, but I imagine they both need to pit.
They will need to pit. They are 102, so it will be probably the end of this lap they have to pit, both of these. I wouldn't expect them to get much beyond where they currently are.
Yeah, although the Ferrari of Borges is getting very close.
Indeed, there is the MME Mercedes up ahead that will have to let them pass. Although I'm not sure whether they will. There probably is enough of a lap distance to go that they will have to let them pass. And say if they hang on behind them, they might not actually have to pass them before the pits. As that is the Audi of Lopez is in front. Is that the MME trying to unlap itself off the Audi? I think it is, yeah.
Oh, but he gets a massive slide.
Yeah.
The Audi's got damage. It's been in the wall. As I said that, it just clatters the wall.
Yeah, that was a big knock on the wall. Both these cars, the McLaren's still 40.
Oh, what's just happened?
I wasn't entirely looking at that. That just.
I was looking at that.
What the absolute?
Has he pulled a Hayden and Harper disconnected? Is that what's happened?
Clatters the wall there.
He's just not turned or braked. I'm wondering, has he had a hardware failure because he's not moving?
Yeah, I mean the car didn't look exactly happy after it clattered the wall. It looked like it was trying to pull towards to the left, going down the pit straight.
Yeah.
But it still hasn't moved. I hope driver is okay, because that was a big hit on the wall. So hopefully, no big kicks of who knows what.
Okay, they've RTG'd now. Either they've had a hardware disconnect or something's happened to IRL. They had to jump, they had to run away or something. You never know. Of course, IRL takes priority over virtual sim race, but we have fun here still, regardless.
Indeed.
As that's Roland coming into the pits. Oh, and he's cut the pit line there, and so does Ben McConnell. They both come into the pits. But Roland goes very wide and actually goes over the line, so not good.
Yeah, the MME car does have a wonderful livery on it. Indeed.
I can't see. MME, is that the...
there's a Mercedes and a Ferrari out there. Both of them it's a purple and silver fade livery. It looks really quite nice.
It does, it looks really nice.
There's a couple of... this is going to be interesting. The top two have gone for an extra lap. They're an hour and 4 minutes. The leader is an hour and 4 minutes now, and they're going through the bottom of the boot.
He'll make it. He should make it before that hits 105.
Yeah, it's going to be tight from both these cars.
It's going to be like 104.30 or something like that.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on. One of the leader, the back end of the lead pack, the lead few cars, was 104.51.
That's a bit close.
Yeah, as they are into the pits now, where they cross the line. 104.40, basically 104.39, and the same for the Paduano in second.
We've got an update from the Audi.
I got driver is safe. I got Logitech. Ooh, dear.
Yeah, Logitech things. Yeah, as long as you're all right, that's the main thing.
Yeah, we know some of these big direct drive wheels can sometimes have a bit of a kick, so.
Yeah, I got into an accident in LFM last night that actually did tweak my wrist a little bit.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
These things can hurt.
Yeah, it's... Just because you sat at your computer doesn't mean to say it isn't safe.
Yeah, them things can't be lethal.
Yeah, so just having a quick scan down, we have penalty car... just catching up. 470, pit entry, exit lines, pit entry, exit lines, 470, car 316 crossing. Okay, 316 and 470 are, Yeah, racing incidents, crossing entry lines. That's not a good idea. Both of them being pinged for that, and I think getting 10 seconds apiece. For that one.
Yeah. And it looks also like the Porsche has undercut the McLaren as well, or overcut the McLaren, sorry. The McLaren pitted first and has come out behind. For in P13 and 14. The battle rage is on.
Yes, indeed, 725. But the Porsche is ahead of both of them.
Yeah.
Bjorkman is in car 69 now. Hasn't had to practice much, and in at the deep end. That's a bit of an oof moment there. Enjoy.
Got Mr. Bjorkman in the car now, the Swedish stick. I expect him on P1 then by the end of the stint. If you're saying that. No, I know how fast Bjorkman is. He's really, really quick.
Yeah, good driver. You've got a good lineup of drivers in that car. It's almost a little bit of a shame to see you so far down the grid, but I mean, the pace has been unbelievably hefty.
I reckon if they were in the right setup, they'd be up in the top 5. Probably.
Yeah.
Because McLaren is, if you get the right setup on that McLaren here, it is OP.
The Marcelli, Herman is in the pits for the Boatley. And dropping down. They've been, I mean, they climbed up all right. As long as they don't get a long stop like they did last time, they should manage to gain some places. And gain a good chunk of places, to be fair. 25, 26, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 32 seconds down and away. So that's going to gain them a chunk of places, actually. As it sits, they are... Yeah, they're into 21st. So after that cycle of pit stops, they have done very, very well. So, as we are now clear of all the pit stops, should we run down through the grid and see who we've got and where?
Yes, absolutely. Someone's got a drive-through as well. C. Jones in the number 78.
Oh, that's a shame. They were absolutely flying.
Well, that's the Nibzaros car, though. They've got such a sick livery.
Oh, they really do. It really is fantastic. Lovely to see them out there as well. Unfortunately, I'd love to go and do some racing with them, but their servers are based stateside and all the times are based stateside, so their events start at like 10 o'clock in the evening at the earliest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Look, your lineup is mental.
Indeed, please do all the useful YouTube algorithmy things. It's greatly appreciated. Again, it helps keep the lights on here at Toga. Keeps us running races like this, keeps servers running, and keeps stuff like this happening for you.
Absolutely.
So, we'll run you down through the grid. We have Luke Rode is now in the SimRC car out in the lead. Then it is Jacob Blizzard. Jacob Blizzard? Yes, it's an American name, so that is Jacob, rather than used to seeing so many European names. So Jacob Blizzard in the 47 Sky Sim Sports car. Alexander Lee is back in the 777 for BF Racing. Tuba Howers, Thuba for G League is in the number 7. Roberto Dornelles is in for Vacuum Racing. In the number 3, Giuseppe Castellano is in the Vesta Sport car. In 6th, Funky Cops. Kowalski Funky Cops is in the G League number 8 car. Willamot is back in the Stone Cold Racing 316 car. Chase Jones is, having served that drive-through, he's actually still in 9th, so very well done there. Does have a 45-second lead gap to make up to the car in front. Jack Humble in the 470 pink and green Aston Martin in 10th. 11th is Florian Lecroux for Rebellion. Robert Bjorkman, as we already know, in car 69. Simmons is back. Max Simmons is back in the Turn 1 car 100 Porsche. Alessandro Marcelli is in the 91 Project 91 car. Winwood Mercedes is now being driven by Michael Humer. David Cox for Bugatti Motorsport in 16th. Holzer in car 79 for Rag Nation Endurance. Tarskov is in 18th now for Team Moore, car 41. Sel Wisemans is in the other Bugatti Motorsport car in car number 27th in 19th. Varseno Manfair in car 48 is in 20th for TRM Racing. Please excuse me for a second.
My phone's been blowing up with missed calls from a random number. I'm just double checking, and it's a scam number. Of course it is.
There we go. Apologies. I will carry on through that. I just had to have a mild coughing fit.
Yeah, you're all good.
Alex Radwiz is in the car 166 in 21st in the Bentley. 950 is Nielsen for NER Endurance. Bittencourt is in the 111 for P1 Racing Endurance. Bitten is Jeremy Bitten for MME Motorsport Mercedes in 24th. 25th is the 72 Jacco Van Erck driven Hornet Motorsports. And 26th, which is rounding out the grid now. We started with 29th. We've lost 3 cars. I believe that would be the Audi was the last one we lost there. Car 31, Matthias Blore for MME Ferrari Motorsport in car number 31 in 26th. So we've had a little bit of attrition in this last couple of through this last little bit, with a few cars going out. It's a shame to see that Sol Audi go out the way it did. Jeremy Bitten is in car 77. That's the other MME Mercedes. That has 20. No, that's the 57. Where's the 77? There it is. Excuse me. Has got 20 seconds worth of penalties.
Damn. What happened to him?
I don't know. I'm just having a skim through, and I can't seem to see anything on the penalty ticker. So it might be something that hasn't quite been updated as yet, but the penalty's been applied.
I see it. Hang on. No, never mind.
Oh, hang on. There it is. Is that really taken? Car 77 punts. No, that was an earlier incident.
I don't see it.
No.
Unless that was it, but I don't think it is.
No, because they got a drive through stop go 30 earlier for punting somebody across the line and causing them to have a stop go 30. There we go. Sorry, just checking through a few things. There we go.
Let me see.
What have we got? Oh, Bjorkman is on the tail of... Who is that? That is LeCroux. 69 from 70. 69 and 70. LeCroux is catching up. Is being caught very quickly by Bjorkman there. Luca Road is... Why is Luca Road in the pits? That's out of the lead. They have just been in the pits.
Been in the pits for a minute and a half.
Ooh, didn't see what happened to them, but that's evidently a very uncharacteristic smash for them.
Wonder what's happened.
And they've also picked up a drive-through.
Oh.
That's, unfortunately, I hate to say it, day done for the Sim RC car.
Not necessarily. They are really fast.
Yeah, but they're already a lap down on the leaders.
Really fast. Yeah, true.
They will definitely be probably a lap and a half down on the leaders by the time they've served their drive-through.
He hasn't been lapped yet.
Has he not?
No.
Okay.
He is 1 minute 22 behind the leader. When he takes his drive-through, he will probably be lapped by just the leader.
Oh, okay.
But he's not going to lose really any more positions.
Yeah, but then they were maintaining about a 6-second gap on Blizzard on the 47 car, so
they're probably not going to win, but they should
be able to pick some of that back up.
They'll get some of it back for sure. That's just unfortunate because they've been doing really, really well throughout the entire endurance series.
Yeah, I would have to check the points. I think they might be up there. Where is the points for that one? I can't remember. I know it's in the folder somewhere.
Yeah, I think there was like a separate thing for it.
Championship.
I think they were all scored individually, but then it's also part of a championship, so if you take part in multiple races, it counts towards the championship.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can't see anything.
I was just having a flick through the Google Docs, but I can't seem to see anything.
I'm gonna go to have a look at just see the results in the what do you call it? Oh, because they're separate events, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
On the flip side, though, we've got a bit of a three-way fight going on. It is LeCroux, Bjorkman, and Simmons are all side by side.
Ooh.
Genuinely trying to go 3 wide round this track through the penultimate couple of corners. And it looks like Bjorkman has managed to do it and get out ahead of both of them. Leaving Simmons and LeCroux to battle out into the next corner. Although that McLaren just does not look entirely happy. Porsche has got so much traction out of turn 1. It just drives up the inside of LeCroux, and LeCroux just can't do anything about it. They also have the 166 Bentley that's trying to unlap itself on this fight at the same time, whilst potentially giving space to... Oh, this is about to be 3 wide. This is about to be 3 wide as Marcelli is trying to go past LeCroux, but also has the 166 Bentley in the middle that is trying to unlap itself as well, and being blue flagged.
Oh, LeCroux gets a massive slide. The amount of pressure he is under right at this moment.
Ooh.
He's just been murdered.
What on earth happened there? Suddenly LeCroux was almost stopped suddenly.
I'm getting a better look at that. What was that?
Yeah, I do not know what happened there.
Did the Bentley just murder him? So he gets a massive slide out of the right-hander. The Bentley's got a lot of overspeed.
Oh no, there's another car that's just stopped. There's a McLaren of Vinek? Yeah, the 72. Vinek was just stopped on the racing line.
What on earth?
Yeah, Vinek just stops on the racing line. I've just gone back a minute, and Vinek just stops on the racing line for no apparent reason.
Well,
and then everybody else coming back through. It's on the wrong side of a crest, it's completely unseen. And then LeCroux goes one side, Radwitz goes the other side, but neither of them get clear. Yeah, the Bentley just tags the back corner.
Yeah, like he it's not even just like his crash or something. He's actually stopped the car.
Yeah, he's intentional. I don't know what's happened there.
That's a disqualification. It has to be. He's now moving again. That's surely a disqualification for that. That is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and there they go. They get moving again.
He's now going again, but in my opinion, it's DSQ. Personally.
Yeah.
Because that's
just poor driving.
If you need to stop the car on track for whatever reason, it has to be off the racing line.
Yeah. If you stop the car on track,
if possible, completely.
Yeah. And there was space to go off the racing line either side. They could have gone to the inside onto the grass, to the outside onto the grass. Not an issue. you were the wrong side of a crest as well. As you come over there, you are fairly unsighted coming over the top of that crest.
Yeah, Vanek is in the pits now.
Yeah.
Not surprising. He's been there for about 5 minutes. Hit that Bentley him at some pace.
The Bentley's in and away.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Cairn, Missy, yeah, that was absolutely insane.
Yeah, that wasn't a game crash, because if that was a game crash, they'd have disconnected. They just pulled up on the racing line.
And if for example, they had disconnected and they hadn't disconnected the car back to the pitch yet, they would have kept rolling.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have stopped like that.
Especially on the downhill like that.
He was streaming his ACC crash? Really? I'm going to go back and deep dive into his HUD here, one moment. Because I thought the car just... from what I understand, the car doesn't just stop like that.
It just runs... That looked like they were on the brakes, just slowing the car down. As Weissman gets spun by Manfair.
Okay, I'm currently watching him on the replay. I'll tell you what happens. He just stops the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm watching the replay here, and he comes off the corner. He's pointing at the racing line, and he just slams the brakes. And you can see he's variable using the brakes, like as if you were actually using them. So that's a disc. If his game's crashed, and he's obviously applied the brakes to stop a crash, just in case his car's still rolling. That's kind of mad. That just didn't disconnect his car immediately.
Normally they just keep going. Even if you disconnect, normally the control systems are disconnected as well, so the car keeps moving. Yeah.
That's a strange one.
That one might not be sorted out till after this race.
Yeah, assuming you're correct, Mike, and he was streaming in his game crash, that's a weird one.
Yeah. Because normally if your game crashes, genuinely it looks like a hardware disconnect. Or, yeah, if your game crashes, you just carry straight on through a barrier.
That's...
I've had people disconnect in front of me and they just disappear off through a barrier. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, pretty sure it's either they just keep going straight on or the car just disappears.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that you still can't control the car. Unless his monitor died and he thought his game crashed. That's the other possibility, I suppose.
Yeah. I guess that's going to be...
That's going to be an interesting one for the stewards to figure out.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not one of the stewarding team for that one. Enjoy that one when it comes through, Barry.
I won't be dealing with it.
Yeah, just following... Ooh, that's one of the MME cars on the inside of the...
But yeah, that's a game just like that is so weird that let
unless your PC has done what mine does, which the screen goes completely black, but you have sound and control. That's always plausible if your output from the GPU will just stops working. If that's an intermittent issue.
He is typing in the endurance chat, so we'll maybe get a bit of clarification on what happened.
Yeah.
But do you remember this is only speculation, and we're not like.
Oh yeah, this is entirely speculation. We have no idea what happened. It just.
And we're not giving off to anyone in any sort of way. It's just
no. It's just bizarre what's happened, and
Yeah. Okay. This is fair. His screen turned off. It wasn't a game crash. His screen turned off. I can understand it. Yeah, that's a tough one. If your screen goes black, you don't know what's going to happen, so you instinctively just stop the car.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a delicate one to deal with, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there will be a sizable penalty on the way. Just watching this Simmons-Bjorkman battle. Bjorkman is giving...
channel. Yeah, Mike. He's just clarified that his screen turned off. So I get it. I understand why he's just stopped the car, because you don't know what's in front of you. Then also, yeah, you have to worry what's behind you too. But if you can't see anything, then you have no idea. So, yeah, no, Mike, I agree. Of course, I was just speculating what was going on there. But now that we've clarified it, we know. So.
Either way, sorry, the Simmons-Bjorkman battle has been getting very, very close. Beginning of this lap, coming through the Attrition and into the bus stop was pretty much side by side. As you saw on screen, just streaming that now for you. These two, that is Bjorkman and Simmons there. Doing very well. Humble is on the tail of Jones.
Yeah, going up the hill through 2 and 3.
So
Aston on Lamborghini. Lamborghini in the rain. I don't actually know how good that is.
Pretty good, actually. I'd put it on par. If you can get the car set up, I'd put it on par, especially in full wet conditions. I'll put it on par with the Aston. The issue being is it's going to be a... it just doesn't have the straight line speed that the Aston has.
Yeah, the number 76 car has a drive-through.
That's a shame. That will be for track limits, I assume. That car is... Yeah, that's unfortunately a bit dead in the water now. 145 behind the leader, so the leader is basically right behind him now. And they're about to go a lap down.
Yeah.
So,
no, absolutely.
That, unfortunately, may well be day done for very much so for that 76 car. And it's a shame because it's been doing very, very well. It's been flying up until whatever issue caused them to be in the pits for a minute and a bit. And then, yeah. Track temperature has climbed. It's now 27 degrees out there on track.
Interesting.
But it is still 22 air temperature. So, unfortunately, according to our things, it's not going to dry up in the next 30 minutes.
We've been asked to go on. You've been asked to go on board with Morricelli, number 91.
Where's number 91? Ooh, number 91. Marcelli, there you are. Indeed,
I don't know how long ago that was, if there was anything interesting happening at the time, but I just flicked through the chat there.
Marcelli... I don't know, they might have had a bit of an incident, but we'll sit with them for a little minute. I'll keep an eye on the timing screens for you to see if anything else happens with either of the Humble-Jones battle or the Simmons-Bjorkman battle, whether they get any closer than they currently are. They're both about half a second from each other.
Yeah. Both of these battles are really heating up, as that is the number 76 car back out in P10. Still going to score some points where they are. Obviously, wouldn't be anywhere near as much as they would have got had they not had whatever incident they had.
Yeah.
And they're still running the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, which is that an extra point or an extra 5 points? I can't remember.
No, I will double check for you now, because I don't actually know the answer to that off the top of my head, for this series anyway.
It is Rento Dardanelles for Vacuum Racing is actually catching up on the tail of ours for G-League. That car number 3 catching car number 7. It's just ticked under that second marker. That chrome and purple car. Very much like that colour scheme. It looks rather tasty. Simmons and Bjorkman battle is still a thing. Which one was the other one? It was Humble. Humble has evidently had some issues and dropped back about 2 seconds now from everybody else. I'm going to drop back to this Simmons battle. Can you bear with us a couple of moments? I just need to step away for a moment.
Yeah, of course. Just going to know for everyone, it's 5 extra points for the fastest lap. So the number 76 will get 5 points, assuming they keep the fastest lap of the race. If it dries up, that's going to make the fastest lap battle very spicy. Which we would love to see. I think everyone agrees they'd love to see the fastest lap or the track dry up, sorry, should I say, as the ambient temperature has increased by another degrees, now 23 degrees. I'm surprised this rain isn't even thinking about letting up in those kind of temperatures, to be honest. But yeah, no, let me see. I am just... Oh, hang on, there's Darnell's has got past ours for P3 in the number 3 car, coincidentally. Ours in the Aston has dropped back a little bit by nearly a second. Must have had a slide out of the first corner, if that is the case. Not really seeing much, but yeah, that McLaren clearly got the better of that Aston Martin on this occasion, which is what we do love to see. I'm just having a look. Bjorkman is still holding fire against Simmons. They are just going around the back marker. Ferrari, who's got a lot of damage. Who's that? That's Wiseman's of Toga Motorsport. I'm wondering what incident they got caught up in. That's unfortunate for them. But Bjorkman is currently trying to hold off Simmons in the Porsche. As we have a look, yeah. And oh, here we go. Chase Jones is currently under fire from is that Jack Humble yet? 4 tenths or so. Is the gap. Oh, the Aston Martin getting a big slide out of that corner there. That was quite the dramatic slide. That's going to drop back a couple of tenths to about 7 tenths of a gap. At the moment, so he is... yeah, as... Oh, Bjorkman's getting a big slide out of that right-hander. That's going to let the Porsche through. Oh, well, the Porsche is just going to sail through there. Oh, that's unfortunate for Robert. Running a dry setup on a wet track will cause things like that to happen, even in a GT3 car. Yeah, that's just unfortunate by Robert. Robert is an incredibly fast driver, so I expect he will try and apply the pressure to get that position back. Obviously, you know, it's the wet racing, you're going to be more inclined to make mistakes. As Blizzard is in the pits to serve a drive-through, that's going to be another change of lead. Alexander Lee for BF Racing in the 777 Ferrari is now our new race leader. Jacob Blizzard for Sky Sim Sport is in the pits serving a drive-through. Is he going to fall back to P3? Probably not. P3 is still 2 more corners before the line. And that's Blizzard out and going again. So change of lead. Alexander Lee flashing what looks to be a blue flagged car to let them through. Sensibly, the Aston Martin does so. Do remember, we are running GT3 rules, not F1 rules, so blue back marker cars don't have to go out of the way immediately as long as they do not defend and do not impede. They have up to, I think it's 1 lap to let the move happen. And to stay predictable, of course. But if they wish, they can go out of the way sooner, you know, make it a bit easier. But again, as long as the back marker does not impede the car trying to pass them, like, and by impede I mean like defending the corners and try and, like, you know, act as if they were racing for position type thing. But yeah, that's a change of lead now. So that Blizzard is now 19 seconds behind Lee. So Lee's got a nice comfortable gap in the lead. Can just sit back and put in some good laps. Simmons and Bjorkman 7 tenths in favour of Simmons at the moment. As Chase Jones has Humble still behind him about 7 tenths. the Aston Martin just holding fire with the Lamborghini. Not really able to make a lot of inroad at this moment in time. Just checking to see if there's any more. No, we're all good. Bjorkman has actually fallen back a little bit. Just over a second gap. Although it's hovering about a second at the moment. I wonder if Simmons just got a little bit more downforce in that Porsche. Can maybe just deal with the rain a little bit better than the McLaren can. Which is why he's just holding fire about a second up. Oh wow, Humble is really getting that Aston Martin sideways through some of these corners. So great to watch. Not great for your race pace though, I must say. Go La BFR 777, yeah, doing a great job holding fire in the lead for now. 20 seconds in the lead actually, so got a nice comfortable gap as well. Yeah, so well done to the 777 car for getting the lead. Now just needs to avoid a drive-through to have to give that back. But yeah, the number 76 Aston Martin of Zehentner, I'm going to butcher that, I'm sorry, is down in 10th place. Probably out of reach for the win unless he really gets his skates on to try and catch up, but he's a lap down, so I am not sure that's possible at this point. But no, that's a great job from Lee, just holding on. 777 car doing a fantastic job. Yeah, there's not much really happening in terms of battles other than this battle with Jones and Humble. The Aston, it looks like it has a little bit of pace advantage, slightly, potentially, but he's just getting all kinds of squirrely all on the exits to corners, massive slide through the bus stop. Still managed to carry a lot of speed through there though, so that's really, really good. And he's about 3 tenths back, 4 tenths back, really trying to work that Lamborghini, trying to find a way past, but the Lambo not giving him an inch to try. As Bjorkman has fallen back about 1.8 now. Yeah, unfortunately, it just looks like that Porsche has got the upper hand at this part of the race anyway. Simmons looking like he's got the downforce in that car to just sail through and continue on. Yeah, there's not really, everyone's quite spread out now. A lot of cars that are very, very spread out. Yeah, I agree with Kevin there. I also can't read that. I don't have to speak French either, unfortunately. Between that. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, so Jones just holding fire as we have the 4 of the top 10 are all Aston Martins. Not surprising. Aston Martin is great. Has a great car. Surprised not more McLarens up at the top. Personally, but that is fine. Lovely stuff, everyone. Oh, you're okay. Don't worry. Very sorry. Good race for her. Yeah, everyone's doing great. Darrell, I've just seen the big crash. Unfortunately, we can't do anything until it gets reported. Yeah, I know. It's just, it just looked just looked very mad at the time, and then obviously once we got some context from the driver, it's just mostly unfortunate. But yeah, no, I understand. Once it gets reported, then it can be actioned, and I imagine if it hasn't already, it'll be reported at some point. I think it took out a couple of drivers, so yeah. No, just a bit mental at the time. It was quite the crash. So it was. As Alexander Lee in the 777 is actually pulling away from Blizzard in P2. The gap is now 22 seconds. Consequently, Renato Dornelis in P3 in the number 3 McLaren. The Brazilian driver is only 18 seconds behind Blizzard now, so I believe the last few laps the McLaren is slowly making a bit of progress towards him. As the Hetner's in the pits again. Oh, did he have a crash there? I think he did. No, he just came into the pits. Did he even drive through? Because he was only 26 minutes into his stint. He didn't have a crash. What's happened? Oh, that was weird. But I still don't understand why he's in the pits again. He has been stopped for 40 seconds. I wonder, are they just packing it in, which would be a shame. But that is the way it goes sometimes.
Right, apologies for
that. Oh, welcome back.
Hello, apologies for that one. I just took a second to step away and grab some liquid and bits and pieces, so there we go.
Yeah, it looks like the 76 car may have just ended their race.
Oh.
They came into the pits and then had a weird crash with the wall in the pits. It was kind of strange. But it looks like their race is done. They've been stopped in the pits for a minute and a half.
Oh dear.
And we've had another change of lead as well. Blizzard got a drive-through, and now Alexander Lee is 20 seconds in the lead. Oh. 23 seconds in the lead.
Very nicely done. Because that would have been 30-second line to line, so they probably lost. It's fast through that section, so they probably lost nearly 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Plus getting back up to speed.
Yeah, it looks like the 76 car, I think they're done for the day. It's 2 minutes stopped in the pits.
Oh, that's a shame.
Either something's happened to IRL, or they are no longer taking part in the race.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because they've been doing very well overall, the course of all the races this season.
Yeah, it would have been a shame, I think, just to have finished and thoroughly scored some points. I mean, the other side to it, we're 5 hours 10 just under to go, and there's no sign of let up with the rain, so it's honestly, I don't blame anybody if it's just getting to be frustrating if you're on the wrong setup to still be going and it still be raining nearly 3 hours into the race.
Yeah. No, absolutely. As you say, that look goes this rain with multiple exclamation marks. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like their setup isn't working for them. Bjorkman lost out to the Porsche Simmons.
Oh, there we go. Oh no, I think it was a bit of lag on my end. It just looked like 69 had a big chunk of oversteer through the toe there.
Looked his ass as this ran a blame Hayden moment. This is just a server.
Yeah, you probably have more. You've got more access than I do to the server stuff because you do all the academy stuff. Which, by the way, go and have a look at. The academy is really good fun. Really lovely bunch of people. It's headed up by Barry himself. So not only does he do stewarding, and commentary, he also heads up the academy. Go have a look at that. Some fantastically friendly drivers and racers. Yeah. It's entirely for fun. If you're looking for people if you're looking to join a team and want to get into doing some more endurance racing. Honestly, if I'd realised about this sooner, I would have seen if anybody else within the academy would have wanted to join us for this one. I absolutely love the circuit.
For the academy thing, that we're actually running 2 cars today at Alton Park in the 6-hour race for CRF. They've had some oopsies, but it was very wet at the start of the race. But yeah, the actual like mid-race sessions are on a mini sabbatical until the next rookie season starts in 3 weeks, I think. But if you're new to ACC or you wanna learn some stuff, come and join. I think they're normally on a Monday or a Tuesday, depending on whatever events are running. Normally Hayden just picks a day and then I have to work around it. Which is fine, I don't mind it.
Ferrari subscribe.
But yeah, come join it, it's good fun. We run them for like 16 weeks straight. So we're taking a small break just because especially with personal life there's been a lot going on, so just taking a little step back for a few weeks and then get back at it again.
Indeed. So do keep an eye out for that. Also, the rookie series. Again, if you're new to endurance race, new to sim racing on ACC, or new to sim racing in general and have ACC and want to learn a bit, then come have a look at the rookie series. Also, massive thank you to Pierre, Sound Pierre 1966 Ferrari. Thank you for the subscription. That is wonderful. Sending a big hug to yourselves.
Look, your setup in the dry sounds like it would have been perfect, but in that kind of setup in the wet, big no.
Yeah, so clarification on the earlier major incident with 72 and 91. Major contact, multiple cars involved, reason stopping on the racing line in a dangerous position. Stop go 30 for that car. So
yeah,
I think that's fair. I'm sure there has been discussions regarding what's going on and what have you. The stewarding team here are very, very reasonable with what goes on. So
yeah, 100%. Look, wait, so is that race at Alton Park, mixed field, rating and relatively new drivers? Yeah.
Yep.
So it's GT3 and GT4 multi-class. The first hour and a half was medium rain. It's dry now, but it was medium rain. And obviously our 2 academy cars, they're good drivers, they know what they're doing, but obviously they're still trying to get some endurance experience. So, some oopsies here and there. I haven't had a look at the stream in a little while, but it was carnage at the start. For sure. It's our car 45 for Toga Motorsport is running in P7 currently, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Just having a quick look through Tramp. SRM stuff. What car number are you?
I'm car number 45.
What?
45 for me, and then Hayden Mack and Dan.
No, sorry, it was in chat.
Sorry. My head's gone.
SRM Steph 510. Which car number are you? We can shout you out. We've got some pit callers. Looks like Chase Jones is in for Noobs R Us. Honestly, to be expected, that's often the first of the stoppers. Although that's been a long stop, 2 minutes 14 in the pits. Ooh. I hope that has not. I hope the weather hasn't claimed another victim. 166. 166. Oh, your Radwitz Radwitz is in the car at the moment in the boat league.
Yes. Nice.
I apologies. That is probably feeling like a boat league in this weather. Out there.
Well, the Bentley in the rain feels nice.
Okay.
It's good. If you bear with me 2 minutes, I am going to jump back in with Jordan in my team chat just to see how he's getting on because he's alone at the moment.
No, crack on, enjoy. As I say, you're doing all of that. Thank you for coming and joining us. You're always welcome to pop back whenever you are about.
I'm only going to be out for 2 minutes. I'm still here till like after 5 o'clock.
Fair enough.
He's all right.
Fair enough.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be back.
Not a problem. There we go. Right, yeah, there's been some whatnot's going on there. Ooh, that's That was not good. Cops there. Funky Cops having a bit of an instance through out over the crest off the long right-hander down into the boot. Was chasing down Willamette like there was no tomorrow, but I don't know if that was some lag or what that was, because their car seems to be pretty much fine, having just absolutely clattered the barrier. Not sure what's going on there. We shall... Yeah, that car just sort of came round. Oh no, I've not gone back far on. Never mind. So yeah, that not quite sure what happened there, but something did. Something evidently angered that car and decided it would no longer be going in a straight line. Zahintner is now down in 23rd, 5 laps back, having evidently parked that car. That Geely car is heading towards the pits. That was a big clatter off the wall. That's to be expected, unfortunately. That was shaping up to be quite an exciting battle with Stone Cold Racing. In the 316. There's not a huge amount going on. It does look, that is, how long has that been in the pits? 4 minutes. Unfortunately, that looks like Noobs R Us have parked it there. For this one, that's a shame, because they were doing alright in the standings as well. Might see them back out. They're down in 19th now. They were chasing in at the top 10 on that one. The Barry has returned.
Yes, so I'm just checking on Jordan, making sure he's all good. Well, we're running P6 currently.
Oh, nice.
Which is very good, and the 2 cars ahead of us have got 15 seconds of penalties each. So we're doing well. We're well poised at the moment.
Fair enough.
Love to see it. Yeah, no, see, it's just because Callum had to leave to go out after his driving, so just thought I'd check in on him.
No worries, that's always good. Always good to hear.
So I think I'm driving in like an hour and 15 minutes or something like that.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, jump out when you need to. What have you? As I say, most, like I say, Mac, is it Mac, Hayden, and Davide in a car?
Mike Hayden and Davide on the other esports car, yeah.
Fair enough. Which is why we haven't got that. I was hoping it would be you, me, you, and Mac, and then there'd have been some joke about there being an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman.
I did hear you say that on stream before I joined. Because I was getting myself sorted out because I had to get the spectator password and so on and get myself set up and ready. And then I heard you making that joke and I said, yeah, not surprised that joke was coming.
So, yeah, I'm sure he'll come and join at some point.
Yeah, Mac is driving currently by the looks of it. So
right, fair enough.
he is driving currently.
Our leader for currently, I mean, if Zahintner stays connected and the weather doesn't dry up, they're still on for the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that's true actually.
So they could still potentially pick up the points for the fastest lap of the race if they stay connected to the end of the race.
Lucas asked us to do an anti-rain dance. Good luck on your stint, Luke. It's coming up. If you're not already in the car, I actually don't know. I haven't checked.
No, that is car 69. No, Bjorkman's still in.
Yeah, but good luck, Luke.
Yep, have fun out there. Enjoy the damp. I mean, at least it hasn't got to the point of being wet enough that it's classed as flooded.
That is true. Yeah, look, don't worry. I'll be doing some dances in the background here while I'm talking to try and get the rain to go away.
How are we doing on stint timers? Everybody's on kind of... Tarzgov is the only one on anything remotely close to an hour, as in they are 59 minutes and 10 seconds into their stint. So they are going to be there. Car 47 and 777 crossing pit entry and exit lines 10 seconds for those two cars. So that's a problem for them to deal with. car 47. Ooh, that's 10 seconds. The next pit stop for car 47. Jacob Blizzard in Sky Sim Sports car. That's gonna be a that's gonna be a problem for them.
Yeah,
Because what's
the
their
line.
gap back? 17 seconds. They should stay ahead of Dardanelles, but if they've got any damage, they're gonna be in trouble.
As Lecroux in P11 is under fire from Humer in the Mercedes for
Indeed.
P11. That McLaren has got a fair bit of front aero damage. It's definitely not going to be enjoying its time out on track.
And no, even with a high aero setup, that car is not going to be enjoying life. No, it has had a fairly big whack on the front end and into an area where it needs all the grip and all of the straight line it can take, and the Mercedes is just through, and up the inside there is nothing Lecroux could do about that one. Humer is through, and that is that is the leader coming up to lap 12.
Yeah.
In fact,
lapping for the second time?
yeah, that is.
Because
It
they're already
is
lapped down.
a minute and a half behind. Hang on, no. I think the last car on the lead lap is Simmons in 7th.
Let me have a look.
Because
the car on the lead, the last car on the lead lap is Willamot in P6.
yes, it is, isn't it? So yeah,
Yeah,
everybody to P6 has been lapped.
yeah, and that's only going to keep going.
Yep.
At the rate the leaders are going.
Indeed, that's only going to keep going.
Because Lee is just pulling away. He's gained 5 seconds on P2 in the last 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, P second is that going to be delayed. Blizzard Sky Sim Sport car as they go past the MME Ferrari 31. Where is that one? That is Blore. Matthias Blore in the Ferrari for MME. That is, I mean, we've not seen him in the series yet, so welcome in. I'm hoping you're enjoying the race, irrespective of the conditions. I don't know whether you like wet weather or not. I know a couple of people that do like wet weather, and they are very, very, very quick in wet weather.
It's safe to say that most people do not, but there is some people who do. I actually quite enjoy wet weather.
Yeah, it's oddly enough, I don't mind wet weather running, but I particularly enjoy night running. There's something just fun and a bit mysterious and slightly otherworldly about running around at night when it's basically just headlights and exhaust pipes that you can see.
Yeah. No, I quite like the wet because I did a race a few weeks ago. It was dubbed the Boatley race. It was Bentley only at Spa. And it was a heavy rain only. And that was a ton of fun. Chucking the Bentley around Spa and the heavy rain was hilarious fun.
Nice.
I did actually come away with the podium in that race, which was surprising.
Fair play.
I did spin it at Blanchimont like really badly and narrowly missed the wall.
It happens. It happens indeed. Honestly, it is at the point of the MME car in 26th is in the pits. You've been in the pits a while. 11 minutes.
Oh.
I've only just spotted that one. I hope you are okay. That is Sel Wiseman's in, which is a scheduled stop. 1:03:42 on the clock at the end of that stint. They weren't going to get another lap in on that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Everybody
We'll
else.
see. I haven't looked at the stint timers in a little bit. Oh,
The
yeah,
next car to
might
pit
not
will
work. I've been long
be
enough.
looking at that, it looks like Dardanelles is going to be the next one to pit. They're 59 minutes into their stint. Their last stop was 32 seconds flat. Blizzard obviously had that drive-through, so they've just got 30-second transit time. And they're on 3 stops as opposed to everybody else around them on 2. So, yeah, Dardanelles, again, I mean, if the PLR car was still running, it would have probably been one for driver of the race. This is another one. Vacuum Racing, they've been quietly... They've not been the centre of attention. And it's been for all the right reasons. They've just been quietly picking their way through the grid.
Yeah.
I'll suddenly look back at the timing screens, and they'll have claimed like another couple of places. And they've just kept themselves out of trouble. They've kept themselves out of the pits. They're on 2 stops. They've just ticked over an hour, and they're just staying out of trouble and staying quiet, which is honestly what you need to do with these races. They've gained 4 places since the start.
Yeah, 100%. I will say, Lee is just about to complete the 100th lap of the race.
Very nice.
99 completed, and he's about to cross the line for the 100th completed. Another 120 odd to go.
Yeah, probably.
Probably more than that, actually, now I think about it.
Yeah, what we're going to be 100 and... What are we with?
Probably close to
3 hours
130.
in and we've got 100 laps. So that will be 200... 230 laps-ish that we should see.
Yeah, probably about that.
I really hope for all the drivers' sake that aren't enjoying it, that the weather tidies up. I cannot guarantee any of this.
Yeah. You'd like to see the weather dry up.
I'd like to see these cars. Honestly, it would be fun. Whilst the wet weather driving is impressive, and the fact that people are hanging on to it is good, I would like to see what these cars can properly do in the dry. It started to dry up in the practice session before the server got reset, which may or may not have been the issue. Because that obviously resets all of the statistics, if you like, all the odds of weather and what have you, get reset.
Then it reapplies the weather variables, and because they're variable, there's no set. It's very hard to the only way you can get it exact is if you tell it you don't want any rain at all, and you can be pretty explicit about that. But if you say I want some variable rain, sometimes the server will go, well, you're getting all the rain.
Yep, and sometimes you get maybe 5 minutes of a shower.
Yeah, it's really dependent, and sometimes I think it's more the game. Sometimes isn't very variable in that sense. Where it says it's variable, but sometimes it just picks something and goes with it.
Yeah. So that's where we're at with this at the moment. Willamette is closing in on Castellano. Giuseppe Castello for Vesta Sport is starting to come up in these latter stages of the stint. Is under fire from Willamette in the Stone Cold Racing car. So that is the battle for 5th as we see it at this moment in time.
Yeah. Willamotte's a very fast driver.
Yeah, Grant is very, very quick. Honestly, as is Costello. Everybody in the top 10 really have been the class of the field. They've been absolutely flying.
Oh yeah, I'm obviously not down playing other people's ability, but I've seen Grant race. I don't think I've seen Castanello race. And I know Grant is really fast.
Yeah, Grant's a bit of a regular within Toga Racing. Toga Racing community, so it's a bit of a known quantity, so it's nice to have a bit of a known quantity within the race to know how everybody else is going. As expected, Dardanelles is in the pits, 3:26, 1:03.26 on the board when they stop. So they will drop down the order a little bit as the pit stop cycle goes through. But that will go, and yeah, Blizzard has that 10-second penalty to cover. 25, 6, 7, 31, 32, down and away. So a nice even stop. They have 3 stops now, and yeah, all 3 of them have been basically perfect.
Yeah.
As Willamette is getting right under the rear wing of this Ferrari. Let's see what things look like from his point of view. on board with the McLaren. McLaren on Ferrari, two fairly high aero cars.
I think this track, especially the McLaren, has the upper hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of medium speed corners which the high aero is very needed for, but it's just a little bit. The McLaren's just a little bit more pointy than the Ferrari, and can carry a touch more mid corner speed, of which we're seeing that put to very good use under the rear wing there. Unfortunately, being in the dirty air, again, it's going to pull a chunk of aero off the front of this McLaren, so it's going to struggle a little bit, but every time there's an apex, the Ferrari is just being eaten up on distance. I think both of these cars, looking at that, are going to have to pit, so this is going to be who can do what in the pits. Side by side across the pit limit line. 103.47, 103.18 respectively for Castellano and Willamot on their stint times.
It's going to be interesting to see who gets out ahead.
Yeah, I'm still on board with Willamot. We're going to see who's got what. Okay, Castellano's just stopped in their box. Willamot is a lot further down the pit lane than them, in front of the G League car behind Zahitner in the Sim RC car. So they're right on pit exit. 16 seconds for Castellano. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 31, 2, 3. Ooh, this is. Castellano. Is Castellano one of the ones with the pit? No, Castellano's not one of the ones with a. That was a long stop for Castellano. Castellano still stopped 37 seconds versus 32. That is a jump in the pit lane for Willamot. So very well done. Comes out in 5th there on that one.
Yeah, it's Chris Southgate now in the car, who's another incredibly fast driver.
Yeah, I mean, all the drivers in Stone Cold Racing generally are pretty quick and pretty consistent. Most important thing is not only are they quick, they're consistent. So
which
that
is just as important as being fast.
Hang on a second, have they? That is. So in front, 1.3 seconds up the road, is Thuba Howers in the G League car. They have actually gained through the pit stop cycle on that car. Hours, they gained 2 seconds. Hours was 34 seconds, stopped 107 total versus 32, 104 stopped and total for Willamot there. And Willamot looks like they might be a little bit more comfortable on the fresh tyres and high fuel. Southcott. As Hours gets a little bit of a wiggle coming out of the toe of the boot there.
Yeah, Southgate is going to be hunting down P4 from the Aston Martin.
Indeed. As we see Lee in the pits for their stop, 104.48. So again, that car being pushed to the absolute limit on time. Where is Blizzard? Blizzard, they will have to pit this time by, but they are okay. Ooh, we have some more. That's car number 11. That is the Vesta Sport livery at last. I did sync everything up, but it doesn't always turn up straight away. Don't understand why.
Racing is a completely reliable tool that never goes wrong. The sarcasm totally was not dripping from my voice there. The top two are in the pits. Mm-hmm. Blizzard has a 10-second penalty to serve as well. So
that is going to be the gap opened up. The question is, where is Jordan Elms going to finish up after this? In relation to Blizzard, because Blizzard's got that 10-second penalty, so they will be at least 40 seconds stopped for that car. So that's going to be the question, is where does Dardanelles go? Southcott has got that gap down to under a second now on Hours, so we'll see these two through the pits. I'm going to jump onto Dardanelles now and then keep an eye on the timer for Blizzard. Blizzard is 43, 44, 44 seconds down and away. So there is still a bit of a gap, but that has shrunk now significantly to Dardanelles in the number 3 McLaren. Across the line, it is 11 seconds and closing.
Yeah. Someone's mentioned in Twitch chat the game volume is too low, and I've taken the stream off mute, and it is a little bit.
Okay, I turn it down normally because...
Maybe bump it up by like 5%.
Yeah, I normally turn it down to... So that... Because I always get people complaining that it's too loud and they can't hear us.
Yeah, I unmuted the stream there, and it was a little bit low.
I've just knocked that up from 3 to 10%, so I don't know how that is. Please let us know.
1 second. I need to turn off my own ACC volume so I can hear it properly.
That's fine. Let's go to the Southcote battle.
I think that might be better.
Okay.
If you could just confirm if the volume's still okay.
Yeah, please let us know. So, yeah, this battle with Southcote and Ours. Southcote just getting it down to inside that half-second mark. I think Ours might have had a bit of a minor mistake to close the gap because it's not coming down quite as quickly, but you can definitely see through Sector 2 and 3 how quick the McLaren is compared to the Aston. The Aston is just a little bit quicker in a straight line, but it's not quite as quick through the corners as the McLaren is, not quite as planted.
Yeah, 100%. Southcote, just tickling against that half a second mark.
I'm sorry for being loud.
Extra.
Yeah. Also, once you start getting into that inside that half second mark, you start to pick up some of the tail end of the dirty air with these cars. Because of the speed, and there is quite a lot of wake that comes off the back of these cars. They're not small. Thank you, Darryl. All sounds okay. They're not small cars, so it will be you do start to pick up that little bit, so it makes it just a little bit trickier to start to bring that gap down. Similarly, both these cars now have been running a good couple of laps on the fresh tyres, so they will be up to temperature and what have you. So that is going to be another thing that will play in, and probably what helped Southcote make so much ground up so quickly so early. Is the McLaren might be a little bit better in these conditions at getting its tyres up to temperature. Air temperature is now 23 degrees, track temperature is still 27. 30 minutes time, it is still looking wet.
Yeah. It's better, you're loud. I'm assuming you're talking about me and Twitch Infinity Gods. Great name. I have moved my microphone a little bit with my face. I do talk quite loudly. So I have moved my mic away from me a little bit. Hopefully that's a bit better. I can be quite loud.
Honestly, it's a little bit on to doing what you're known for best and just yapping, because not a huge amount going on.
Yeah. That's the thing with endurance races. There is just that lull point in the middle where nothing really happens.
Yeah, you get the odd close cars getting a little bit close to each other. Roland has picked up a drive-through, so that will be track limits or something similar.
Ooh, P14 is on
14th,
now, so.
car 70. That was a car that was doing all right, and it's dropped back because they were being chased by the JP Motorsport car 69, currently driven by Luke Wilson, who is up in 10th. So that Roland car 70 for Rebellion MCR has been a little bit delayed there, unfortunately. We've got another battle going on. Baglov for Team Moore, car 41, is catching up with Haynes Sr. in the Porsche. As is, Roland and Alsken. Maxime Roland going up the inside of Alsken into the toe of the boot up the hill there. Very nicely done. That Ferrari evidently getting a little bit squirrely through a couple of corners. Ran it in deep, and there was nothing they could do about that McLaren. And they are pushing that car quite hard, running offline quite a bit there. I don't know if that is intentional or whether that is by accident. We did see that earlier on with one of the other cars. I think it was the senior car. Yeah, it was the Rag Nation car. We saw in the early part of the race, through the end of the first stint, that car starting to run offline earlier on.
That's a beautiful colour scheme for that livery, by the way.
It's
the
mad.
Rag Nation, the endurance car. The blue and the orange is really nice.
Car 77, sorry, he gave up. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst. It's not been easy conditions all the way through this, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier. That is that car through against the senior, Haynes Senior. So very well done there. Yeah, sorry to hear that with the MME Mercedes there. You guys just bailed on that one. Like I say, conditions haven't been easy all race. Fair play to anybody still going. We're down to 26 cars on the grid, but 24 cars? Yeah, it's because
24 cars still running.
Yeah, 22nd is still the one that's actually circulating and producing laps. They're on 96 laps.
Oh, hang on, we've only 24 cars.
Yeah, but they haven't. 25th and 26th haven't actually completed more laps than 23rd and 24th.
Yeah.
I
said 26, and I thought I meant to say 24.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's 24 cars total. So, sorry, I'm looking off of race control rather than the timing tower outside of the screen. So, yeah, Haynes Sr. there losing out to Baglov, who is just pulling away up the road in that Mustang. Clearly a lot more comfortable than the previous drivers in that car, so...
Yeah, the Mustang straight line speed just is superior to everything else.
Yeah,
especially
I think...
the Porsche. The Porsche straight line speed is...
Yes, it has some.
If anyone finds it, that would be great.
Yeah.
But I do love a Porsche.
I wonder if that car's struggling a little bit with whoever's.
It may just be a driver who may not be as comfortable in the rain.
Yeah, because Tyrone in car 48 is right on the back of that one.
Yeah. It's entirely possible. Because I know a lot of people aren't comfortable driving in the rain.
Yeah, especially in a car like the Porsche. Although the Porsche isn't too bad in the rain because it's got plenty of rear end traction on that.
Yeah, and if you knock the wing right up, it just sticks to the ground, the ground like glue.
Yeah. So again, might be a car and driver combination that's not quite as comfortable in these conditions at this track. With car 48 behind, that's always an alarming one given their track record on as they have been at the moment. I actually managing to make a successfully clean overtake. That's a first.
It's a brilliant overtake.
It is. I think Haynes may have just let that one through and let that one by.
Yeah, just letting him go. Dago, welcome into Twitch chat. Thanks. Hope you're enjoying it. It is good fun. We love a good race around Watkins Glen.
Indeed, Watkins Glen is. Again, I'm slightly torn because I'd quite like to have been racing at Alton or here because both tracks are really good fun and ones we quite like.
Yeah.
So.
I do love, I'm driving in Alton Park in like 40 minutes, 35 minutes or something.
Fair enough. If you need to jump off, feel free to.
I don't have to go. I don't have to jump off yet. It's just more. I'm like, Alton Park, multi-class. It's gonna be something.
How did the session go last night?
It was a lot good. It was a lot of fun. We were only on for an hour, but we basically had to set the server to rain, which was a good idea in the end. And it just was carnage. But it was good to showcase GT4 versus GT3 in the rain, especially at Alton Park.
Yeah, that's very much one which you have to know where you're going and know where it's safe to overtake a GT4.
Well, yeah, basically my advice to the guys was, don't worry about the GT3s, worry about the GT4s.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
If you can avoid all the GT4s successfully, other people will hit the GT4s because they're a lot slower. So you'll win out the battle of attrition that way.
Yeah. Southcott's not really gaining anything on ours. However, car number 11, Vista Sport Robici, is very much catching on to the back of Southcott. So that was a car that was tailing a little bit, but has now evidently fuel burnt off a little bit. We're heading towards halfway through the stint for some of these cars. Only about 15 minutes into the stint for some of these cars, just because of how the pit stop cycle has gone. So yeah, a good chunk of fuel starting to be burnt off by these cars now, and they're starting to catch up and be a little more comfortable in the car. It's getting a little bit quicker and a little bit easier to drive, evidently keeping those wet tyres alive quite well. So what was a 2-car battle is slowly turning into a 3-car battle. And it'll be interesting to see what Robici can do if the door is nudged open by Southcott, whether they can upset the Aston enough to be able to get a place as well.
Absolutely. The guys from MME, we had a few problems, also an engine failure. Engine failures are never fun.
No, it's easy done in the wet because you're trying to get the car slowed down and using every bit of engine braking you can. But because there's less traction on the road, you're more likely to spin the tyres up, and that then overrevs the engine and everything bad happens. Valves come out of the engine and it doesn't like it.
Or you just hit 16,000 RPM and just blow the whole thing in pieces. That's always a good way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
indeed.
No, thanks for coming out at the very least today.
Yeah.
You know, it sucks that your race ended with an engine failure, but you know, glad you came out and had at least tried to have a good time. I know the rain hasn't been fun.
Another car that is going some. Tyrone in TRM Racing. Aston Martin is now on the back of Baglov, who has been making some ground forwards, but Tyrone has been shifting forwards even further. I keep wanting to make a what's the Guy Ritchie film?
I don't have the brain parts today, so
no, I can't remember either. Either way, there's a Guy Ritchie film with a character called Tyrone, and I just keep wanting to just something along those lines. My brain just can't comprehend stuff right now. I've been going a fair while already. This is almost turning into test match special commentary.
This 3-car battle is really spicing up here for P4.
Indeed, I was just gonna tick back to that one. Humble has a car 470 has a drive-through.
Yeah.
But Southcott is now dropping back from ours because they are having to look in their mirrors because this Vista Sport car is very much starting to... Ooh! I was going to say starting to have a look, but they took a bit too much into turn 1, and that was a lot of opposite lock going on.
Yeah, that's never fun. As number 8, Borges has got 20 seconds. That's just been applied to them. I wonder what that's for.
That is for the car 8 and car 27 causing penalty causing collision with slower car 20 seconds. Reason car 8 does not leave room, forcing other car off track.
Damn, unfortunate.
So yeah, evidently was supposed to be attempting to leave space inside that 0.4 second that we mentioned earlier, and that was yeah.
Yeah, so that's P7 and P8, both with penalties. So Lebao in P9 and Wilson in P10 are currently rubbing their hands together, thinking they can get a couple of positions now.
Indeed, as Humble is in for their drive-through.
They will lose about, I think it's 30 seconds exactly for, roughly 30 seconds exactly for a drive-through here.
Well, it's 30 seconds line to line. But because of the speeds involved at this track, you lose, and getting into the pit lane, you actually lose, I think, about 20 seconds almost. So that is, they are through the pits and on their way back out now, and down into 8th. They're still in 8th, so, but they do have Jens in just behind, only a couple of seconds behind now. With Bourges with a 20. I mean, they've got 20 seconds to their next pit stop, but they are 47 seconds.
Oh, Humble's got a stop go
41
30.
seconds, sorry. Yeah, Humble's picked up a stop go 30 through that last one. It's easy done, so that is going to be Humble down the grid. They're going to tumble. Humble is going to tumble.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, Bourges is going to struggle on the exit of that one. Jumping back to this Ricci Southcott. Southcott has Ricci has got Southcott for company. That car's carrying some speed through the bus stop there, nearly into the back of them, which would have snooker shotted Southcott into the back of the Aston. The Aston, the slowest one through there, and I'm wondering whether it's starting to look like a bit of a cork in the bottle for these two cars. Southcott gets a little bit of a twitch on through the ankle of the boot as they come down. Has got the straight, actually got the grunt and the grip on the exit on that Aston. Who's got what on the exit? The Aston gets a bit of a wiggle on. I'm wondering if that Aston's getting a bit flustered having two cars really tight for company now. Southcott goes for a dive on the inside. Can they do it? Last of the late breakers into this one.
That's oh my.
That's the Vista Sport Car through, gets 2 places in 1.
Oh, was there contact there? I couldn't tell from that angle.
I think it was clean on both parts.
I don't know. That there might have been contact there. That was quite the send from the Ferrari.
It was quite the send from the Ferrari. I think it was possibly a bit much, and the Aston wasn't entirely expecting it because they had to half get out of the corner because the door had been wide open by Southcott. But they are through. I don't think there was any contact on the exit.
If there was no contact, that's impressive because that was quite the move.
Yeah, I don't think there was any contact. Honestly, Ricci has looked like the faster one of these 3 cars, and looks to be pulling away a little bit now from Southcott. So Southcott hasn't actually gained any places through that, but isn't staring now at the back of the Aston and could at least try and get away from the Aston of ours.
Yeah, 100%.
Just looking through, it looks like ours is now the last car. Yeah, ours is the last car on the lead lap. And only just 124 behind the leader. So that's not going to be too much longer before that car drops off the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because that 777 car has just driven off.
I mean, it's out to the tune of 40 seconds now. Admittedly, that Sky SimSport car did have a 10-second penalty on its last pit stop, so that has helped that gap.
Yeah.
Humble, having served their 30-second stop go 30, is now down in 10th, so Wilson has gained, but Rowlands hasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, Wilson up at the P9 now.
Baglov and Tyrone. Baglov has been passed by Tyrone, and Tyrone is way on up the road.
Yeah, as now you can see, Southcott's faster than ours, and Ricci is faster than the both of them.
Yeah, as I say, I think that was a bit of an inevitable one. The question is, 24.5 seconds to go, 4 hours, 23 and a bit minutes to go. Where can this car end up? I'm not sure they're going to quite catch the leader, but can they get into the top 3?
They're matching the leader for pace. They were faster than second and third.
Yeah. Significantly.
No, 100%. They look really, really fast in that Ferrari.
How are they on stint time? They're 23 minutes into the stint in that Vesta Sport car. So we shall see what happens. There's nothing guaranteed. Obviously, depending on who's in the car and what have you, that may change a few things. But they are doing quite well.
Yeah, 100%. They're doing really, really good. Right, I think I'm going to have to run away because I will be driving in the next 20 to 30 minutes, so I'm going to have to go and get ready for that.
That is...
But yeah, hope the rest of the race is entertaining. I think Mac is due back in at some point.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen from Mac as of yet. So Mac is due at some point. I think he's just got a bit caught up with all the chaos that's been going on.
Yeah, probably. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run. But I hope the rest of the stream is all good.
Yeah.
I'll catch up with you later.
Indeed. We appear to have lost car 77 now. Fair enough.
Yeah, good luck, everyone, and I'll catch you later.
No worries.
Bye.
Bye. And that was the Barry. Yeah, that's kind of everything that's going on. Van Eck, Jakob Van Eck, Hornet Motorsports. That was the one that picked up the big penalty earlier on for the incident that we saw that looked very confusing, where there was a fairly large stack on track due to them being a little bit stopped. So they're down in 21st, but are catching the 950 car in front, but they are laps down on that car, so they will be trying to unlap themselves about 5 laps down on the car in front. So they've got quite a bit of work there to do to catch back up, but that's how things are doing. Humble is in the pits again. Not sure. This was 4:23 seconds. This might be... No, that's... is that for... No, they've served their stop-go 30. I don't know what that's all about. Hopefully that's not another car that's going to disappear off the radar. Borges has got that 20-second penalty for the instance they've had. That will be taken at the next pit stop, so they have... that's not going to be cleared for another 20-25 minutes. As they're 40 minutes into current stint. So yeah, everybody has kind of opened up the gaps a little bit. Humble stopped for 1 minute and 20 seconds. That was a return to garage. So didn't see what that was caused by. I guess we'll jump back to the leader and see how they're doing. They are in clear track, just cruising up through the S's. With Matteo Nadi now in that BF Racing machine. Yeah, as I say, feel free to, ping at commentator in either Endurance Chatter or in General Chatter if you want to come and have a chat with us. We love to hear from any of the drivers that are currently out there, or anybody from any of the teams that are out there today. It would be lovely to hear from you. I'm going to double check that this is all still running, and I have just been chatting at myself for a bit. No, it is all good. No, we are all good. Just being mildly paranoid about the technology failing on me again. I think that might be something to do with the intro video. I might have a look at all of that later. That's not a moment for today. That is a thing for someone else. Yeah. So that is how we're going. Apologies, I have synced all the liveries up as usual. It all works as wonderfully as it ever does. Again, feel free to double check your file configuration and what have you. It does look like Humble may have parked it for today. That's a shame. I hate to say it, still looking 30 minutes and wet. Unfortunately for the race as it stands. Bit of mixed conditions is nice, but yeah, I mean we've got 4 hours 17 to go. It's 1:30. 25 past 1 in the afternoon in game. So yeah, I don't have much more information. I don't know if that is a thing. If anybody knows whether there is an ACC weather radar app API thing that you can get, that would be awesome. If it does exist, I would definitely have a look at that and keep an eye on it for situations like this. That 777 car doesn't look entirely factory fresh, especially down the other side of it. Don't know if we're gonna get a good look at that. Yeah, it's got a little bit of dinks down the side of that car. It doesn't seem to have too much on the front, which is, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not going to be too much. It's not really going to be slowing that car down at all. Most big problems for these closed-wheel cars is side-to-side damage. Doesn't really do a lot. The biggest issue is front and rear. As that is a big running wide moment as they're catching up with the MME Ferrari. Car 31, there it is. Of Hoving. You're still circulating. You're doing better than your teammate. Which car is that? Oh, we have actually lost. ACC Drive has a good weather app. Oh, okay, awesome. I might have a look into that at some point then. That looks like we have lost the Sim RC car now entirely off the list. That's a shame. They were looking to claim the fastest lap of the race. Currently, I think it's 50.297 for Pad 10. In second is the next fastest. 100 is catching 8. This may be true. There is 50 seconds between them. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. As I say, there's currently 50 seconds of a gap between those two cars. Ours still hasn't gone a lap down, which is genuinely impressive given the pace of these cars. I hate to say it, if in Sim RC were still racing, I don't think they would still be a lap down. I think that would be most of the top 5 a lap down still. It is 4.5 seconds Southcott to Rabici now. Rabici is 23.5 seconds down behind Dornelles. Dornelles is 21 seconds back from Pad 10. Pad 10 though is 40 seconds off the leader. Just managing to maintain that gap. It's not getting any worse, but it's certainly not getting any better. What the leaders don't need is a drive-through, or, well, they can survive a drive-through, they just won't survive a stop-go 30, or anything more time-wise than that, so... that is the way things are at this moment in time. So it being a minute and 50 a lap. Yeah, a minute and a half back for hours in that G League car. I would expect them to go at least one down by the end of the race. If it's no more than that, then that's genuinely impressive. Borges does have 20 seconds at the end of their stint to take as penalties, so that will close up the gap on car 100, Jens Lebu, who is currently in that car 100. So with the penalty, they should be about 30-ish seconds behind, as they'll lose 20 seconds on that. Borges is going to be about 50 seconds behind hours by the time they have served their pit stop. Because of that 20-second penalty, they're currently about 35-ish behind on that one. So that's how things will run with the penalties that are out there at the moment. So, yeah, that's how things are at this moment in time. Sorry, I was just flicking through a couple of things on Discord. That's the channel that we want to run. Yeah, it's all looking fairly tidy, fairly mundane, really. Who else? 725, 91. Hacky, we've not heard a huge amount from you. You're currently running in 12th place, 12.5 seconds back from Alkerson. Roland is 5 seconds behind you. Maxime Roland of Rebellion Autosport, so a Hacky in that Project 91 car. Again, that's another car that's not looking entirely factory fresh. Getting a bit of a wiggle on over that penultimate corner curve. Some of the curves here are really, really tall and will very much upset your car. But then again, it's a track that it is a staple on the road course calendar for NASCAR. So those things are quite big, quite squishy, and will eat curbs like there is no tomorrow. So the curves here have to be a little bit bigger than you'd expect. Also, this not being a Grade 1 circuit, I believe it's Grade 2 circuit, it doesn't have the same restrictions on it that you would see at other circuits. One of the niceties is that they haven't succumbed to the colossal sausage curbs that you see at other tracks. See Monza and Barcelona for examples of that, which is nice. How is our boaty friend going? Alex Radiz is in the car there, 166, being lapped by Luke Wilson in the 69 JP Motorsport car. So very nicely done. Still circulating. He's managed to make their way up to 17th. So still plugging away. Still trying to get things back on track. What are they, 19 seconds back from Haynes Senior, who has just started the next lap. I think that is a lap. Yeah, that's a lap and 20 seconds back from the car in front. So they've still got a chunk of work to do to make any more places, but keep plugging away in that car, and you lot will do reasonably well. I mean, heck, after everything that's happened, the fact that you're still going is flat out impressive. That's the Falkenberg 950 Mercedes with the red eyeliner on it there, with Rabici for company being blue flagged. For that one, Rabici being up in 4th. That's the 4th place car, who has pulled away to the tune of 7 seconds to Southcott in that car. So, yeah. That Mustang gets out of the throttle quite nicely, just to let that Vista Sport car through. So very well done. Who else further down the grid? Haven't we seen for a bit? Haddock for Toga Motorsports. You are down there doing your thing. Circulating, working lap 112 for yourself. As I say, about 4 or 5 laps back from the car in front after some delays. Similarly, Jos Hoving for the MME Ferrari is back there as well. Again, still circulating. You're doing better than your sister car 77. So, I mean, that's always a fun one, is to be quicker than your teammate if you are racing together. So that's always good. Humble is back out and circulating, is a number of laps down, but is back out and circulating. That car had a very long 4 minutes 35 stop, but is still now circulating. There, Anderson, Christian Anderson, Toga Motorsport is out there for that team, is in 18th, car 27. I hope all of you lot are doing well in that team. So yeah, that's all good. Humble is back in the pits. How long was that stint? 9 minutes 40. And you've been stopped for 40 seconds. That does not... You had another return to garage. I am curious as to what happened. Ooh. That was a park it. Okay. Humble that may be a parked car for the race, unfortunately. They qualified in 8th and is now down in 19th, so that's a shame to have dropped so far down. Hopefully, if you do, you're always welcome to continue on at any point. It is not a problem to do so. It'd be nice to see you back out. Howers is now 142 behind the leader, so that is getting more closer and closer to being a lap down. Which car was that? I do not recognise that car in the slightest. That Ferrari in front. Anderson. Okay, why has your livery done that again? It's done it again. It shows it in replay, but it doesn't show it in. So that's the Anderson 27 car for Toga Motorsport in front there. So it's going to go a lap down to Hours. Like I say, Hours is being hunted down by the leader. 1 minute 42 behind on that one, so they are basically the other side of the hairpin that they have just been through. So as they come into this one, the leader will be coming out and heading down the straight to the toe of the boot. So that's still going to be a good few laps. The two cars are pulling relatively similar times, 53.210 versus 51.542, so it's going to be a few laps to make up the sort of 10 seconds or so difference. It's 3 or 4 laps at least before that car goes a lap down. But that is going to be the chasing. Then going to be Southcott. That will be the next one. It was only a minute and 34 off. Is a minute and 34 behind the leader. So that's going to be a tricky one. Radici has managed to make further inroads on the car in front. It's now 21 seconds, 21, almost 22 seconds, and closing for that Vista Sport car on Dardanelles. Dardanelles still is 25.5-ish seconds back from Paduano. Paduano has actually closed a couple of seconds in on the leader. I think the leader must have had some issues getting through some traffic, because that has closed down to 38.5 seconds from 40. So that's going to be a fun one for them to deal with. So there is a chink in the armour for that 777 car, but as I say, it's the slightest of chinks. Again, 777 largely hasn't really put a foot wrong. I don't think they've really ended up in the timing sheets for anything. Under the nose of the stewards for anything. They've been keeping it very clean, very sensible, and have just kept clocking through the laps. They haven't managed to pick up drive-throughs. They haven't managed to pick up stop-go 30s, etc. So very well done, very almost professionally done effort so far, as we are just coming up to the half-hour mark of the race. I'm going to have a quick flick through to see if we are due any pit stops. No, we are not due any pit stops, so as when we make it past the 4-hour mark, I will do a full rundown through the grid as things stand before we get a mass of pit stops. Everybody opting to go as long as possible at this point in time on their stops to further shrink that last stop time, so they're on as fresher tyres as possible at the end. Unfortunately, it's still looking like it's going to be wet in half an hour time. If that does change, we will let you know. So yeah, that will be how that goes. Leader just running through lap 128. They've completed 127 so far. Well, you know what? We're basically halfway through. We are car 777. Matteo Nadi for BF Racing is currently leading. Then it is Wilf Paduano for Sky Sim Sports in the car 47. In second and third is Rento Dardanelles for Vacuum Racing, car number 3. Number 3, Roberto Radici for Vista Sport, who's about to go past 166. Put another lap on them. In 4th with car number 11, it is Chris Southcott for Stone Cold Racing in car 136 in 5th. Tuba Hours for G League Esports, car number 7 in 6th. Car number 8 in 7th, Florian Borges with G League Esports. That car does have a 20-second penalty at its next pit stop. They have made some inroads on the gap to Hours. That gap now comes down to 26 seconds. It was over 30, so that's always good. Jens Lebu in car 100, turn 1 team turn 1. There, car 100. Luke Wilson in the JP Motorsport car 69, that we know has been struggling with a dry weather setup in this weather, so that's going to be a slippery car. Kevin Rowlands in 10th with that Winward Racing car number 57. 11th is Gear Akkelson for Bugatti Motorsport, car 725, who is being lapped by Wilson. Noel Hackery, Project 91 Racing Team, car 91 in 12th. 13th is Maxime Rowan for Rebellion Autosport MCR, car number 70. Tyrone in 14th, that's Nicolo Michel Michael Tyrone for TRM Racing Team, car number 48. Danny Balgov for Team Moore in car 41, right in 15th. Joe Hayes Sr. for Rag Nation Racing, car 79 in 16th. 17th is Alex Radwes in the 166 Bentley. You're in 17th. You were stone dead last after the first couple of laps, so very well done. 18th is Christian Anderson in car 27 for Bugatti Motorsport. 19th is Christopher Falkenberg for NER Endurance Team, car 950. Jack Humble 470 car number in 20th in the Aston Martin. Ryan Haddock for Hornet Motorsport, car 72 in 21st. 22nd is Jos Hoving for MME Ferrari Motorsport, car 31. And currently in the pits is the sister MME Mercedes Motorsport, car 77. Sander Rompend is the car that brought that one in, and it has not moved in 23rd. Although it's currently scored as 26th because it hasn't turned more than 8. It's currently completed 81 laps. So that is your 23 car grid as it stands. Track just thinning out a little bit. We have Florian Borges. That was a scheduled stop. So this is the scheduled stop for Florian Borges. It will be 20 seconds longer. They have been stopped 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. I would expect a 52-ish second stop for this car. As they are 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, this is going on 54 seconds down and away for that car. So that was a few seconds longer than it might have needed to have been. There may have been a couple of seconds of extra damage in that as well, unfortunately. And it is Kowalski Funky Cots who has taken that car over. It will change over as soon as it goes through a timing loop on race control. So that is the first of the pit stops. That car now down into 9th. Has been overtaken by Jens Lebu and Luke Wilson in that one. Still remains in the top 10. The car behind is 1 minute and 10 seconds behind, so they are almost an entire lap ahead of the car behind. So car 100 has made it past. Who else is due for a stop? 101 for Bat. You are not going to be happy that we saw the end of that. How did that start? Oh, it's up through this one. Yeah, it's an easy one again. It's another corner that it's got no runoff area, and it's very easy to park it in the wall, unfortunately. That car now up and running again after that visit to the wall. Given they're 102, I would expect them to dive for the pits. No, they are carrying on. Fair enough, they evidently haven't picked up enough damage for it to be worth cause a problem, although you're 1 hour 2 minutes 20 seconds, you're not going to get more than another lap in before you have to pit. So that is fine. Anybody else? That is the only car that is on the radar for a pit stop anytime soon. Everybody else is 49, 50 minutes plus. With that is Hackery. Is that Hackery? Yeah, that's Hackery with a 35-minute stint. So they are completely out of sync to everybody else. So yeah, that's a car that is completely out of sync with everybody else, who is making somewhere around the hour-ish mark pit stops. 103.29. You are playing with fire. I'm not sure you're going to get round. Coming through the heel of the boot, I'm going to follow this. This is tight. You are 103.45. You should get back. Maybe? You managed to get past the bit you had an issue with last lap. Yeah, you're going to be alright, but it's going to be tighter than you necessarily want it to have been. That is clear and in and across the line with 1 hour, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Fair enough. You got through, but yeah, that might have been closer than you would have liked to have been. So that is fair. So yeah, that's all good. 101. Christian Anderson is got at least one more lap. 101.25. So you'll get around this one. I don't think you'll get around another one on that. So that's fine. Otherwise, everybody else, yeah, it's just going to be the odd one or two here and there that might have been a little out of sync to start with. That will be pitting earlier on. A little earlier than the rest of them. So yeah, it's a little while before the leaders start making their stops. 53 minutes current stint time for the leader. There. Thank you for the compliments on lap 1. I think 166 we're running mainly faultless since the garage lap 2. Yeah, I hate to say this. I wonder what could have been if you hadn't ended up having that stack on lap 2. We did see it. Sorry. It was a big one. It was a good one. Yeah, I wonder what could have happened. What could have been with that one. But hopefully you'll get to the end of this one with 3 hours 50 to go. And you'll come and join us for further rounds of this one, and hope to see you in next year for the Endurance Series. There's also the Mini Endurance Series as well that will be coming up next year. I have had that confirmed. That is in the planning stages. Both those series are in the planning stages for next year. So do keep an eye on SimGrid. In the more immediate, go check out our SimGrid page and our calendar. We've got a ton of stuff up and coming. Branching out into AC. So there will be a AC British Touring Cars series there, as well as various bits and pieces. As we alluded to earlier, there is a Return of the Rookie Wednesday series. Let's have a quick look and see what's coming up as we are just cycling through some pit stops. Round 5, yes, round 5 this one, Watkins, Glen. GT3 World Tour Season 4 starts on the 8th of November. 3rd of November is that AC Toga AC British Touring Car Series. That is I believe it's the cars available there. We have a fun race at Silverstone, 90 minutes driver swap teams race. Don't know if there's any of the Academy crew that want to go and do that one, or if there's any that want to join in with that one. Again, speaking of Academy, we have the Rookie Series Season 11 now, starting on November the 13th. And we have a Christmas Bash. It's as the Christmas Rush, which is a series of, I believe it's 3 rounds of sprint races for that one. When my computer loads. Yes, it is 2 20-minute races with a top 50% reverse grid for the second race. So that will be a good one if anybody likes the sprint race format. With GT3s, that's the 2nd of December that one starts and goes through till the 16th of December, finishing at Laguna Seca. Starts at Bathurst, Brands Hatch and Laguna. So rather interesting, fun set of races. That is car 23. Stephen Fast now at the wheel of that car, having some fun there. Haven't seen anybody else go through the pits as of yet. Quick check of the timing screen, see how everything is doing. Yeah, everything's doing fine. There's not a huge Ackelson. Ackelson in for Bugatti Motorsport. The other Bugatti Motorsport car is currently roughly 4.5 seconds off of the 91 Hackery-driven McLaren, being overtaken by Stone Cold Racing's Chris Southcott there to go down a lap. What else do we have coming up? So yeah, that's the little Christmas series that we've got coming up. Rookie Wednesday series, is that 4 rounds? Yeah, it's 4 rounds. Races are at Kyalami, Nürburgring, Suzuka and Silverstone. It sounds fun. Need to see what I can manage. Not many miles on 2 tracks. Yeah, Suzuka is not one that turns up. Laguna is not one that turns up very often in series. I really like it. It's a good, fun, short little track. Very, very unforgiving for very different reasons. And Bathurst, well, it's Mount Panorama. It's so much fun as a track. It's a proper, full commitment street circuit. For that one, so the Rookie Series starts the 13th of November, finishes the 4th of December with a double points round at the end. Silverstone, 90 minutes on the 9th of November at 7 o'clock in the evening. World Tour, Season 4. What have we got on that one? We have, the GT, that's a multi-class. GT3s are full, but there is still a bunch of spaces available for GT4s if anybody really wants to race those. That should be good fun. It is Suzuka here at Watkins, Glen, Donington and Kota for that series. So would anybody want to run GT4s around any of those circuits, come join in. It's always fun to see everybody for that one. And then the British Touring Car Series on Assetto Corsa. That one is currently full, but there will obviously... registration has closed for that. Fair enough. But that one, keep an eye on that one. It may be, if we have the ability to, that one will be streamed for you, and that will be Donington, Brands, Alton, and Silverstone. And that's the Silverstone National Circuit rather than the full circuit for that one. So that should be a good old giggle in those cars. See some proper British touring car action. So that's what we have coming up in Toga for the end of 2024. Keep an eye out for everything coming up in 2025. There will be so much more coming. Like I say, there is the new. There will be another endurance series that will start and run over the course of the year. There will also be the mini endurance series that will also run over the season as well, over the course of next year, along with, I'm sure, plenty more rookie series rounds and other bits and pieces. Watch this space. Nothing confirmed regards AC Evo, but we shall see what happens regards that as it comes out, and we shall, as well as a few bits that we are doing with AC as well. So do keep an eye on all of our socials, all of our SimGrid, YouTube, Twitch, etc., and keep an eye out for everything that's going on there for races upcoming and that we have towards the end of this year and races into the new year. So I hope everybody is going to enjoy what we're doing coming up. We are now starting to see some pit stops for the top cars. Southcott is in the pits, as is Rabici, and ours has just come in. That has elevated Gabriel Felipe into third place in car number 3. It's rather satisfying. 17 seconds. 32, there we go, that's caught up now. All the time screens have finally caught up, there we go. That is Rabici out in 4th. Southcott is 32, 3, 4. Ooh, this is a long stop for Southcott. That looks to be down and away at 35 seconds. Ours is 20, 31, 32, 33. It's again a slightly extended stop for this car as well, getting into quite an extended stop, and they are down but not away. There we go, they are moving at 43 seconds. That is a car that has lost a bit of time. Jens Lebu has just come into the pits on that one. We obviously saw the G League car number 8 hitting earlier. So we have Wilson as also now into the pits. Tyrone is in for their stop and has served and is on their way back out. Should be seeing the leaders. The leader is going around for another one. They should be fine, but that's going to be 4 minutes 50 something. When they cross the line. So that's brave. Paduano is... I would be surprised if they go for another one, but they are... no, they pitted pretty much the same time. They've actually got a little bit more time in hand than... They've got maybe 5 more seconds in hand than the leaders do. Both the leader cars are playing it fast and loose with their stint timers. You do get a drive-through if you go beyond your stint time requirements in this. So if you overextend your stint time, you will be given a drive-through that you will have to serve and then make your pit stop, so it will drop you down a long way. Roland is in. Humble is away. That was... No, is back in the last stop. They did 1 minute and 50 on that stint. Car 31 is still circulating and has just served their stop. They served a 40-second stop there. 104.19 for Roland's. 104.40 for 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 57. 3 seconds to spare. It's going to be about the same for Paduano. These two cars are playing it super tight on The Humble's just got DSQ'd. Don't know what that was all for. 44, 45, 46. 46, they had about 10 seconds in hand compared to the leaders. The leaders being 104.57 across for their last stint and are 16 seconds stopped. 20 seconds now, so that's fine. Gabriel Felipe has stopped and he's in third. Felipe has managed to jump. Maybe he managed to jump up a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. As that is Axel Ramine is back in the Ferrari. That was a very tidy stint. No mistakes, lapped within a couple of tenths every lap. Why is it still raining? 8 hours of Watkins. Oh, thank you, Possum. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to say hashtag blame Hayden at this point. For whatever was organised. The temperature's gone up. I don't know if that helps. The temperature's gone up. It's 23-28 air and track temperature. So do as you wish with that information. But yeah, it is 3.5 hours to go, and still no sign of the weather changing. Oh dear. I feel like at some point you're going to have Noah going past in the arc. Yeah, definitely fixed wet weather by accident. I mean, it's either that or his deck's mucking around with the servers and what have you earlier. Because he has been shuffling some bits around doing some server maintenance this week, so it'll be one of the two of them anyway. It's just funny to blame the gaffer. So yeah, 35 seconds is the lead to from Axel Ramine to Wolf Paduano, who has been in that car, I think, pretty much since the start. I don't think I've seen... If there has been another driver in that car, they have done like one stint. Gabriel Felipe. Ooh, that's one of the G League cars off. That's the Ferrari. That is Cops in the number 8. What happened to you? All on your own or not? Ooh, that is the 72. Where's the 72? No, they just outbrake themselves, and yeah, once you're on wet grass on ACC, that is it. That was all on your own. Apologies, 72, if there was any concern there. I didn't know quite how close you'd got to them. But yeah, that was less than fun. Less than fun there. So we have Terrell and Craig in the stewards box at the moment. I just want to go and say hello and see how they're doing. But yeah, that is Al Ackelson for Toga Motorsport is in the pits. As in the pits, when did you stop? Oh, you're an hour and 40, 104.30. You're out of sync the opposite way. Fair enough. Than everybody else. There was that DSQ'd for that Aston Martin. We have lost the pink and green Aston Martin. That was some interesting. I'm assuming that was some lag between the drivers, as David Cox is now in the car.
New subscriber.
The Golden Jedi subscribed to the channel.
Thank you very much, Golden Jedi, for subscribing to the channel. That is greatly appreciated. Yeah, really, really helpful. Massive thank you for that. So, yeah, indeed. Hope all is well out there on track at the moment for everybody. There's not really a lot to talk about. Nobody is actually battling per se. Florian Lecroux is 6 seconds back from David Cox. Christopher Holzer for Rag Nation is 8.5 seconds back from Balgov. That's about it in terms of under 10-second gap. Simmons is hovering around the 10 seconds on the G League Cops car, number 8. That is still circulating with that front end damage. Baglov has now picked up a drive-through. So, well done. It's evidently some track limits abuses. You will get pinged for those, and that's not us doing that. That is entirely the game-related stuff, so that's going to cause you a drive-through, and he's taking it immediately, which is not the worst thing to do. That's going to put Holzer up a place. You won't lose out to Radwiz, unfortunately. Radwiz is a lap down, so that might just close the gap up to let Radwiz get onto the same lap. That would be nice. So, yeah, that gap is just steadily coming down. It'll be 30 seconds transit time, but it's not a great one, this track, because of how fast the pit lane is, the pit stretch is, and then you get spat out straight into the apex of turn 2, and you're slow all the way up the hill, so it costs you actually a surprising amount of time. 22 seconds now is the gap. So it's a lap and 22 seconds to Balgov there in the Mustang. Battle of the two big front engine V8s. If you want to know where the twin turbo V8 that is now in a lot of RS spec Audis, see Bentley. That genuinely the engine that we built for that was semi-skunk works by Bentley for that project, because they actually wanted a car that was competitive to take through to the Centenary. So they quietly managed to siphon off the money in the R&D department basically to make it, and then they built the engine, and then Audi went, "You've made too good of a job, yoink!" And it got a little bit further development into what we know as the current V8 twin turbo. So useless bit of information, just because. But yeah, that Bentley was surprisingly light for how big it is. Which as a result, it was a little bit down on power because of how light it was. That is the number 8 G League, I'm assuming, is into service and fix the damage that is probably making that car rather unpleasant to drive. As we are clear at the moment, we'll run you through the top 10. Actually, in fact, I'll run you through the top 10 when Cops is out of the pits, because they may drop down out of the top 10 as a result. 42 seconds down on the way for that car. So we have Axel Ramine in first for BF Racing, car 777 Ferrari. Wilf Paduano for Sky Simsport, car 47 in second. Then it is Gabriel Felipe for Vacuum Racing, car number 3 in third. Carlo Barber for Vesta Sport, that's a new driver in that car, is in fourth, car number 11. Grant Willamot is in the Stone Cold Racing 316 McLaren, and is circulating in fifth. Sixth is Hubert Howers, still in that G League, in the car number 7 in sixth. Seventh is Max Simmons in the Turn 1 Porsche, car 100. 8 is Ben McConnell for JP Motorsport, car 69. Cops, Kowalski Funko Cops for G-League Esports, car number 8 in 9th, has just managed to get past Noel Hackery to retake that position. That car looks like it has had a bit of an issue, because that is a lot of damage on the front of that car. Let's do a quick replay and see how that happened. Oh, if it involves this... Oh... No, you're okay there. All good, all good. Oh, eats the curb on the exit and into the wall hard. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do quite a good job of ruining your day. Oh, you possibly... Legendary car 69, go Ben, woohoo! Yeah. So... Yeah, Ben McConnell holding it up in 8th at this moment in time, just hovering around that 10-second mark on Simmons. Just having a look through to see where the gap between the leader is. Looks like Willamot is going to be the next car to go a lap down, which means 5th is the last car on the lead lap. And indeed, that is the leader right there, behind them. So they will be being red flagged? Blue flagged. For the incidents there. Blue flagged, sorry, for that one. Hackery is in the pits. Not a surprise in the slightest, given that car was probably an absolute horror to try and drive. Yep, as Stone Cold Racing just backs off and lets the 777 BF racing car through. And that is the top 4 now, are the remaining cars on the lead lap. And Carlo Barber for Vesta Sport is currently 1 minute 40 down from the leader. Is not really, I hate to say it, not really catching the leaders particularly. Yeah, he's not running quite as fast as that car has done previously. Wilmot has a half a chance of catching that one. Yeah, sorry, curves get that curve also get you very little feedback from the front tyres, so you need to be absolutely on it to catch it there. Safest thing if running on it is just to marginally lift. Yeah, it's a curve I generally, even in the dry, generally tend to avoid as much as I can. Mostly because the curves here are really tall, so it's quite easy to bottom a car out. You can see it, particularly on the exit of turn 1. The cars really can get sat up on the curbs, and it will upset you. Again, there you can see the Vesta Sport car you see it just getting pitched around and straightened out as it goes over the curb there, because it got up and over and almost high centered across the curb. There we go. How are we doing? Who knows where? Yeah. Oh, 3 hours, 23 to go, and things are steady. So the leader is steadily catching to the back of the Vista Sport car. There's Axel Ramine in the Ferrari there. Hakari has... Oh, that was a long stop. No. Your last stint was 2 minutes 19. Ooh, certainly not quite right with that car. Either that or hopefully nothing major happen. Herman. Stefan Herman in car 166. You've been faultless and then you go and manage to pick up a drive-through. Oh. That is such a shame. Because you were on to being almost onto the same lap as the car in front. Oh, that is such a shame. Hey ho, you've still got 3 hours 20 minutes to go. Keep your heads down, keep going. Beaten, yeah, that MME car has been stopped for a total of 1 hour 44 minutes. Yeah, 166, it was fun convoying with them. Yeah, the big Bentley punches a big hole through the air. But the fact that it's now no longer the biggest thing on the grid is insane. It was overtaken by the M4, and then the M4 was overtaken by the Mustang. Yeah, they came out right behind me and they stayed within a second for 45 minutes of the stint. They only went +3 when I pitted. Yeah. Car's been shifting. It's been very, very good. I don't think it's going to lose out too fast behind. No, it's not going to lose it. That car's not going to lose out to Stephen Fass behind. Yeah. I don't know about the Mustang. It would be nice if it wasn't a parts bin car of, the temptation to do a livery that's just like recycle possibilities are endless with that car is very tempting. Because it's the BMW Aero with the engine noise of the Jag and so, yeah, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff that is due. Honestly, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think the Mustang's honestly that overpowered, because it does actually require quite a bit of skill to drive, because it is mechanically quite limited in its setup. You have it's quite mechanically traction limited, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. I do know, having followed the development of that car, it should be better balanced than it is. It has got a little bit too much front end weight for the way the car was built. It was basically 50-50 when they built that car, and it is not in game. Like I say, it's got kind of the wrong aero package on it as well, so it's a car we've actually honestly been starting to get the hang of. And I don't mind it so much now, but like I say, it takes a chunk of effort to get your head around and to drive, so I'm not sure it's that OP. It's probably massively overpowered in the right hands of the right person. I am probably not that person, in all honesty. But yeah, its swan song is the fact that it's very fast in a straight line. It's quite big and quite cumbersome through the corners. Yeah. But then this always happens with any new car. It always comes up and it's a little bit overpowered, and they have to nerf it back. Quite frankly, I just give the older cars a boost, and just give everything a boost to keep up, because that's pretty much what SRO have to do. Is 58.7 around Bathurst in it. Honestly, I can believe that. The car feels absolutely fantastic across the top of that mountain. I hate to say it, it's probably the nicest car I've felt across the top of the mountain there. The car feels really remarkably good. I think probably because that track is largely driven by big V8, the Aussie V8 supercars are what drive across there, and they're pulling lap times. I think they might now be starting to get under the 2-minute mark around there. The GT3s are pulling under 2 minutes around there now, IRL. So it will be interesting to see what happens if Proton or anybody else bring a Mustang to Bathurst in the new year for the 12-hour. Yeah, I mean, you can chuck it through the chase. You're going into the chase in 6th on that one. If you can get the Forest Elbow, you can be going in decent shape. You can be into 6th by the time you're going down. Ooh, okay. I was not aware of this. I know there's been a whole bunch of stuff. They've actually wind tunneled the cars compared to what they have been, because previously, I kid you not, they literally just drove them flat out down an airstrip and hoped that they would and went, yeah, that feels about right in terms of homologating them. But they have actually now wind tunneled them and done a whole bunch of stuff to make them a bit more balanced than it has been. So yeah, more mechanical grip. That's not a bad thing. Those things, they were lively, and a bit less aero, so it's probably going to balance up to be quite a better car, in all honesty. Overall, it's only going to be a matter of time before the aero starts creeping back up on those cars. So yeah, see what happens. We'll see what happens with those cars. Don't follow it overly closely. I do engineering for a living. I find how the cars work far more fascinating than, to some degree, than the racing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love doing this. This is great fun. I do try to catch as much of the racing elsewhere as I can. I do quite like following as much of the development of the cars and how they all work, because that's really interesting to me. The Aston. The new Aston, not the one we have here, but the new one. Hoglo's West Australia multiple times. Oh, I am so jealous of you. So jealous of you. You grew up in Oz, in West Oz, and went to Barber Gallows track a lot. That is... Yeah, they're effectively the best way I can describe Aussie V8s for anybody that hasn't come across them is NASCARs with wings. I don't know how else to describe that. Is they are NASCARs with wings. They are massive V8s with probably not enough mechanical grip and barely any aero, and they fly. But they are proper Aussie V8 burnout muscle cars, essentially. That's also very cool, seeing Formula Ford going back to Oz over to December and January to dodge the UK winter. I am not jealous in the slightest. friend of ours, his partner is Australian and regularly disappears off to Oz over the winter for various reasons, to see family, etc., and just to get out of the rough winters we have here. You're going to have ACC withdrawal symptoms. Yeah, but I guarantee you'll get back and you'll be just as fast as you always have been. I presume you're over. You're going to go and see family and what have you, etc. Back there, I presume. So enjoy whatever it is you get up to, and we'll see you in February for that one, for some more ACC, I'm sure. Yes, AC Evo. Very curious to see how that comes out. Honestly, I haven't actually seen any of the bothered with any of the reviews or anything that people have said, because it's still in final stages of development, so it's not entirely what the finished article will be. It's very close, but it's not quite. Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna go and see the family in Oz, so that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I mean, everybody's staying out of trouble. Nobody's even ending up getting penalties at the moment. It's really quiet. Yeah, no, we quite enjoy some of the development of cars. When the new Aston came out, that is currently running around and is almost a year old now. Yeah, almost 2 years? I can't remember. I think it's 2 years. Oh, hire cars are always funny. But what you have to remember is they're always the fastest thing on four wheels on the planet. Yeah, the aero updates to that car have been fascinating to see what's happened. It was a complete redesign of the aero. The underlying chassis is the same, but they have made a massive update to the aero on that car, and I would absolutely love to see that in the game, see how much of an improvement it is. By all accounts, it's taken the drivers a little bit to get used to if they haven't been involved in the development of that car, because it's such a big change. Because it's moved the aero a lot further forward on that car, because they wanted to try and make the front end less reliant on diving to produce aero through the corners, which is an interesting way of doing it. It was an interesting car to drive. We have Ryan Haddock from Hornet Motorsports is in the pits. That is probably the most Aussie answer ever. They had no sun visors and they genuinely told me time my drive so I didn't have to drive towards the sun. Oh, that is wonderful. What is the stint time on that car? Oh, 1 hour, pretty much 1 hour flat on that one. I might have wanted to run maybe a lap or two more just to close it in, because you're going to be 1 hour now. Another hour is going to put you 2 hours to go, 1 hour to go. Yeah, you probably can, but you're going to have to push the stint timers to do 1 hour and not have to absolutely brim the thing with fuel to get to the end from your last stop with 1 hour 9, or with 3 hours 9 to go. Yeah, we're back with the Bentley. That's just because we were following a car out of the pits. how is Paduano doing? Paduano is down 1 from where they started. They started in first, they're now running in second. We saw that at the start, they didn't quite manage to hang on to the lead into the first corner. They are now 30 seconds into the lead of the car out of Axel Ramine. They have made a chunk of damage. Over the last kind of hour or so, they have pulled 10 seconds, maybe less than that, sort of half an hour or so, they have pulled 10 seconds out of Axel Ramine, which is actually no mean feat. Diesel has a 30-second stop go. Well done. For Gnarly Diesel has got themselves a 10-second penalty. 30-second stop go. Uh, 20 minutes then. In for final stint. Ben and Roberts take it to the flag. Nice! Ooh, that's a wiggle and a half. Yeah, as I was saying, that car has managed to pull about 10 seconds on the leaders, the leading 777 car. Over the last kind of hour or so, maybe a bit less. So that's some going. Last car on the lead lap though, 1 minute 14 behind is Felipe. I'm not sure they're going to hold on to that. I'm genuinely not sure they're going to hold on to that. As last time by Paduano was 150.867, Ramine 151.675. I have also just spotted what the ticker says for the weather. I hate to say this. 30 minutes, it's getting worse. Please don't shoot the messenger. Dan Nielsen for NER Endurance Team in the pits. That's out of sync, I thought it was. It looks like it's a long stop. They were 30 minutes 54 into their stint. And they've been stopped for 50 seconds. Oh, that doesn't look good for them. So if we don't hear from you, Luke, before you get back in the car, best of luck, mate. I'm sure we'll see you out in that one. And cracking on, as we are 3 hours 5 to go, with we are 2:37 in game in the afternoon. So, that is how things go. How are we looking? There is nobody anywhere near a stint. We'll give it another few minutes, and then with basically 4 hours to go, we'll run you down through the red. Ooh, that's rather fascinating. Yeah, those are the relatives. I am sorry, I am discovering new things about AC race control. There is a button that turns it to relative. So, yeah. Paduano is still lapping. It has got a little bit worse. Rain is due to go to 2 lines plus in 30 minutes. Yeah. I think somebody may have pushed the wrong button on the server. Hey ho. It is what it is. At least, I mean, honestly, this time of year for upstate New York, I wouldn't put it past it being rainy. And honesty, like I say, this thing, the track is, if you look at where it is, it's pretty close to the Canadian border. It is just south of one of the Great Lakes that crosses the border between Canada and the US. So I wouldn't put it past it being actually getting some genuinely fully wet days out there, but yeah, enjoy the slipperiness. Florian Lacroix for Rebellion Autosport MCR. Car number 17 running in 12th. Ooh! Willamot? Willamot's done that quietly. 5th place Willamot has caught up to the back of the Vista Sport Carlo Barbera. Is now hovering inside that second marker. Whether that's traffic induced or otherwise, that gap has very much come down, and very quietly. Has that car got any damage, and has it had any issues? That side looks pretty clear. And so does that side. So no, that looks like that is on pace. Willamot has been matching. No, it's been significantly faster than that car over the course of this stint so far. So yeah, it looks pretty good. We'll follow this one. This is Willamot is just munching up to the back of that car like there is no tomorrow. Does have the Winward Mercedes in front. Let's see how this goes. Let's jump on to. I was going to jump on board, but I'm not going to bother because that is Willamot going for an attempt up the inside of Barbera through the toe of the boot. Let's go and watch wing count on Barbera. Willamot, you see the opposite lot coming in. That car's being pushed pretty hard. They're getting all over the rear wing of that car. Barbera doing everything they need to stay ahead. Willamot just, I think, struggling a little bit with the dirty air under that car. I mean, you can see the spray that comes up. Basically, all of that is the aerodynamic weight that comes off the back of these cars. Not making it easy for Willamot to see what's coming up and what's going. You kind of almost end up looking out the side of the car for your braking markers. Both cars running wide. Willamot getting a big wiggle on, but doesn't lose any time to Barbera through for turn 1. Has that car got the drag? Can it drag up under the rear wing? Completely under the wing now, coming up on through the S's, up onto the back straight, being squeezed, but is alongside. Is very much alongside. Side by side through the bus stop, managing to make it work. Who's got what on the exit? Looks like the Vista Sport car has just about hung on there, going through. So let's have a quick flick from Willamot. What's Willamot seeing? The answer is not a lot apart from the back of that car and a lot of spray. Yeah, that Stone Cold Racing racing car is being pushed. It's being pushed very hard. The question is, 42 minutes into the stint, who's got what left in tyres? Willamot goes deep on the brakes, can't quite get it stopped, and that just opens that gap up a little bit more to Barbera there. That's what it looks like from behind the windscreen. The answer is not great. Barbera do? Again, Wilmot gets this fantastic drive. Barbera knows that they're vulnerable into the bus stop. Just covering it off, doesn't cover it off quite enough, but it's such a tight entrance. Barbera runs in deep, gets on the grass, gets a slide on. Who's got what on the exit? No, Wilmot can't quite get the nose up the inside. Barbera just shuts the door. Very nicely done, very, very smoothly done from that car. From both cars, very respectful racing, no contact made. That is the 69 McConnell car that is a lap down to these two, that is now starting to catch. The gap opening up now from Barbera to Felipe is now 43 seconds. Please don't crash! Yep, it's always a worrying one when you come up to cars and just like, you're battling and I need to get past you, but please don't end up in a wall. So yeah, very well done to both these cars for not making contact with each other. Other things that we do have coming up. Great Wilmot quality driver, used to be in my team, he won't crash. Yeah, we've seen he's a regular in amongst Toga racing, so have seen plenty of him. I've been lapped by him multiple times. Yeah, too wide through the bus stop is lively. Wilmot's not quite as close to the back of the Vista car this time by through the bus stop. Can't make anything happen. The Vista car is staying. Oh, the McLaren is so quick on the exit of the bus stop, but it just can't make anything happen through there. And then it just leaves the car a little bit unsettled into coming down through the ankle of the boot, but it has a fantastic drive up into the toe, gets it alongside, slight little touch, nothing major, bit of a wiggle on as the Ferrari tries to get on the power to hold the position, but can't really do anything about that. Well done, Wilmot, to make that one happen for 4th place. Barbera in the Vista Sport Car is now very much on the back foot, trying to catch back up. Can Carlo manage to do anything about that? We shall stay with this car to see if they can make anything happen. But that gap is 0.8 of a second already. Yeah, very fair racing. They had the drive on the exit, and were just able to make that work. And now they're into the section of track which that McLaren has been fast in. So I think that is done and dusted now for Wilmot on Barbera. So that is 4th place for Grant Wilmot. 44 seconds to Gabriel Felipe for Vacuum Racing is the next car up the road for that one to hunt down. I don't know whether anything can be done. It's 2 hours 54. Lap time wise, lots of time by they were slower, but that was because those two cars were battling. We'll give it a couple of laps and see how things go. With under 3 hours to go now, let's run you down through the field and see who is left running and who are the last of the runners running with 3 hours to go. Axel Ramine, car 777 Ferrari for BF Racing, leads out front with a gap of 28 seconds. Wilf Paduano in that Sky Sim Sports car, 47 Aston Martin in 2nd. Gabriel Felipe in 3rd, and the number 3 McLaren is sat there doing a standing job. Grant Willamette, who we just saw get up into 4th for Stone Cold Racing at car 316 McLaren. Carlo Barbera for Vista Sport is in car number 11 Ferrari, down in 5th. Ours has just made a pit stop to let Simmons... No, they managed to get out in front of Simmons. Just. No, that's the car 100. Out in 6th, car 7 for G-League Esports. Car 100, that is Simmons. Yes, car 100 just hanging onto the coattails there of that car having pitted. So that is going to be on fresh tyres, fresh fuel and heavy, whereas that's going to be on, the Porsche is going to be on stint old tyres. Who can do what? Looks like Aston pushing it a little bit too hard there. I'm going to hang with this battle for a couple of moments and see what happens. Looks like the Porsche is through, but will have to stop. So, if the Aston can get up to temperature and pressure nice and quickly, that will redress the balance shortly. Ben McConnell is car 69. McLaren for JP Motorsport. Kowalski Funky Cops for GD in car number 8 is in 9th. Michael Humer for Winward Racing is in 10th. David Cox for Bugatti Motorsport is in 11th, car 725. Florian Lacroix in 7th. In 12th in car 70 for Rebellion MCR. Vincenzo Manfair for TRM Racing, car 48 in 13th. Christopher Holzer, Rag Nation Endurance, car 79 in 14th. Danny Baglov for Team More 41, car 41, 15th in that big Monster Energy Ford. Noel Hackey, Project 91, car 91 in 16th. Stefan Harmon in car 166 is in 17th. Christian Anderson for Bugatti Motorsport, car 27 is in 18th. Christopher Falkenberg in NER Endurance Team, car 950 in 19th. 20th is Marley Diesel for Hornet Motorsport, car 72. Ruben Bacamera for MME Ferrari Motorsport, car 31 in 21st. And the Stricken Hart MME 77 Mercedes is currently reading as 22nd, has only completed enough laps to be classed as 26th, according to the timing sheets. Ours is still hanging on to the tail of Florian Lacroix. What happened there? I'm gonna... Oh dear. Drops a wheel on the brake, on the grass, on the brakes, into the last corner, and is a passenger. Keeps it out of the barrier, doesn't collect anybody else on the way through. So very nicely done. Christian Anderson is in the pits with a stop go 30. Well done. That might be track limits abuses, or is that? I don't entirely know. You just pitted and have... you'd 150... Yes, you'd pitted, did a lap, and then... That hasn't cleared it. It was a stop-go 30, not a drive-through, mate. You've still got to stop. Yeah. Sorry, you haven't cleared your penalty. It was a stop-go 30. For that car. Anybody else looking to stop soon? No, it's all around the 50 minutes still, so we've still got 5 minutes or so at least before we get any more major pit stops from the leaders. Baglov is 1 hour 1:02 into their stop, into their stint. 1 hour 40 seconds. So they're going to be looking probably to pit at the end of this one. I doubt they'll have enough time to do another one after this. Currently 15th. Started in 15th. So yeah, that is how things are going. Right, apologies for that, I just took a second to shove some food in my face. That is Anderson exiting the pits for their stop-go 30. They're still in 19th. They're still gained 4 places from where they started, so such is the attrition bin. 104.18 for Balgov. My brain has just completely failed to pronounce your name, and I apologise. Baglov, I'm going to go with that now, it's just getting painful, is in for their service, 37 seconds, so having a little bit of damage they were opted to fix in that one. 104.18 was the last stop. Stop time at 37 seconds, 1 minute 10 seconds transit time, total time, sorry. Who else are we expecting? 58 minutes? Yeah. 58 minutes on their stint. Here's the vacuum racing car, number 3. I'm going to do a very good job of not putting the foot wrong. This race. That is Karchinov that has taken over the 41 car. Ours is still hanging on to the tail of car 100. They have not managed to drop them. Now that car's up to temperature and pressure, they have not managed to drop that car. And Porsche's got past, but hasn't managed to lose them, to drop the Aston. So, doing pretty well. I mean, the Aston's going to be struggling a little bit just because it's going to be right under it's starting to get under the rear wing of that Porsche. That Porsche is 56 minutes into its stint, so it's going to be staring at the back of that Porsche for a little while. I mean, the only thing you can do is really just push it into trying to get some clear out. I suppose all the Aston needs to do is just stay behind, and it will gain the place when it stops. Back when that Porsche stops, but You can see it's looking, it's under the rear wing, it's got a good drive out the top, off the top of the circuit, at the S's, coming in there alongside, too wide into the bus stop. Maybe, yeah, they did it alright. It's very tricky to go too wide and make it work. Because you go inside, if you're on the inside of the first one, you're outside for the next longest section of the corner. You're better off, if you're going to try it, forcing the car to the inside and trying to stay around go around the outside on the way in, and then stay to the inside on the way through the middle of the corner and try and carry the drive across into the next corner. Although, doing a very nice job up into the boot, the toe of the boot here. I'm going to stick with this battle. It's getting kind of spicy, albeit there is technically a pit stop gap between them. But if the Porsche is this quick at the end of its stint, they may be able to do something towards the end when they've pitted and close that gap up. If they can stop that poor Aston from just continually pulling away, that's definitely going to play into the hands towards the end of the race. And around the time of the final pit stops, because the Aston will have to pit first. And that will then mean the Porsche stop is potentially faster due to less fuel, depending on whether they take tyres or not. As that is the MME Ferrari we just saw pitting there. Pitting a 57-minute stint for that car. 2:41 to go. Not the worst idea. Try and get your last pit stop done as early as possible. Some of the cars starting to tick over the hour mark now. Felipe for that vacuum racing car is just 1:02 now. So they will be doing this one and maybe one more. Well, they're going to be 3-minute 2:03 stint time now, and I don't think they've got enough time to do another lap and get round in time. And sure enough, they are sticking tight into the yellow lines there and are hard on the brakes in and stopped. Getting that car slowed down. Hopefully nothing major comes out there. Willamette will be the next car to stop. Willamette and Barbera will be the two cars that will stop next, as they have just ticked over the 1 hour 1 mark. Incidentally, the 720S that car is based off of doesn't have the engine that it runs in this, guys. It actually has a variation on the 3.5 litre Nissan R390 engine. It's the V8. Double check it now, but it's the V8. It's a VRH series engine originally that powered that monstrous GT1 era, early GT1 era GT1 Nissan R390 homologation special. The development of that engine restarted with the McLaren P1. That's where that started. They approached Nissan because they knew the engine existed and it was very strong, and actually pretty advanced at the time for what it was. It just wasn't really a viable engine to put in a road car. So they opted to basically buy the technical data package off of Nissan because it was out of any patents or anything because of its age, and continued to develop that engine on to be what would become the the McLaren P1 engine, and that is now basically any of the V8 McLaren engine road engines that you find are basically based off that architecture with bore and stroke changes to make the appropriate capacity, and obviously boost changes as needed, which is interesting considering they opted not to use it as a GT3 engine, given that detuning it would only mean that it would be unbelievably strong. Having said that, if it moved out of a fuel efficiency ban, because there's a whole thing with power, torque, and fuel mixtures as a combination as to whether an engine is going to be efficient or not. It's all to do with burn temperatures, etc. Will be a good one to see. Is probably the reasons it would drop it out of basically out of its efficiency band within the engine of where it needs to run and be happy and surviving. So that will be inevitably, I would guess, as an uneducated guess, as to why that engine was not used for the race car, given that it is derived off of a race engine originally. As that Stone Cold racing car hits its marks. Barbera in the Vista eSport, the Vista Sport car is a few boxes back and has also stopped. Simmons car 100. This will very much be their last lap on this stint. 2 minutes, 1 hour 2:41, and that Aston is still looking super racy behind. That car is going to be wanting to make a big jump and try and make up any time that it has lost from the cars in front. Other cars, yep, that is Manfred, the TRM into the pits as well. I don't know what you expected. I'm not quite sure. Oh dear, didn't see that one, didn't see it, but fair enough. 50p, 5p moment, enjoy, I presume. Yeah, you're about to jump in the car because they're 103.38. Enjoy, have fun out there. Enjoy the moistness. Uh, 100 is in, as is Ben McConnell. 102.15 for Humour, who's just crossed the line, so yeah, they'll get round alright. 256 for the crew who pitted. We saw Manfred come in. Holzer is going for another one. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, should be okay. What was there? 53. Oh, are you sure? Fair enough. 79 going for another one. Even though those around are pitting. With that high revving Porsche engine, that thing's a master of engineering. So they take a standard 4-litre flat six, which is already pretty highly strung as an engine, and then bore it out by another 200 cc's, which might not sound like much across 6 cylinders, but it leaves 9mm of material between each bore, between the wall of each cylinder. Yeah, that's about as far as they can push that engine. But they are limited by space, because that engine is hanging out behind the rear axle. They are very much limited by space, so they can't really build a bigger chassis engine, if you like, to go up in capacity. Hence why they did the torque, the power increase was there to improve the torque with the engine that the 4-litre was struggling with. It's actually a development that genuinely came straight from the GTE. As soon as they realised they could use that engine, they basically grabbed the engine out of GTE, slightly detuned it, and sent it on its way. Because it's a modified, much like the Aston and the Mustang, they are modified versions of existing engines that are already in the car, so they are perfectly legal to be homologated. We see Pad 10 in for Sky Sim Sports. They didn't push it nearly as far as normal. However, Axel Ramine is very much pushing it fine. They have just been held up a little bit by the G League esports car through the boot. 104, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. They have 20 seconds to get into the pit lane. Humer in that Winwood Mercedes has just picked up a stop-go 30 for speeding. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. That is playing with fire if ever there was one. I'm sure they probably worked out to be fine on a normal lap. Unfortunately, they got caught by that. They caught that G League car that they couldn't get past quite as quickly as they were hoping to, or as they had been previously, and that has almost ruined their race. Having said that, what were they? 40 odd seconds, 50 seconds ahead of Paduano. They had a pit stop in hand, time-wise, so they should have been okay, but that is now Roland in the hands of that Winwood car. I was rather hoping Matt would be good. There you go. Just catching in with some of the chatter that's been going on with the endurance team in the endurance channel. Yeah, that is that Winwood car in for its stop go 30. I will get there eventually. Everybody has, yeah, leader has obviously pitted and is out. What is the gap now? 27 seconds is the gap from first to second, so it has been coming down. It has been slowly coming down. I don't know whether, with 2.5 hours to go, it's going to be the question as to how do you play this at the end. I don't know whether Paduano has the pace to make up that difference, or whether they have, or whether they're not. I don't think they're going to go a lap down. Felipe in the car number 3 might do. They're 140 back now from the leader. That was the leader coming into the S's, and Felipe is on to the backstretch heading towards the bus stop behind the Winwood Mercedes. Mercedes getting somewhat out of the way there. I think they got caught a little bit quicker than they were expecting through there. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. I think they probably will, in 2.5 hours, go a lap down. But the lap times are very, very close across the board. Paduano last time by puts it 151.620 on that one. So we shall see what happens. That is Castellano in the Vista Sport that is going a lap down to second. Just as a reference for the sheer pace, like I say, Southcott is a lap down after all the pit stops, and Felipe is getting closer to being a lap down on that one. So we shall keep an eye on the lap times as they come through, as they cross the line. Felipe goes 53.2 on an outlap. Sorry, on their first flyer. Leader goes 51. Yeah. With 53s on the board, there's a risk that Southcott could catch. It's a slim... No, Felipe is 112. Felipe's heading towards being a lap... No, Felipe's 30 seconds ahead of Southcott. Felipe is almost a lap down on the net on second. So, that's where things stand. This is fast. This has been a really, really fast race. Currently working lap 176. Sorry, I've completed 176. They're working lap 177. With less than 2.5 to go. I guess we see what happens. Genuinely, don't know. Don't know what's gonna happen or ensue here. Like I say, the gap you can see there on the map. There's not much between the leader and third place now to go a lap down, and second is just the other side of the boot. So they're less likely to go a lap down to second, but it's looking ominous like they're going to drop a lap to first, to the overall leader. Yeah, Jos, number one, yeah, the pace that the top two are putting out is phenomenal. 51.4, 51.7, 51.9 for the top three cars last time by. So yeah, the speed is seriously quick. I drove a 54. Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm trying to think what mine are in the dry, and I think I might be able to get into the 40s, just into the 40s in the dry, around here. I would have to check, which I obviously can't do right now, what my fastest around here is. So, yeah, it's... I might have managed a 43 the other day. I honestly can't remember. I know I've got it coming up in a series that I'm doing. So... yeah. Yeah, I know the feeling. They're just quick. It's a case of how are you so quick? Tyrone has got past Roland's there, so well done that one. Managed to have got past it cleanly. 42, 43. Yeah, I think I'm somewhere in the mid 43s around, mid 40s around here. Not as in 1 minute, as in 40. Ooh. As in 1:44, 45. I think I would have to double check. Certainly in race pace, I know I'm around that sort of lap time. I might be able to get into the 43s in quali trim. So that is how things are panning out. That gap's just disappeared. Paduano has just closed that gap down to Natalie in first. It's now under 17 seconds. Last time by had a big something happened. Went 2:02.3 last time by for the leader. So that was a big off. Car doesn't look particularly damaged, so I think it might have just been a running wide or a bit of a spin, half spin somewhere. But managed to recover. But that lead has just disappeared significantly, and more to the point, that has just opened the gap to third place back up. So the third place is now 1:30 behind the leader. So that has now opened it all up. It looks like the leader has had a bunch of traffic to deal with previously, so it may have had something to do with that. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Okay, I'm not even going to go there with that one. There's something going on in the chat. So yeah. I guess we see what happens. The gap it's holding steady at this point. We're about 17 seconds. Checking in about a lap or so later. Apologies, there's not a huge amount to commentate on at this point. Everything is spread out. Roland's is now 3 seconds down behind Tyrone's. That gap, that just flew apart. 166 is having a bit of a wiggle there. Although you've had a 2-minute 50 odd lap. Was that a pit stop? There was a pit stop in that one. Fair enough. Still sat in 17th. Still a lap down on the car in front. Apologies for reminding on that one. I don't know if that's at all useful, but that is what it is. Rain is still set to get worse in 30 minutes. Track is still not marked as flooded. And that is the leader coming up to that, 166. That girl's come down a little bit more again. To the leader, it's 16. It's come down by about another half second. They're not giving up. They're not giving up in the slightest. Wondering if we're starting to see a chink in the armour of the leaders there. Key into the pits. 103, 26. You're going to have to make a splash at the end of the race. because you'll do another hour from now. We'll put you on 1 hour 18 or just under to go. 1 hour 18, 1 hour 15. So you will have 15 minutes after your last stop to hang on. Yeah, they'll pit. The next pit stop will be at 1:15 to go, so they'll have about 15 minutes to the end of the race when their stint timer runs out again. If you can't tell, my brain's a little addled after all of this. So that is where things are. Yeah, I don't really know what to report. I'm just keeping an eye on the gaps. The gaps come back out for about 17 seconds. Again, so obviously the last lap was still in favour of Pad 1, but Pad 1 I think might have had an issue on this lap that has resulted in that gap going back out. So that is how things stand. 16-3. Last time by Naldi put in a 151.2 flat. Paduano put in a 150.880. So 4 tenths quicker that lap. They're slowly chipping away at that lead. Again, any mistakes and Naldi's in trouble. They end up pushing the stint time too far. They, you know, any number of things could result in this not being over in any stretch of the imagination. Giuseppe Castellano for Vista Sport has brought the gap down to Southcott. It's now 6 seconds, just over 6 seconds. Last time across, yeah, it's around about 6 seconds. So that's one we'll keep an eye on. Ooh, so the Mercedes is back out and running. Now scored in 23rd. We have lost another car. We're down to 21 runners. I did not see who it was who left. Apologies for that. Oh, that was Barry. Thank you very much. So yeah, very well done. They are now working lap 97. They've been out for a while, out of the pits for a little while. So they will slowly work their way back up through the order on the timing screen, at least. That I have here. So they're currently scored in terms of laps completed in 23rd. So I would guess by the end of this, there's a decent chance they will score into the 30. Score into 21st, I would guess. So well done for getting back out there. You know, take a break, do whatever it is you're going to do. 53 seconds, 53, almost 54 second lap. That's fine. It is your teammate that you are hunting down, but you are a lot of laps down on them. Your teammate is about a lap down on the car in front. He's a lap and 20 odd seconds down on the car in front. So we'll see what happens. I genuinely don't know if that was a couple of hours stopped for 2 hours 20 stopped. I genuinely don't know if that was what it took to change the engine in that car, or whether you're still running around with a damaged engine. I don't know. But Matthias Blore, well done for getting back out there. It's nice to see both MME cars out there. They are a very, very lovely looking livery. So yeah, well done. I mean, anybody that finished this race, like I say, I'm gonna commentator's curse it now. It's looking like it's wet all the way to the end. Everything that I can see is 30 minutes plus. As teammate just backs out of that one, lets them pass. And gets clear. So that will be that Merc will be punching on to try and make up as many laps as they can. Gap's just it's hovering right on the 16-second flat mark for the leader to second place. The gap has stretched out, has come down to third place. Third place in the sense that the leader is catching up with third place on track, so they are 133 now behind the leader. So that means that car is only about 20 seconds up the road for that car, for the leader. So again, 2 hours 9. The mistake the leader did have has held off the inevitable for a bit longer. But again, I feel like it's more of an inevitable thing now than more of a when than an if on that one. So very. It's been a little bit of an attrition-based race. The fact that it is a Ferrari out front of this track is genuinely impressive. So that's what's going on there. That's a rather interesting picture from what's been going on at Alton from the Academy team. Looking lively. Just checking in. Honestly, there's not a huge amount to talk about. I wish I had something interesting and useful to talk about, quite frankly. I really don't. That's where it is. Yeah, we're still on for about 230 laps. Come the end. Yeah, that is how things stand. Let's run you down through the list as we sit, because we've got a while. Yeah, we'll run you down through the list of some cars that are due for a pit stop soon. So, in first we have Matteo Naldi for BF Racing, car 777 Ferrari. It is then Wolf Paduardo for Sky Simsports, Aston Martin, car number 47. Gabriel Felipe Vacuum Racing, car number 3 in third. Southcott 316, Chris Southcott 316 for Stone Cold Racing in fourth. Giuseppe Castellano for Vesta Sport in car number 11 Ferrari in fifth. Armand Hours for G League Esports, car number 7 in sixth. Seventh is Jens Lebu, car 100, turn 1 Porsche. Eighth is Luke Wilson, JP Motorsport in car 69 in eighth. Florian Borges is behind the wheel again of the car number 9 G League Esports. Car number 8 in ninth. Ackelson, Gear Ackelson for Pegasi Motorsport in car 725 in 10th. Car number 48, Michael Tyrone for TRM Racing, Aston Martin in 11th. Kevin Rowlands for Winwood Racing, car 57 in 12th. 13th is Maxime Roland for Rebellion Autosport MCR, car number 70 McLaren. 14th is Noel Hackey, Project 91 Racing Team, car 91 in 14th. Joe Hayes Sr., Rag Nation Endurance, car 79 Porsche in 15th. 16th is Andrei Karchinov, Team Moore 41, car 41 Ford Mustang. Car 166, Alex Radwiz Bentley in 17th. 18th is Christopher Falkenberg of NER Endurance Team, car 950. Jaco van Eck, Hornet Motorsports, car 72 in 19th. 20th is Matthias Blore for MME Group Ferrari Motorsport, car 31. And back in the pits, they did a 36 and they're 10 something in the pits. Awesome. I thought they were going to keep going, but never mind. Scored in 21st, having completed enough laps to put them into 23rd, is the 77 MME Group Mercedes Motorsport car. So, Falkenberg is currently looking like they are due to make their penultimate pit stop. Looking like they're going to be one of the early stoppers for their final pit stop as well, as they are going to be pitting their 101.34, so they'll get another one in after this. If they go to the end of their stint. I would suggest they probably need to get to the end on one more stop after this. I would suggest they need to do the extra lap, because then they will be able to basically almost bring the car for the last little bit of the race. There. And indeed they do. They go for another run round. That puts them on 102.12.13 across the line for their current stint. Previous lap was a 1:52.8. Fastest lap for that car is a 1:52.1. There's not much more to report. Everybody else has got like half an hour of their stint left. I'm saying Sander Rompend is in the car, but still has not moved. Stopped 3 minutes 27. For that one. Have now completed 100 laps. The leader is working lap 191. So yeah, that is that. That's the caution of one. Indeed, that is Falkenberg into the pits. Just coming down the entry now. It was 1:04.05 for that car. That will come in and stop on its marks. And pit box 22, nicely done. That car is going to take, I'm assuming, just a standard full service. That will mean they will be able to make their last stop with roughly a touch under an hour to go. Which means they will easily be the first car to make their last pit stop, providing nobody else runs a funky stint at any other point on track. How that pans out. Felipe is 138-ish back from the leader, so they are they're doing okay. The gap to the leader from Naldi to Paduano is now roughly 14 and a half seconds. So that is an improving situation for that car. For that car, it is slowly catching up to the car in front. That Sky Sim Sports car. So that is slowly catching up to it is slowly catching up to that car. Sportec Geo, Mad Design, Go 777. Yeah, 777 are sending it. Like I say, it's not over and done yet. They have got Paduano's been, the Sky Sim Sports car has been slowly chipping away at that lead. We're inside the last 2 hours now of the race. Honestly, 14 seconds I've seen disappear in a 60-minute race in less than 60 minutes. Especially if you get it a little bit wrong or have some issues, then you can easily end up losing a lot of time to the cars around you. It's just ticked under 14 seconds now, as the Sky Sim Sports car is just coming up through the S's, and the 777 is through the bus stop. It's pretty much the length of the backstretch is the difference. Wilson is on the tail of Jens Lebu. Don't know whether anything happened to Jens, but there is a bit of a race on for 8th. Potentially, car 69, Wilson has caught up to the back of Jens Lebu, that car being one that was in touch with Hours, but he's now a minute and a half back from Hours, so that car evidently having issues and dropping back down the order, now has Luke Wilson for company. So we'll watch this one through and see what happens. Wilson catching relatively quickly there in that McLaren. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on from Wilson's point of view. That's a lot of spray and a lot of rear end of Porsche. That Porsche is taking some knocks across the back end. Goes tight to the inside. I feel like this is going to be more of a when than an if. A little bit of contact. You see the drive that Porsche's got out of that first corner. A little bit of contact, I think, just caused Wilson to just have to back out slightly of turn 1 on the way in, but hasn't really dampened that car's speed. They were 0.064 across the line. They are now 0.3 seconds between the two of them going into the bus stop. Go, as Wilson is back up under the rear wing of that Porsche. And that's what it looks like from the Porsche's perspective. Yeah, that Porsche's back end isn't looking entirely factory fresh, so I wonder if that's had a bit of an issue at some point that's caused it to drop back. Goes tight again, defensive on the inside. Pretty much the same move, though they don't make contact. again, the Porsche, you can see it just squat down as it changes gear up, goes up a gear, but the McLaren is a lot closer this time, coming up over there. It was 0.093 across the line last time by, but the McLaren is still so much closer. Oh, they made contact! Ooh, I'm not going to say anything. Between those two, but well done. There was a pass made. Porsche has lost out, and that was a pass. Wilson did back out, let the car past, and let them back through. So redress the balance there for that one, and has all that work left to do. Honestly, that's about what I would have expected from Wilson. Looks like Wilson is now going to try and use the Vesta Sport car that is a lap up on these two to potentially be the wedge to open the door on the Porsche, as it has to back off somewhere to get past, to let the Ferrari past. Although the Ferrari's gone in deep on the brakes, and that has let Wilson back through. Although Wilson's going to let that Ferrari back through. This is not helping Wilson in the slightest. And that is Wilson in the pits. Is that on schedule? No, that's early. Are they doing... That's early. I wonder if that's a... let's get the damage that we have got fixed because we have very little aero. Let's not make this any worse. And also to just bring the car to the end of the race with a sensible set of pit stops, because an hour from now puts them with 50 minutes to go. So I would guess that that's probably going to be the case. In that Wilson will jump out and it'll be the last two drivers to the end. No, Wilson is still in the car. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're clearly faster, but they're clearly having issues trying to get past. So, can they do that? Also, it changes the stint times. Although Wilson has gone back out, and I believe it was due to be two different cars to the end. How long was that stop? That was a 19-second stop. Now I'm intrigued. When Wilson's out the car, I wonder if he'll shed any light on what that was all about. That might have been just to fix the damage. Yeah, it might have been fuel and damage only, because that car did take a bit of a knock to the front end, and they have been struggling with the fact that it's been a very low aero car, and it's wet. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. That gap has now gone out to 48 seconds. Whether this is the play to put them on something funky to the end and some back timing, I don't know. Hours for G League Esports has now pitted for their penultimate time. They are 1:03.22 on their stint timer. So they will pull in and take service. I will stick with what was going on track, but I will keep an eye on yeah, I wonder if it is. Whether they've just topped the tank off and then they'll do one long stop to the end. It's brave, because that's going to put you on very, very worn tyres. But we know that McLaren can do about 1:15, 1:20 on a tank. On a completely brimmed tank. And that is down on a way for the G League car. Start their penultimate stint. yeah, we'll see how that one washes out. Tyrone is starting to catch up onto the back of Ackelson Ferrari. There is about 4 seconds or so between those two. There is a chunk of back markerage and what have you going on. Various flavours of lapsed traffic. Tyrone will have to let the purple and chrome car number 3 of... is that still Felipe? Yes, it is. Giuseppe Gabriel Felipe, sorry. In that car. Last lap by was 2:03, and that is... they have dropped a lap to the leaders. So that is the only car left on the lead lap is Wolf Paduano for Sky Sim Sports. And they are 11.5 seconds behind the leader. That is basically the race now for first and second. So we shall see what happens with that lot. Right, apologies there, just to get up and stretch out a little bit. Just, yeah. It's been a long stint. Right, how are we doing? 12 seconds is the gap to first and second. There's not a huge amount to talk about at this point. Roland on Roland's. That gap is 3.5 seconds. Just over. Tyrone and Alkinson is about a second and a half. So we'll keep an eye on that one on the timing screens. It's hovering around the 1-ish second mark at the moment. That might come down a little bit as Ackelson has to let the 3 car through, as that is going to be being blue flagged by blue flags to go through, but the lap times are close enough and similar enough that it's going to take a second or two for them to be within range of actually being able to get past. Ooh, there is a Daryl in the waiting room. Let's go have a chat to Daryl. Hello, Daryl!
Hello, you sounded bored, so I thought I'd come and join you.
Oh, that is fair. Honestly, it's nice to have another person to chat to. It's been a seriously long stint.
Oh, it has, hasn't it?
Oh.
Only an hour and a bit to go.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's been quiet in the steward's room, touch wood, for the past few hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've had quite a quiet job.
Yeah. But it's been quite nice and steady. There's been a few misdemeanors, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been keeping an eye on the outcomes channel, so not been anything. What's it? 3 minutes to 5?
Something like that, yeah. So, touch wood.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Nielsen and... Nielsen is a couple of laps down on 166, so that will be to unlap themselves on 166. Castellano has pitted from 5th, I think it is. This is the battle now. Yeah, obviously that Tyrone Ackelson battle has started to come to fruition. Ackelson having to let the car number 3 through eventually after that caught up. Has left the Aston alongside into the bus stop. No, can't make that one work. Aston goes for a bit of lawn mowering and then is still alive, but has a lot of work left to do, as that gap now opens out to about a second and a half. It's been about the most exciting thing that's happened in the last, 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah. I'm just flicking through, and it's like everyone seems to be spaced out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the longest of tracks, but it's not short either. We've got 20 cars running
Yeah.
So it's hardly surprising it's not huge that nobody's getting excessively close to each other.
Yeah, and everybody just wants to finish the race now, don't they?
Yeah,
Now,
I
now
don't
they put
know.
this much effort in.
Yeah, I don't know who or what who is responsible for the 8 hours of Watkins, as it's now been nicknamed.
Yes, I think someone needs to speak to Hayden.
Yeah, it's either been Hayden or Dex has pushed the wrong button in the server.
Yeah, somebody must have been taking their children swimming that morning. And had the armbands in the hand when they set the server up. Roland's battle. That is McLaren on Winwood. That's the Rebellion Autosport MCR McLaren car number 70 with looking for a potential way past the Winwood 57 Mercedes. Bit of a dive. Good on the. It's surprisingly good on the brakes through this car. But then the second and third sectors really suit McLaren because it's such a high aero car. The first sector is a grunt and go, and then once you get into the meat of the track through 2 and 3, it's much more of an aero circuit. As long as your McLaren doesn't have any damage.
Yes.
The slightest bit of a damage on that McLaren and it just goes all out the window.
Yeah. Or doing what Wilson has got is they trimmed the car back for a dry setup.
Ooh.
Yeah, hoping it would dry out, and it hasn't.
No, and it's going to get heavier as well.
Oh, yeah, it's been threatening that for a while. Oh, Barbera is in Vista Esports.
Oh, bounce.
Ooh, what happened?
Car 950.
950. Oh! Let's have a quick look back on what happened there. Comes out the S's. 3DS is okay. A little bit of a wiggle at the top of the S's. We've got the Winwood Mercedes. For company. Oh, I think they tried to let the Winwood Mercedes and that and battle through.
Well,
but,
no, I was on the Mercedes and he was bouncing over the grass when we went past him.
Yeah, I think they tried to let the Mercedes through and just misjudged how far across the track they were.
Oh, look, there we go. Bang, bang, bang. Bounce.
Yeah. Once you're on the grass on this game, it is you are a passenger at best.
Yes.
That McLaren looking for a move. It's looking for a move for too far back. This is drivers that you're starting to see it. The rookie errors start creeping in from drivers that have been really consistent because they're just getting tired. That McLaren is clearly a lot faster than the Mercedes, but it's just trying to make moves from way too far back.
Going into the first corner.
Yeah, into the first corner. Mercedes gets a little bit up on the curb, runs wide, and that is pretty much out of the toe now. Coming down this back stretch, which will play into the Mercedes' hands very nicely.
Oh my god.
They've all been just eating curbs through there. The Mercedes just can't get the car turned back across quite enough, and that is the McLaren through. Nicely done.
I think the Mercedes
everybody's
gave that
been
one up.
playing it so fast and loose with that exit curb. We've seen a couple of big moments on that.
But you know, whenever the likes of you and me do that, we just go spin. The back end just goes, oh, I'm going the other way round.
Not too bad, but I do try to avoid that curve on the exit, certainly that far along, because you can see as the cars come over, it actually drops away, and that's what causes the problem, is the curve actually drops away on the back side of it. So if you're up on it, that's why it causes you to spin, because it unweights that rear wheel and causes it to light up. So
I think car 31's just had a little spin as well. He's got a terrible looking back end.
31. Oh, that's the MME Ferrari. Letting I don't know where you're going. Just trying to let everybody and anybody through. Fair enough. Nicely done.
Well, he's just been in the wall.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Fair enough. Tyrone is now on the back of Atkinson again. Does have the GD car and the MME Ferrari between them. That's a team that's not had a great run of luck on this race, the MME team. Both cars down towards the tail end of the order. Looks like the 77's gone out and completed another lap. Can Tyrone do anything here? The 725's been stacked up by the G-League car, G-League Aston Martin. Can't quite hold it on the outside, coming up out of the boot. And is now on the back foot a little bit again with the Ferrari, but definitely within toe and touching distance. Is that Aston going for that? Aston's going for the pits. 1 hour 3:45, 46, 47, no, 48. There we go, across the line. 1 hour 3:48 for that stint. So that means this will be their penultimate stop. They will stop with somewhere around half an hour to go, unless they choose to do something funky, which we have already seen. Wilson in car 69 did a 45-minute stint, then pitted for 19 seconds and went back out again.
That. Yeah, was that for damage?
I don't know if it was for damage or whether it was just to top the car off to go all the way to make it to the hour to go mark or something. I'm not sure. And then they'll get one last pit stop with an hour to go, throw a fresh driver in and send it.
Yeah, you can probably get away with an hour and 10, hour and 12 in that McLaren.
We've seen that car get... It was Wilson in the 24 2.4 managed to nurse the car through almost an hour and 20.
Okay.
So should be able to, with a bit of fuel saving around here, should be able to get an hour and 15 out of the car, I would have thought, on a full 120 litre fuel fill.
Do we know how the Academy boys are getting on?
I do not. They weren't doing too badly when Barry was in a few hours ago.
Okie dokie.
We'll have a look on the Academy. There's an interesting looking photo from the Academy, which involves a lot of rain and cars pointing in the wrong direction at Alton. Yeah, apparently it started wet and it improved, but not by much.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Charlie. He popped in the steward's room earlier.
So it started wet and it improved, but I don't think it's got much better. Given that the GT3s and GT4s at that circuit. Don't get me wrong, I think it's great fun. I'm just not sure if 6 hours was a good idea.
It's a bit of a small, windy track.
Yeah.
With no overtaking places.
You can. It just takes a lot of cooperation from all parties.
Yeah.
That generally requires a lot of general good etiquette from all involved in that one.
And that thing called common sense, but we don't seem to find that very often around here.
Occasionally it is very lacking. That is... Blizzard is back in the car for second place. They have opted to make their penultimate pit stop. They are now 1 minute and 19 off the leaders, but the leaders still need to pit, and they are an hour and 2. So they've only just pitted with an hour and a half to go, so they'll have about half an hour to go for the last stop. Is it me, or does that now look like that weather's got a lot worse?
It does look worse. It does say it's going to get heavier in 10 minutes, so...
Yeah, it looks like that heavier rain may have already started to arrive.
There's puddles appearing where there weren't earlier.
Yeah, that what was looking as a reasonable racing line is looking a lot less dry. I can hear how much my computer's having to work for this. All the fans are spun up. And that is the leaders into the pits with 1:03.22. They have not pushed that nearly as far as they have done previously.
No,
we saw
they
a 1
were
hour
taken to seconds, didn't they?
1 hour 4:59 at their last stop.
That's just silly.
I think they were probably going to be alright by about 5 or 10 seconds, but they got caught up behind the G League Ferrari. As a bit of a back marker, and I think that cost them a bit more than they were expecting it to. So yeah, it was a bit of a squeaky 50p, 5p moment at the end of that stint.
Yeah. Do we know what the guy got disqualified for?
No, I just saw the car was there and then it disappeared.
Well, he got disqualified. I went to clear the penalties and it was... Oh, it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, I don't entirely know. Oh, Taskov has picked up a drive-through. Well done. That'll be track limits related.
Yeah, it was.
Holes has just made their penultimate stop, so they'll come back in with about an hour or with about 25 minutes to go. 1:02 is the stint time for Borges in the G League Ferrari. Yeah, the pace has been phenomenal. The gap at the lead, actually, after those two have pitted now, has stretched back out. Lee is back in the Ferrari, and the gap has gone out to 19.5 seconds. Prior to the pit stop cycle, for those two cars, it was down around the 12-second mark. So, that is...
But Blizzard is very quick.
Yeah. Blizzard is going fast, but so is Lee. I think Lee was the driver that qualified that car, and has been out there and flying. Yeah, these two were the only ones that were really keeping in touch with vaguely in touch with the Sim RC car that was just running away at the lead. Unfortunately, that hit issues and has since backed out of this one.
I've been watching Blizzard. He's been held up with a few back markers going through
Yeah,
the
we've just
section.
following. He's just caught by the 48 car of... Which one's that? It's 48. Who's in that one now? Manfra for TRM Racing Team. So that gap's gone back out a little bit more. Borges is in for the pits for their stop. 2:03.28 across the line. This is going to be another one that's tight. Ackelson is running that one tight at 2:03.35. They'll get round, but it's going to be tighter than they would like. They don't have any time to be able to do another lap after this one, that's for sure.
What's the penalty for not making it in time?
Drive-through.
Oh.
Yeah, which you have to clear before you take your stop.
Oh.
Yeah.
That could ruin a race.
Oh yeah, very much so. With how close it's been at the top.
Yeah, and like you say, all you have to do is come across a back marker through this midsection.
Yeah, through sector 2 or 3, and you pick up a back marker that's on a very similar pace to you, and suddenly you lose 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And your entire strategy goes out the window if you were running tight. Which is exactly what very nearly happened to the BF racing car before the last stop.
Yeah.
Humour is on the tail of Lecroux. Florian Lecroux, car 70, is being caught by Michael Humour in that Winwood 57 car. That's a car that's been steadily making its way up the order as this race has gone on. They didn't have the best of starts. They dropped back a little bit. But towards the latter stages of the race, they've just been chipping away at the odd place here and there over a stint. And doing very well. Having said that, Bolzer has just got to drive through. Well done. I'm assuming track limits.
Yeah, I think it was. It flashed up quite quick.
Yeah. I am... Ooh, the crew... hang on, no, that's Cox in the Ferrari, and that's just pitted. Was that drive-through? No, that was full service. That'll be their last penultimate pit stop, so they'll stop with about 22 minutes or so to the end, providing they go to the end of their stint, unless they do a short 20-minute stint now. I mean, that's the other one. Do you try and, before it gets too much worse, do you run a really short stint now and try and make up some time? And then run a long one for the hour?
In the hour and 20.
Do a low fuel run now, and then run it long at the end? I guess is the question, but...
Well, yeah.
Time will tell. Nothing overly exciting. I don't think there's anybody. There's one last car left to stop, which will be Rad's 166 Bentley. That's been picking its way up through the order. The 77 has dropped off the timing sheet now as well. Which is a little unfortunate, but hey ho, that is the MME Mercedes has dropped off the timing sheet entirely. They have backed out this one, so that leaves 20 cars circulating.
We had 29 to start, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, nearly 30 cars and less than a third back out. I've definitely come across worse attrition rates. Yeah, Lee's just been putting in faster, more consistent times than Blizzard. Last time by Blizzard was 52.4. Lee was 52.1.
Back markers. Blizzard's just got past 3 or 4 back markers again.
Fair enough.
He got held up a bit. He's got 10 seconds or so to the next one.
He's got a 100 car in front of him.
Yeah.
But then that 100 car is shifting. It did a 53.7 last time by. It was a 52.1 for Lee, so it's not that much slower as Hackery gets a drive through as well.
This is the tiredness kicking in now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's wet, so your car slides a little bit more.
Yeah, and so car slides a bit more. Track temps dropped. Air temps down at 22. Track temps down at 25. It did climb to about 28 earlier. So anybody that hasn't noticed that is going to notice that with tyre pressures. And if, particularly with the wets, with those big knobbly blocks that they have for shifting the water, you drop a little bit too much in the way of tyre pressure and they start getting really squirrely.
Yes.
Hackery has caught up to Munfra. So that's 91 on 48, although Hackery does still have that drive through serve, so that will nullify that when that's served. Huma and LeCroux are still nose to tail.
Hackery's taking his drive through now.
That makes sense. I think they picked that up fairly early in that lap, so it's taking a moment for them to be able to clear it. Honestly, it's impressive around here that they've managed to pick up enough track limits violations and not lose time.
It's turn 1 where I always get them.
Yeah, that follows. I think there's been a few people picking them up through the last couple of corners. If you run a bit hot through the penultimate corner, you can run over the curb and run a bit wide.
Yeah.
And not lose a huge amount of time. But that's about the only place two places it's really possible to make any excess time. The only one maybe would be the heel of the boot as well. There's a bit of a chunk of runoff area on the exit of that one. That is LeCroux going very in the wrong direction. That was a bit odd because that car just seemed to not turn. Oh,
They got a twitch on the exit of the previous corner, chased it across the road, ended up on the grass, and then they were just a passenger. Managed to keep it out of all the solid bits of circuit furniture, so fair play there. But that has now let Humour through for 13th. And that's all the close gaps basically gone.
Yeah, how was Blizzard doing?
Blizzard's brought that gap down to about 19.5 seconds now.
Yes.
Did have the advantage last time by about half a second, so that's come down a bit more than half a second, I will say. It was, last time I looked, it was about 20.5 seconds. They've actually closed up about a second total. So I presume Lee has picked up a bit more traffic, although Lee is in clear air. Did have a back marker. Which one is that that's behind him? Oh, that's the 100. Oh, they finally managed to clear the 100 Porsche.
Yeah.
That might have cost them a little bit of time because that Porsche is not hanging about.
Blizzard's coming up to lap the third place again.
The third place went a lap down about half, 3/4 of an hour ago before the last set of pit stops.
He's about to be 2 laps down. Blizzard's catching him that quickly.
No, so the
Number
leader
3
is 17 seconds up the road, having lapped lapped them previously. I've got race control up. It's surprisingly useful on that front. I've got gap to leader is 17 seconds.
Well, between the leader and Blizzard is third place.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Because that gap would have shuffled around a bit as they went through the pit stop cycle.
Yeah. And he's catching him quite rapidly.
Yeah, a minute 48 is the gap, and it's a 50-ish second, 52, 53 second lap. Monfra is coming up to the back of Bourges. There you go, there it is on screen, just ticking across, hovering around the second mark. Couple of places where the Aston's faster, not through this middle sector, it's not middle and last sector, it's can't really use its grunt and go around here quite as much. But yeah, 19 seconds is the gap from Lee's Blizzard, so that will be second lapping third. Which, once the first place has gone through, is always an inevitability, especially with the gaps as they are.
I don't know how we can drive this Aston so quickly. I've been driving this Aston the past week or so. I don't like it. It seems very sluggish when I'm in it.
Which car's this?
The Aston.
Yeah, you kind of have to drive it like you stole, like properly drive it like you stole it.
Yeah.
To really get any lap speed out of it.
It just doesn't seem to want to accelerate at all.
Yeah, it's most of the time it gets a bit of a weight break, but it's 18 kilos up at this circuit, and it's still a monster. So at the right track, it's very, very quick. Unfortunately, that's fairly few and far between.
It does have a nice set of brakes on it, though. I will say that compared to the McLaren that I used to drive.
Yeah, but most things have better brakes than the McLaren. I'm fairly sure the KTM GT2 has better brakes than the McLaren.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, things that we've discovered are pretty good on the brakes. The BMW, the Porsche, and the Mustang. That's got a serious set of brakes. Not only is it stupidly fast in a straight line, it can anchor up like nobody's business. It keeps up with the Lexus in a straight line, but can actually stop.
I might try the Mustang. I haven't tried that yet.
It's very mechanically limited on grip. It's a heck of a machine to try and get set up. It's one of the few times we've actually turned around and bought a setup for it.
Oh, right, okay.
Because it was doing my head in trying to get the thing set up.
and it's very mechanically limited. It's very big and it's very heavy, so you have to, when you get the thing up to speed and get it hooked up, it's really actually quite nice to drive. But it is an absolute handful when it starts going wrong.
Yeah. I was watching Mr. Hood drive it in the rookie series.
Yeah, that's a man that can handle a big front engine car. Given what he did in the Jag.
Well, yes, this is true.
We were in the Lambo and he gave us a run for our money in the Jag. That is Hackery, I think, serving a drive-through? Or is that... no, you can't read. No, 104.06. Ooh, this is... If you take full fuel, there's a chance you can get to the end with the weather getting worse. If you take an absolute full fill, you might just about make it to the end with an hour and 12 to go. But you gotta hope the leader finishes basically on the nose for 8 hours. Just because of how much full throttle there is around here. Honestly, where are they? They're 14th. I might be inclined to give it a whirl. If it was me.
And just stay out. Yeah,
stay out, fill the car to the brim and do a bit of fuel saving and see what you can pick up as other people have to pit. It's wet, you're tired.
Look into mode 2, engine mode 2, so it's full power, just not really full power.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially with the wet weather, you're not going to be pulling lap times like you would be normally. Your traction control is going to be pulling fuel out of the car like there's no tomorrow. Well, pulling ignition out, really, rather than fuel, because fuel is dangerous to pull out. But yeah, I reckon with a bit of the pink fluffy slippers, you might be able to do that.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that one. Oh no, they can't, because it's a 65-minute stint. They'll have to drive through the pit lane at the very least.
Oh, okay.
They will at least have to. They will have to perform a drive-through as a minimum to make it to the end of the race. If the car can do it on fuel, they'll have to perform a drive-through, which will reset the stint timer. As long as they don't get a drive-through for track limits, then
there is that.
There's still a decent chance that they can possibly pick up a place or two. What are they? Lap-wise, there are ideas from the car in front. There's 25 seconds behind the car in front. So there's a decent chance they might at least be able to jump them as they take a full service.
See how it plans out.
Yeah.
And like I say, if they can rag it, they can probably pick up a track limit because that'll just reset the timer for them.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately.
Oh, doesn't it?
No, it's as it would normally. If you perform a drive-through, if you run through without a penalty through the pit lane, it will reset your stint time. If you get a drive-through, it doesn't reset your stint time.
Okay.
Which can make things a little bit hairy if you pick one up right at the end of your stint.
Yes.
That got lively when we were racing it. Mizano the other week.
Sixth place has just got a drive-through for track limits.
Oh, awesome. They've dived straight for the pits. Hold on. That is Vista. Ooh, that's Vista Sport. They've not had a good end to this one. They were flying up at the top of. They were chasing for top 3, top 5 earlier on in the race, and they have just ended up having a bit of a rough one towards the end of this, and have dropped back. That's a shame. Dornell's is in the vacuum car, back of the vacuum car. Is the arena? Oh yeah, because they're a lap down, aren't they? They're a lap and 3 seconds back. I was about to say, are they catching up with that? No, they've been a lap. The gap at the front is holding steady around 19 seconds.
Yeah. 218 laps.
I would expect it to be somewhere in the region of 230 by the time you finish this, possibly a bit more.
Possibly, yeah, probably more like 40-ish.
Yeah, 230 something, I would guess. I'm hoping that the stream's still there. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Steve's still on.
That's alright. No, I got a message from partner's brother going, I'm downloading a massive file. Please let us know if it sends your internet a bit screwy.
Well, that's the joys of having fibre optics. It helps.
Yeah, I do have, but it's more the internet around the house isn't great. It's good when it gets to the house, but getting it around the house is the issue.
Yeah, my wife's never happy. We've got LAN cables running up the stairs.
Yeah, we've got power line adapters and stuff, because unfortunately the house we're in has been, at various times in its life, has been heavily modified, so it's got RSJs all over the place.
That's no Wi-Fi then.
Yeah, so these big hunks of steel basically become Faraday cages. We discovered it back at my parents' place when we redid the kitchen and knocked a wall down and put an RSJ in there. Depending on where you put your computer, which side of the RSJ you are, depends on whether you have internet or not.
Oh dear. Yes.
That's the joy of having an old Victorian terrace, because we just discovered the back of the house was literally about to fall off.
I just have the joys of sharing the internet with 3 teenagers. So I have a dedicated one for myself, thank you very much. LAN cable for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The joys of that. How's this race going?
I'm assuming that's back marker induced. The gap to the lead's come down. It's 18 and a half seconds.
Yeah.
That's just chunked down a big old lump.
He's just gone past 4 back markers, so...
Yeah, that might have been part of it. Obviously, that's going to mean Blizzard's got to get through them, but if Blizzard gets through them in places where it doesn't cost as much time, 17 and a half seconds is the gap now. The lap time difference, 151.657 for Blizzard. Lee was 152.497.
So yeah,
that's a big chunk of time.
You can catch that up.
Yeah. And given how close all of these cars have been running on lap time, yeah, it's been absolutely savage.
I'm going to expect people to start diving into the pits in the next lap or so.
Where are we doing?
With 1 hour 5 to go.
Yeah, I would say, given what we've got going on, it's going to be a little while. The first one will be Jakob Van Eck for Hornet Motorsports. They're on 59 minutes, about to tick over the hour mark now. On their stint time, so they've got 2 to 3 laps to go, and they will be the first ones to make their last stop.
Yeah.
I would assume. Those at the front, Lee, Blizzard, etc. Get it right, Blizzard could potentially jump Lee with a jumping now, and potentially clear of some worse traffic to get clear of. If they're going to catch up, if they end up catching up to some slower traffic, a big chunk of slower traffic, they could make their life a lot easier by... Ooh! Oh, that was huge!
Did you just... Oh, Blizzard.
Blizzard just got a bit of a wiggle on going up through the S's onto the back stretch, chases it across the road into the barrier hard on the outside, manages to survive but gets trying to get going a little partially unsighted, I think. Third place Dornell's just collects the back of that Aston because it was back online but not going as quick as it possibly expecting to do. I don't know how much damage there is going to be on that car, but It went into the wall hard on both sides.
Yes, that was a heavy hit. Wouldn't surprise me if he dives in now and does an early pit.
Yeah, I think that might not be the worst shout, is you've got damage, it's going to cost you time. But if it's going to well, it depends on how much damage there is. If it doesn't affect lap time too badly, there's no harm. Wilson is in for that car's last stop. That was another 3/4 an hour stint, so they have done 2 shorter stints now to make an hour and a half. And I am assuming that's going to be one of the other drivers, and Wilson will be out and done for tonight. We are 4:39 in the afternoon with an hour and 2 to go and 50 seconds.
And Blizzard stays out.
Stays out. Obviously that hit might not have been as bad as it looked on our end. There is obviously a chunk of lag that does happen. So that was Wilson pitting out of somewhere in the back half of the top 10. Now is the first car to have made their last stop. So that's quite a big... That's a bit of a big thing, because they are fresh. They've got an hour and a touch's worth of fuel. They've probably fulfilled that car to make sure they've got enough. Fresh tyres, fresh driver? What have we got? Yeah, the Swedish Stig is in, Robert Bjorkman. That'll be one to watch now. With Bjorkman behind the wheel, that car will be fast. The gap to Bourges is only 7.2 seconds, and they're on the same lap. That's not out of the question, especially with Bourges having to pit, and everybody else around them are having to pit as well. So we shall see how that comes through. What this may force the drivers in front of them to do is to try and run a short stop. Because if they've taken full service and tyres, that may force other cars in front to have to not take tyres at the end of this stint, which means they'll have done an hour, probably end up doing nearly an hour and a half on a set of tyres.
They are going to be dead.
Yeah, those tyres, even for wets in these conditions, are going to be cooked.
We have car 17, Herman, in the wall.
Ooh, 17 or 17.
So, not car 17, so car 166.
Oh no!
17th place.
166, what happened to you? Let's dive back. Oh, I didn't see all of that, but that's not a place you want to be going sideways. Where is that on track? I didn't go back quite far enough. I'm trying to work out where that is on track. That issue has happened. That was through the S's. Oh yeah, that's really fast. That's a really, really bad place to have an issue. Well over an hour and a half. Sorry, for Luke Wilson, their last stint. They did 2 45-minute stints on one set of tyres, so over an hour and a half on one set of tyres. Had a Porsche rubber band into my nose.
They were putting good lap times in as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that car was not hanging about. So, with Bjorkman behind the wheel, he gave this one back. They had to repair damage. Fair enough. That explains a lot. So yeah, car 69. That is first in the inside of the top 10 to have made their last stop. They stopped with basically an hour to go. Depending on how hard the leaders push, that may become an issue for them if they have to make, if they're in the wrong place and have to do an extra lap around the leaders, they may go a lap down. They may end up going over their stint time and pick up a 30-second penalty.
Ooh.
That's the only risk. risk is with that car is because they pitted with an hour and 3. I think they came out maybe an hour and 2.5. If they're in front of the leader when they finish, they have to do an extra lap.
Yep.
So that's going to be the risk for that car. However, if that car is flying, Blizzard is pitting out of with a 37-minute stint. So they've done a short stint, evidently picked up fixing whatever damage are going to just fly for the last 50-odd minutes of the race.
It wouldn't surprise me.
So that one won't drop a place. But they may lose the lap to the leader. Because of the spin that they had, they may lose the lap to the leader.
It wouldn't surprise me if this is over a minute pit stop.
Yeah, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50 seconds.
Ooh.
That is down and away at 53 seconds. They are a minute and 48 back from the leader, with the leader still having to stop. I think this may be consolidation for Blizzard and the Sky Sim Sport car. Unfortunately, it looks like that spin has put them out of contention for the win. However, there is still 57 minutes and change to go.
Anything can happen.
Indeed.
Right.
Wilson saying be okay on stint timer. I have no teammates other than those in 69 with me. Fair enough. So yeah. Is Wilson down second? No. Almost 20 seconds, 22, 23 seconds back from Dornell's. All of those have yet to stop. And they're all... So the next car out of the top 10 that's likely to stop is ours. Ours in the G-League Esports car. They're on a 52.5-minute stint already, so they, I'm guessing, will go for the next 5 or so minutes to the end of their stint. 5-8 minutes or so of their stint that they have left, which will put them on just under 50 minutes to go. 48-50 minutes to go when they pit. So that's going to be a shorter stop, but that's going to be too much to really do that on the tyres they are currently on. Nielsen in the 950 Porsche's got a Porsche in the 954 Mustang has picked up a stop-go 30, so I'm assuming that was pit related. Yes, they have just pitted, so I'm assuming that was somewhere either in or out of the pits they have been speeding.
That team's been tangled up in a few events in this race, unfortunately. I don't think they've had the best races.
I think we've caught most of them.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate one there. What else have we got going on? That's a new name in the 31. Nellis Latin is a new driver in for the MME Group Ferrari Motorsport. So that's a new one in 20th for car 31. Welcome to the race. You have about an hour left to go, and you have just made a drive through for that one, and there's half an hour of the stint left of your stint timer. Is on about just over half an hour, 40 minutes, half an hour. Dornell's is on is just ticked over the 40-minute mark for them, so it will be ours, and then Dornell's about 15 minutes after will be in the pits.
Oh, Blizzard is almost a lap down. He's got the leader right on his backside.
Oh yeah, so he has 49, minute 49 back. Yeah, I think this might be the leader. I mean, the leader still has to pit. So, yeah, the leader still does have to pit, but it's gonna have to be a really long stop to make up a big error and a long stop to make up a lap. Unfortunately, but like I say, I think this might be consolidation now for that Sky Simsport car, just to make it back in one piece. Don't fight it too hard. Give everything, but don't fight it too hard. That sounds like some sort of...
Oh, he's gone wide there.
Gone a little bit deep. I've seen a number of the front engine cars do that. They go deep into the middle of that corner, square it off, and then get a fantastic drive on the up the hill. So it's not the end of the world. I've seen a number of cars do it and make it work. So I don't think it's too bad, but yeah, there's evidently a pace difference between these two cars at this point. I think it is just a... Blizzard's been out of the car a good couple of hours or so, but I think it's just getting late in the day. Wherever you are, you've
back in.
Been dealing with this for 8 hours nearly. It's a lot to be thinking about, and a lot of mental work as well as the physical work of actually driving the cars.
In these conditions, you can't see, as you know, you can't see anything.
Yep. You
when
really
you go
can't see squat.
in car perspective.
Yep. Blizzard doing reasonable there. Held the line on the way in, but just breathed off the throttle through the mid part of the S's and just lets the leader go through. That is very fair racing.
Yeah, just stick with him and just follow him through all the traffic, probably.
Yeah, I think that's the best you can hope. And if they get collected anything with back markers, just try not to get collected yourself, and that might give you the lap back. But I wouldn't hold your breath with only 20 cars still running.
No, I think, in fact, those two are the only two cars close to each other on the track.
Yeah, everything else is fairly
we've got
spread
somebody
out.
off.
What was that?
We've got somebody went off. Car 166 went off again.
Oh, that's a team that's getting tired.
He's going. I think he just went wide.
Let's have a quick look.
Oh, got another yellow. Oh, got somebody stopped on track. Car 20.
I will find that one. Keep us posted on what's going on that. Ooh, big lazy slide out of the...
he's off again.
Out of the... Yeah, 166 just had a big lazy slide on the downhill right-hander out of the bus stop. Just gets wide, tries to recover it, and lights the rears up. Nowhere near the curb for once.
Yeah.
So that one's fine. Which one? Car 20, did you say?
Yeah, car 31, sorry.
31.
20th place.
20th place. Oh, that's a car that's been having issues all race.
Lighting. He was facing the wrong way when I clicked on him.
No, I wouldn't recommend doing that.
No, it's never a good way to start a race.
No, I will say that big one earlier on in the race when me and Barry were commentating.
Oh, yeah.
That must have been a fun one to get to the bottom with in the steward's box.
Well, that was... As you guys said, it was let's disqualify, but then it's like, what happened? We don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Hence why we gave them the stop go 30.
Yeah, no, that's fair, because the car just seemed to come to a stop.
Yeah.
Which...
But as soon as he was hit again, he started driving, which was my point. I agreed with the DSQ.
Yeah. But there was, there was some messages regarding that, saying about monitors and stuff just shutting off, so...
Yeah. So we went for the
stop go. I think stop go 30, whilst it sucks, doesn't suck. Oh, the second commentator, that is Daryl, one of the server mods, stewards and other racers just popped in because
we were a bit lonely and bored, so we popped in to say hello.
Hello, I'm Daryl.
So yeah, Daryl has come up from the basement of the steward's
room.
of the steward's room.
I was feeling lonely in the steward's room.
Yeah, you were there on your own. I was here on my own, so it's only fair.
And I think it's time to go and open this bottle of wine that's been sitting on top of my PC.
Ooh, red or white?
Red.
Ooh, make some warm.
I got it out of the garage and it was cold, so it's like I'll sit that on top of my PC.
Good plan. Oh.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello, is that the gaffer?
It's the gaffer.
Mr.
The gaffer come in to say a massive thank you to both of you two for sticking around this whole entire time.
I'm not gonna lie, I am
no problem.
freaking knackered.
Genuinely, thank you so much. You guys have done an absolute effing great job. Unbelievable.
It's alright, it's good fun. It's good fun.
This Alton Park race did not go how I expected it to go in terms of having time. Put it that way.
I'm not surprised. It sounded like it was lively, and honestly, it was brave to go and have a go at it at the best of times.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we finished P9 in the end. Which,
oh, nice.
Has this race rained the whole 8 hours?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck?
between heavy and very heavy.
Yep, it's been this or slightly worse the entire time.
So, on Lenny's Lounge, right, there was a 3% chance of a full wet race. 3% for basically putting in that criteria of probability, a 3% chance of it being a full wet race. I was thinking, that's fine. But, like, you know, it's going to be a mixed race, it's not going to be that wet. Nah.
Yeah, but you know what ACC is like for just going, no.
Yeah, I'm just going to decide to go and do my own thing, and yeah, sod the rest of you.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Hayden, you make it rain from Wilson there.
Yeah, sorry, Luke. I did not mean to. Well, I did mean to, I suppose. In
the sense that it was.
Yeah.
There was some comments about armbands and bits earlier.
God. Well, mixed. Well, it was mixed, wasn't it? Like you said, Darryl, it went from heavy rain to light rain.
The track the entire time has been wet.
Yeah,
nothing
so
but
has been mixed.
Let's put it this way: if I was Welsh, I wouldn't think twice about the weather.
God's sake! Brilliant.
Oh
dear. So what? 20 cars left?
Yeah, still 20 cars left. 29 started.
That's not bad. That's not bad for an 8-hour race, you know.
No, I've seen worse in less time. So
exactly, yeah. And the leader is only one lap ahead of everybody else. Then.
Yeah, the leader's an entire lap. I think if SimRC had kept going, hello Mac. If SimRC had kept going, I think it would have been a much more different thing. But they ran into trouble and backed out.
Okay.
They just ended up, I think they had some issues, made a bit of a mistake, took damage. Oh, that's 166 in the gravel again. Had some issues, dropped back, and then it just the race kind of just went to pot, really.
Okay, fair enough.
That is ours. Is in to make their last stop, 1:03.36.
But yeah, I know Mac's obviously not in the voice chat, but he's definitely extremely proud of what you guys have done today. So yeah, thank you, Zeta, for obviously
That's
being
right.
barriers.
Honestly, if I'd worked out a bit more about the race. Oh, Nielsen 950's picked up a drive-through. If I'd known about this a bit sooner, I might not have been around because I might have been trying to find people who wanted to do the race because it's good fun. I'm glad I didn't because being full wet would have just been murder. But
oh dear.
Hey ho. Annoyingly, we have lost the Noobs R Us car as well, which has been generally doing pretty well through the series, annoyingly. So they won't score anything for this round.
Yeah, no. So we do have a standing sheet that that we have been keeping an eye on in terms of like what's been happening throughout the whole championship. So I think Noobs Are Us were quite up there, weren't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, I found it one day on the Google, but the Google Docs, but I can't find it again to find out what's going on. But
I found it's inside the endurance stuff on.
Is it amongst the endurance folder?
Yeah, so SimRC Endurance, they were top with on 126 points.
Yeah, I thought they were doing all right.
Yeah. Noobs Are Us were second with 89 points.
Yeah, so between the two cars.
They did not join. Stone Cold Racing, car 316, are they still going?
316 is still going, they're currently 4th.
Oh, okay, so they are running P3 in the championship on 75 points.
Oh, so they might leapfrog the Noobs Are Us car. They won't catch the endurance car, but they might leapfrog the standard Noobs Are Us car.
I think so. You get 40 points for a win, basically. So.
Oh, okay.
So Stone Cold Racing will be. Just win it by 2 points at this current stage.
Oh, okay. Looking at the timing screens, I don't think.
Oh no, sorry. They're P4, you say?
Yeah.
So they'll get 24 points, which will put them on. Oh.
Yeah.
They don't just do it. They're short by. What is the maths? 88 plus 24 gives them 112. Oh, so they can't do it. They're on 112 then, so they'll be second in the championship.
Yeah, BFR, that's what I'm saying. Is they'll pull second. Is there another round after this one?
No, this is the last one.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I very much would have found the chart and been working through that over the course of this race.
No, it's fine. So is BFR in the race still?
BFR.
Ferrari? BFR Ferrari?
BF Racing, 777.
Oh yeah, sorry, BF Racing, sorry, yes, my mistake.
Yeah, they're leading at the moment.
Okay, so they're going to get 40 points, and they're on 75.
So that's going to put them on 100 and...
115.
What, sorry?
115, so they'll overtake
they'll get second, Racing. And Willamette will get third.
And you got G Liège Esports 1.
G League, which number we have?
It's just Esports 1.
Gone? 7. Car number 7 is currently in 5th, and car number 8 is in 8th.
So 7th is the first car. So what did you say? 5th, you say?
Yep.
So they'll get 22 points, and they're currently sitting on 70 points. That'll be 92. So yeah, they'll be right off. They'll be maybe 4th, maybe 5th, maybe. We are paying out on top 3 in the sort of the overall, if you like, championship.
Yep.
So it's looking likely that Stone Cold Racing the SimRC Endurance will still win this, even though they haven't finished. BF Racing will be second, and Stone Cold Racing will be third by the looks of it, if it stays as is for the next 40 or so minutes.
Wilmot is third. They have cleared 4th. I don't know what happened there, but they have overtaken. Hang on, has that been pit stop cycles? Yeah, that's pit. Okay, so pit stop cycles are currently going on for last pit stop. So Willamette 316 is 52 minutes into a stint, so they still have their last one to make. Dornell's has made their last stop and is 40 seconds behind.
It was
a standard 32-second stop.
It doesn't matter. I think for them to win. What do they need?
I think they need second or higher, don't they?
They need 38 points. They need to win.
Right. Which, given that they're a lap down as it sits, that's going to have to be a massive issue with 38 minutes to go for Lee.
Yeah.
Basically, if it puts Lee out of the race in that 777 BF race car, that'll be what wins them. But it doesn't look like it. That car has been metronomic.
What a word! What a fantastic word! There we go. There's your word of the day. But yeah, no, the 316 basically need to win.
Fair enough.
That's it. With which is obviously, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's pretty impossible.
Yeah, it's a very, very outsized chance because they would have to put Blizzard and Lee out of the race essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that is a no-go, I'm afraid.
That's alright, that's what it is. I mean, the fact that SimRC aren't going to finish and are still going to win the championship is genuinely impressive.
Yeah, I know, right?
I wonder if they sat down and worked that one out.
Possible. Sorry, I'm just replying to Charlie. I basically not brake checked Charlie on purpose in the race. He,
I mean, I wouldn't blame
him. He was in a GT4 and it was coming up to the last corner at Alton, and I had to cut across left to take the right-hander. But as I cut across quite late and then braked instantly at the same time, so obviously he wasn't expecting me to do that and just basically took avoiding action, and we both fell off.
Well, he told me an academy car took him out. I didn't realise it was you who took him out.
No, I didn't. No, that wasn't. That must be a different occasion.
That was another one. Oh dear.
Yeah, that must be another situation.
Oh dear, he's been a punching bag for the Toga.
Yeah. Mac, I did not totally brake check him. It was a 50% brake check. All right, it wasn't a full brake check.
Oh, that's a shame. Rumpen Farmcraft. That is a shame that you was yourself in that Mercedes. We did see you go back out and do a few laps. That is a shame. That is a shame with that one. I hope you're cheering on the sister car 31 Ferrari who are still running, but that is a shame to hear that your teammates basically just left the car where it was and just went,
Kind of rage quit, did they?
Yeah. So that's a shame.
But yeah, I think that. So yeah, I've really enjoyed this endurance league stuff.
It has been fun. It's been it's been nice to have some racing that you can get that's got some proper tactics to it.
Yeah, and also what I quite like is the standard of racing that we've had over the last 5 rounds.
The standard of drive, I'm guessing Daryl can attest to this, is there's driving standards for this. As far as endurance races that we've come across, that we've competed in and watched, etc., the driving standards for this series have been absolutely exemplary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's lots of, well, how can you say this? Respectful driving.
Yeah.
When you've got a blue flag, people are using indicators and moving over.
Yeah. We've
Little
seen
things like that.
We've seen it a number of times in this race. People have made contact, even when it might have been fairly reasonable, but they've still opted to back out and then let the car undo the pass that they've gained.
Yeah, it's happened once or twice.
Yeah.
Giving the place back.
And then admittedly they've been fast enough to come back out, so it hasn't mattered. That's how they got into that situation in the first place.
We had one really unfortunate one. Guy punted somebody. Both of them braked on the going into pit entry.
Oh yeah, I did see
McLaren got punted into the pit lane and got a stop go 30.
Yeah, I saw that one come through on the ticker.
We had to issue a stop go to the other guy.
Car 77 and 72. No.
I think it might have been. Yeah, I can have a look. Hang on a second.
Yeah, 77, 72. 77 stamps on the brakes a hair later and just punts them over the line and gets a stop going. So
that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But the driving standards, I think that's what happens when you put on paid events. You do attract a lot better and sounds really horrible, I suppose, but you do attract to those more competent drivers, if you like. You know, if I'm being completely free to speak, that you get guys guys and girls, sorry, I should say, want to race, don't mind paying a couple of quid each to be able to turn up and race, and you just get that bit more respect.
It does. It weeds out some of the
idiots.
Yeah, I wasn't going to word it like that, but yeah, I don't mind people that are going to turn up and be a bit of a have-a-go hero.
Yeah.
But at least be sensible and respectful about it.
No, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, this isn't real life, and we appreciate people make mistakes, and it is only a simulator or a game. But the fact that, you know, for the most part, over 5 races, we've not really had that many, like Daryl says, idiots or people that are not necessarily at the same sort of level standard-wise than the others, the majority of the others. So
yeah,
I think it does, and I think it's all true, right? So you look at what would you rather have, like 29 exemplary drivers that are respectful to one another, or 50 where 11 of those people are going to leave anyway because they're not got quite the same skill level as everybody else. So
you don't have to be fast to be respectful.
No.
Yeah, as long as you understand the basic racing etiquette and you know what's going on. Take a perfect example of this. We're following the MME car, the remaining MME Ferrari. It's been getting out of the way as much as it possibly can with regards to issues and what have you. Back markers. It goes to all of the everybody who's been a back marker. Within reason, they have been very respectful. Similarly, when back markers have caught cars trying to unlap themselves, they have been extremely sensible in they're not just making dive bombs from a mile back, desperately trying to get past because, I need to get a lap, I need to undo the lap. No, it's like, I know I need to get past, I know I need to get past safely so that I can make that gap back up so I don't have to give the track position up. Prime example of that, the MME car gets out the throttle across the pit lane, pit stretch, and lets 2 cars by. So, yeah, just because you're not necessarily at the physical lap speed of these cars, as long as you know how to handle a car sensibly on track and be respectful to the other drivers, it's a joy to do. I couldn't repeat half the stuff that came out of my face when we were racing at Misano the other week. With the Academy. It was a fun race, and it was an interesting choice of tracks for a long race like that. But the standard of driving from some of the people trying to lap you or unlap themselves, etc. It was interesting. And it does, when you race elsewhere, it sounds weird, and I don't want to toot our own horn here with this one, but even when the rookies gets bad, it's still nowhere near the worst that we have seen or raced in.
No, true.
I stewarded the last rookie series, and after the first 2 races, we weeded out most of the idiots.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty clean race for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I've not seen that happen at other places, is that the penalties are such that, if you go and do something dumb, you're going to get called up for it.
Yeah, agreed. I totally agree. It just boils down to that level of driver respect. I think that is the key here. You've got some really, really fast people in here, but again, with endurance racing, you haven't got to be quick to win. As long as if you keep it within the 2 white lines on the black stuff, and other people around you fall off, well, over a period of time, you're going to be ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what has happened with Lee. They have Lee and Blizzard. Blizzard's had a bit of a stack earlier on. That Sky car qualified first, has effectively dropped 2 places, but is still in second because the way it's all worked out. Because the car that was leading backed out from when they were in 3rd. But both those cars, currently Lee is on 6 pit stops. for the entire race.
Wow.
For an 8-hour race. And they are going to finish an 8-hour race having only made 6 pit stops.
Jeez. Bloody hell. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
Crikey. That's insane. That's actually insane. That's insane.
Does anybody else need to do a pit stop?
There is a couple of cars left to do. Willamot is in the pits now.
That one's just gone in the pits now.
And Simmons has probably got this one. And, yeah, probably got this one. And that's it for their last stop. So, yeah, Willamot will probably cycle back down behind Dornell's. I think Dornell's is going to come home third. But I guess it's will be seen, because that 316 car has been absolutely flying. What are they on? 32? Oh yeah, no, they'll fly through. They've only just hit the pit box. So yeah, Dornell's will go back up into third. Wilmot will probably come home in fourth. And that will round out things as they stand. So we'll let these last couple of cars finish their pit stops, and then we shall run you down through the grid as it stands with 27 minutes to go. We are 777 lead for BF Racing. Ferrari is in first. Second is the 47 Jacob Blizzard for Sky Sim Sports. Lorenzo Dornells for Vacuum Racing in third, car number 3 McLaren. Grant Willamot Stone Cold Racing in fourth, car 316. Fifth is Adenau Hours for G League Esports, car number 7. Sixth is Max Simmons, turn 1, and car 104. Florian Borges for G League Esports, car number 8, that's the Ferrari. Carlo Barber for Vesta Sport in car number 11 and 8th. Robert Bjorkman for JP Motorsport in car number 69. David Cox for Bugatti Motorsport 725 Ferrari. Michael Humer for Winwood Racing, car 57 and 11th. Michael Torren, car 48 TRM Racing Team in 12th. Alessandro Marcelli in Project 91 Racing Team, car 91 and 30th. Florian Lacroix making a final stop there in out of 14th for Rebellion Autosport MCR, car number 70. 15th is Alexander Tarskov for car 41 for Team Moore in the 15th place Ford. Christopher Holzer, Rag Nation Endurance, car 79 in 16th. Stefan Harmon, car 166 Bentley in 17th. Dan Nielsen, NER Endurance Team, car number 950 Ford Mustang in 18th. About to be lapped by the 8 G-League car. 19th is Ryan Haddock for Hornet Motorsports, car 72 McLaren. Rounding out the field is the 20th position Nellis Latting in car number 31 MME Group Ferrari Motorsport.
Well, I don't know about you, but this weather's really got bad again.
It's really horrible. It really is.
I'm sitting in the behind the car view, and
Oh.
I can't see the cars in front.
Oh.
I hate to think what it was like inside this car.
I have sat
Let's have a
on
look.
driver interior view, and the answer is you can't see squat.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Running on board with Robert Bjorkman now in car number 69 as they come up through the S's along the top backstretch of the circuit down into the bus stop. flick it down a couple of gears, throw it through across the two apexes, 3, 4 there, and then it is just hold it, hover as long as you dare, and get on as early, the throttle as early as you dare, playing it fast and loose with that curve on the exit. We've seen that one catch a few people out. Down on the brakes, into the bottom corner there, down into the ankle of the group before coming back up into the toe. It's just such a steep run up through this corner. It really is.
Oh, unfortunately, I'm watching the stream. There's a delay on the stream through Sky. So I listen to you chat and then look up and I can see it about 30 seconds later.
If you look at Twitch, it's a lot less of a delay. It's like 1 or 2 seconds.
Oh, that means I have to set up a Twitch account.
Fair enough.
I'm old. I don't do things like that.
Fair enough. Yeah, Rollerball getting a little bit squirrely coming out of the boot there. I mean, I'm not surprised that these cars are getting a bit slidey and a bit loose. Especially this one, because they decided it would be a good idea thinking the race would dry out, which is a reasonable thought, to trim the aero out for dry weather racing.
Yes, well, you'd think on an 8-hour race with 0.2% chance of rain, it would dry out.
Yeah.
But hey, ACC is ACC.
Yeah, it'll do what it is. To be fair, yeah, he's got 7 behind him, and the Porsche is only 2.2 back. And Carlo Barbert for Vesta Sport is only 1.8 up for Rowe. Well, I'm closing actually. So yeah, that Swedish Stig living up to his name.
He can do his job.
Yeah. So that will be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Towards the end of the race, that car might just start to catch up.
Don't know about the end of the race, in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to actually get past somebody, especially in these conditions. The answer is you won't be able to see squat coming up to the back of those cars.
Yeah, Barber's got a couple of back markers in front of him as well, though, don't forget.
Bourget's... What is Bourget's in the pits for? Oh, that's their final stop. 20 minutes to go. Okay. This will be their final stop. They were 1:03.57. I didn't realise we still had a couple of drivers to stop.
We did say there were some people who were going to be pushing it and might have to do a drive-through or something.
Yeah. Where are we looking? This is 1:03 for that one. 1:02.33. 1:02 for David Cox in the Bugatti Motorsport 725. Ferrari is, I'm guessing, going to be boiling for the pits at the end of this one. They're pushing that one tight on time. They're 2:47 and they're going through the S's now. Ooh, you're playing with fire there.
They'll have 7 seconds or so to play with.
Yeah. I think else we don't get it wrong. Zahintner's... Okay, Zahintner has reconnected. SimRC Endurance by Bohemia has rejoined. Currently scored in 26th position according to the timing screen. Because they have only completed 88 laps.
I'm about to say they're 152 laps down.
Yeah.
They're still in the pits.
Yeah.
They've connected, but they don't get a DNF.
I would guess so.
And you'd still pick up whatever points you get for 21. I think it's 1, isn't it?
That would be a Hayden question. I can't remember the points. I haven't got it in front of me.
No, right. That's why I asked. I think it's only 1 from about 18 upwards.
Fair enough. So that would very much cement their lead in the championship. So yeah, I guess also because they have the fastest lap of the race as well with a 150.212.
Oh yes.
Bourges is out of the pits and is less than a second back from Simmons. This might give Bjorkman a bit of breathing room to tail if Bourges catches up to the back of Simmons and is able to start hassling that car. That might slow that one off the back of Bjorkman. Bjorkman is hovering around the 2 second mark, hasn't really managed to close in much more than that to the car in front. 18 minutes to go, we have yellow flags out, not sure what that was all for. But yeah, Bourges, Simmons is...
Car 91.
Car 91?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, yes, yellow flag, car 91, fair enough. Bourges is on the tail of car 100. Car 100 has the Winwood 57 car in front of it for company as a back marker. So between these two, that might give some breathing room to Bjorkman there, who is on the hunt for that. Cox has a stop go 30, which I'm assuming is from their last pit stop. Well done you had one job to do. But that has, getting past that Winwood Mercedes has closed that gap in now. It's under half a second to Simmons in the 100 Porsche. There they are in the same shot, running down into the keel of the boot, down before they come back up over that horrible crest into the last couple of corners of the track. Ferrari's just, the Porsche's just got that Porsche grip on the exit. It's able to just punch out and stick to the road really, really well on acceleration. Bjorkman has dropped off the back of Barbera a little bit through that one. I think he might have just had a bit of trouble with the back markers in front. Still 2.8 seconds is the gap. So yeah, that is giving Simmons a bit of something to think about. It's not Bourges isn't quite able to make any moves, but definitely can't. It's meaning Simmons can't make any mistakes at this late of a stage in the race. Which after 7 3/4 hours, it's less than straightforward.
Yeah, he keeps showing his nose in his mirrors, doesn't he? He keeps sticking it there, and it's like, I'm going to pass you in a minute.
I'm gonna, if you give me a gap,
It's all about applying the pressure.
Yeah, just get in the mirrors, just cause them problems. And they very much are.
We've got a yellow flag. Car 47.
47.
No, sorry. Blizzard, Blizzard's gone in the wall.
Oh no, what happened there?
I'm not sure, I haven't got race control, so I can't do the replay unless I go back into the replay.
I am doing so now. Oh, through the bus stop, gets a bit bobbly, makes it through, gets a big lazy slide through the right-hander afterwards, and very well done from the two cars that caught up there. Managed to nudge it forward into the barrier, but is able to make that back up. They are a lap ahead on Dornell's, so that's not a big deal there. Bourges and Simmons are actually now battling each other. I've got it clicked up on my ticker there. Bourges is through on Simmons and hunting down, I hate to say this and I'm sorry, but they're hunting down Bjorkman, and that car is looking strong. This isn't over for 7th and 8th. It looks like it might be day done for Simmons against Bjorkman, because Bjorkman is already 1.4 seconds up. But Bjorkman's going to have their mirrors full of that car in a few laps' time. I'm gonna predict this. With about 10 minutes to go, Bjorkman's going to have a mirrors full of Ferrari.
I think so, yes. So that, I tell you what, it's a nice livery on that Ferrari as well.
Oh, it's a very lovely one. We've had, again, Blizzard's got a drive-through. Hang on.
Right through for track limits now.
Yeah, now, the question is that going to put give the position back to Dornell's with the issues they've had?
And he's got damage.
They'll probably hang on to that to the end of the race.
Well, yeah, I'd expect so with 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, they'll probably hang on to that, but they have that drive-through. But yeah, no, again, it's a really lovely thing. One of the other things is these endurance races, they bring out some really creative liveries.
Yeah.
There's been, I think it was a Japanese car that Aston that was running early in the series that had, I don't know if you've come across the Good Smile Racing team. They run a GT 300 car in Japan, and it's a full-on like anime livery.
Oh wow!
So they have something along those lines down the side of their car. It looks brilliant.
I do keep saying I should speak to Ari and get him to do me a livery at some stage.
Yeah, I might do. Mind you, the joys of running with the Academy is I kind of get free ones from that.
Well, I should actually come running with you guys at some stage, but it's getting the time.
Yeah, I do know that feeling. I've not had a huge amount recently.
By the time I get in from work at 6:30, I've got a list of things to do off the wife and kids. It's like,
yeah,
it's 8, 9 o'clock by the time it's like, right, now I can sit down.
Yeah. Blizzard is going to have to take that drive-through. They don't have... There's too long left to be able to take it as a 30-second penalty, so they will have to take that drive-through at some point. The gap now is 1.6 to Bjorkman for Borges. Bjorkman in that JP Motorsport car number 69. I'm wondering if Borges has just taken the best out of those tyres though. The gap's not coming down like it was.
I think he's just holding off and...
Yeah, I wonder if... Because Borges only pitted a couple of laps ago. They pitted 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they've gone really, really hard and just notched the edges off those blocks on the wet tyres. So I'm wondering if they've just taken the best out of it, like you get with a qualifying when you do quali laps. You've got that kind of 5-10 lap window that you might be able to get the best out of the tyres or smaller. Oh, as that is the 950 off the track, visiting more barriers. Whether they've just taken that little bit out of the tyres and because the gap isn't coming down like it was. I'm sure you're sat there.
Car number 11 in 6th place has gone off, going at the chicane.
Oh. That is... that's Barbera in the V-Sports Vesta Sport car. I'll get there eventually.
Why don't even try pronouncing them?
That does give another position to Bjorkman. That puts Bjorkman up into 6th. That gap has come down to a second to Borges to Bjorkman. Blizzard is in serving that drive-through as we speak. I think they're going to be okay to not lose the position to the car behind. Yeah, they'll be fine to not lose the position to the car behind, but they really don't want to. They can't make any more mistakes. 9.5 minutes to go, and yeah, this gap is 8 tenths. Marcel and Marcel having to do a drive-through. Is that one of the cars? Yeah, Marcel's the one of the cars that needed to do a drive-through to reset the time. 1 hour 3 on the nose. They cross the line. They open that. Do they need to take fuel?
They might be taking fuel.
They might just put a couple of seconds of fuel in. I wouldn't take full service, but a couple of seconds There you go,
Yeah,
down
there
and
we go.
away, 7 seconds. It's about 5 seconds or so of fuel in that car just to get it to the end, over the line to the end.
I think that might be a case of they didn't realise they could do a drive-through. They thought they had to take fuel to
No,
reset
it might be that they have burnt too much because the track is so fast. There's a huge percentage at full throttle at this track. So it burns fuel like there's no tomorrow. It burns fuel like almost as bad as Spa with a track of half the length.
Right, okay.
It's not quite that extreme, but it does burn fuel. You burn a lot of fuel around this track because it's so fast.
Car 17, Mr. Boland is taking his
Drive through for track limits on that one. Back to this battle. Simmons and Bjorkman. Hang on.
Barbarella is in the pits, doing
Borges
damage, I
has
think.
got past Simmons, got past Bjorkman, and that's opened the door for Simmons as well.
Simmons has got past Bjorkman as well.
Yeah, Simmons, didn't see what happened at all. We were looking at some of the pit stops there. Didn't see what happened there, but that has put Bjorkman down into 8th. Borges is 6th. Simmons is now 7th. Bjorkman is doing their best to hunt down the 2 cars further up the grid. They are on, I believe they're on way fresher tyres, 13 and 16 minutes stints respectively, so they're probably on a similar amount of fuel, but at 55-minute old tyres, even the wets are going to be starting to hurt at this point in time. Air temperature has come down by a degree, it's now 21, track temperature is still at 23.
Road in 10th place, car number 48 had a little bit of an incident.
Oh.
Has got going again now.
Indeed, that's a car that's picked up a number of penalties over the course of the race for some interesting driving standards. However, I will say this. Well done, 69. You are currently 8 places from where you started. Positive. So that in its own right is still good going.
Yeah.
Given the pace of this field, to have managed to clear 8, to still be 8 up from where you started, that's not to be sniffed at.
You're in the top 10. Be happy.
Yeah. These endurance races are races of attrition because of just how hard and how fast the cars go.
And consistency. You just got to keep it, like Hayden said earlier,
Keep it between the white lines
and on the black stuff.
Yep.
That green stuff is no good.
Yeah. You eat green stuff to keep yourself going, and the black stuff is what keeps you stuck to the ground. But yeah, half a chance of trying to catch Simmons there. The gap is currently just ticked under a second. 5 minutes 48 and counting to go. 5:45 to go.
Oh God, 5 minutes, and then I've got to go and see my family. I've not seen them for 8 hours.
Yellow and red bits aren't much good either.
Yeah.
Especially not when it's this. This is really wet now. You are catching the Porsche very marginally, but you are catching. Blizzard is Blizzard about to go another lap down? Yeah, Blizzard has gone another lap down. Wow! Okay, so the leader is two laps up?
Yeah.
2 laps up on second place. Wow.
That's just... But I think Blizzard's done quite a few hours in this race, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think it's only been a couple of drivers. I think it's been Blizzard and... Hang on, who's the other one? Blizzard, yeah, it's Blizzard and Paduano for that car. Dornells and Felipe, Wilmot and Southcott, Hours and Hours? Okay, it's the 2 hours in, I didn't actually realise that in the G League car. Yeah, there's a number of a lot of the top of the lead, the top half of the grid are largely two-driver crews for this one. So they'll all have done about 4 hours by the end of this.
Yeah, that's a long old stint sitting in a rig.
Yeah. The leaders are a three-driver crew, so that is Lee, Ramine, and Nadi there for that car. So that might be again why that car's just been able to be that little bit more consistent, just having slightly fresher drivers to put in each time. Especially if you're single stinting, it means your drivers out of the car for 2 hours and they're only doing an hour's worth of work. Marcelli now picks up a drive-through. 3:08 to go. They might get away with not taking that, but it's probably not worth the headache. You'll actually lose more time taking a 30-second penalty than not at this point in time. You lose less time taking the drive-through than you do.
He's taking it now. I'm guessing he got it right at the end of the lap.
There we go. To change strategy after repairing damage. Okay. Is that what's happened? Is the Porsche? It looks like the Porsche is. Whilst I thought they were on better tyres, they're going to have done nearly an hour and a half on those tyres.
What number is this?
100.
Oh, right, yep, Simmons.
Yeah, because I've just been having a look through the chat. I've not been paying nearly enough attention to. Thank you to Broadcasting for gifting a sub to Navi 29269. Thank you very much. I believe that is Alex Aces, who's one of the Toga crew here.
Yeah, I know Alex.
Yeah, lovely young lad. Does car number 31 get a consolation prize? I mean, you're still going. just honestly, be proud of the fact you are still going at the end of that.
Well, let's put it this way: you haven't come last because there was 29 cars that started this race, so there's 9 cars behind you.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
You have gained 9 places since the start of the race. So, yeah, well done on that one.
If they can't complete the race, it's their failure and your success.
Yep. I mean, honestly, the car that started it and was out leading is actually now out and will complete the race. Will finish the race. Has been out 2 minutes, so they've just completed an out lap, basically. So they're not going to get a DNF for this one, and will claim fastest lap.
They're going to go and try and break their fastest lap, aren't they, on the last lap?
Probably. Honestly, in these conditions, good luck.
Alright, man, the leader is on the final lap.
There we go, that is the leader on the final lap. I'm going to jump on board. Let's have watch through the windscreen as we go through this last lap with the leader of this 8-hour race. They will be roughly 1 hour, 8 hours, and about a minute and 40 by the time they cross the line. 255 laps will have been completed.
We were well and truly out with the guests, weren't we?
Yep, we were.
Well, maths was never my strong point.
No, considering I do engineering, you'd think I'm better at maths, but then that's when calculators exist.
Exactly.
And they are not having an easy last lap. That was the car 48 Aston Martin letting them by there. Couldn't see for a good couple of corners. But nicely done, lets them by. Honestly, at this point in time, if you've got the leader on their last lap, just let them go, because it means you don't have to do another one. And I think that's, in these conditions, yeah, that's a good thing to do.
I think he heard you.
Bjorkman doesn't look like Bjorkman's going to quite catch Simmons, short of a bit of a problem for Simmons. Simmons is a second and a half up the road. As we come into the last couple of corners with the 777 for the last round of the endurance series here at Toga Esports. Toga Motorsports. Through the last corner, under that big go bowling bridge, and alongside the wall to round out what has been a fantastic championship, and a very well done to them.
Fantastic race for them.
Blizzard has come through in second. Third will be Dornells, who is just coming through the boot, so they are a long way back on the grid. Tyrone has finished, Roland has finished, Haddock has finished as well. Well done to them. It looks like everybody else is still running will get home, hopefully in one piece or whatever pieces are left of them. Bjorkman is giving it absolutely everything, pulls that gap into under a second on the line. 0.8 across the line, very well done to everybody. McGonagall, well done to 316. Indeed, that is 69 has crossed the line. 11, 48, 725, 57, 41, 79, 950, 72, 31 have all finished as well. Second place has just crossed the line. Well, that would have been third. Goron will not cross the line to finish. Ours is now across the line. Car 91 is just coming through the last couple of corners. Where's our friends in the 166 Bentley is a little bit behind them and will come across the line. It looks like Luca Road is going to finish that one out 163 laps down. It is going to be the last car to cross the line will be
166.
166 Bentley. Well done to you lot. You had a bit of a rough start to the race. You did extremely well and have brought it home in 17th. So well done to yourselves there. There we go. That is the list of runners and riders. Humble in the car 470 was disqualified. 58 was there. Cox. It looks like David Cox was in two cars. The 29th place car number 4 is did not finish, as well as the 58 Ford and the 470 Mustang. Everybody else finished with enough actually completed laps, and that is everybody across the line. Christian Anderson 27 was the last of the cars that didn't actually manage to finish. That's a shame. That car was doing okay. But yeah, there we go. That's everybody across the line.
Well, congratulations to everybody who finished that, because I don't envy you for driving in those conditions.
No, not in the slightest.
That was one hell of a race, as they say.
It was indeed. Well done to everybody who has finished that one. That was not an easy race to have managed to do that. I don't really have much time. I'm a bit too cooked. I'm gonna have a quick look and give it a couple of minutes in case anybody does want to come and have a chat. But honestly, I think it's gonna be calling it a night very shortly. So well done to everybody, and thank you, Daryl, for coming in and having a chat with us for the last little bit. That's been greatly appreciated.
That's my first commentary session, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, or... you know, all the stewards particularly during the endurance races, you're always welcome to come and stick your nose in. Drag yourselves up from the basement and stick your nose in.
Well, I mean, I could have just jumped straight in, but I didn't want to, so I thought I'll sit here for a couple of minutes in the waiting room. No,
that's all right. That's all right. It's always fun to hear from your point of view how things are going, because it looks like one lot from our end, and it could be something completely different from your end.
Oh, I know. Yeah, and there's a few things I think I've got to sort out after this race, but they're to be discussed in the stewards' room, as it were.
Yeah, indeed. Very well done to all who competed in the endurance series. for this series. Thank you to everybody who has turned up for this last round. Massive thank you to all the crew behind the scenes that make this happen as well, who set the servers up and keep all that side of things running. Dex, I know you hide back there and don't really like to show your face, but I'm going to call you out and say a massive thank you for everything you do as a general, not just for these series, who is also not just running the servers, but also keeping the crayon munchers that are the
those monkey stewards
that are the stewards in check as well. So massive thank you there to everybody out there. Do check out the rest of our YouTube channel. We've got events coming up through the calendar this week.
I've just noticed my X-rays on the stream.
Yep, it comes up with your Discord profile.
That's a lovely sight.
So, so that has been the endurance series. All the events standings will be posted in SimGrid in the next couple of days. You'll have I think it's normally 48 hours after the race has finished to post any further instances or reports or anything that you want to. So yeah, well done to everybody. Massive thank you to everybody who puts these events on behind the scenes and does all the technical complicated bits of making servers work. I can't do that. I'm not smart enough.
Nor can I. I'm too old.
So yeah, well done, thank you, and I'm sure we will see you in upcoming events within Toga and the wider sim racing community. Thank you and a good night.
Bye!